Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. You already know what it is. We back in another one of them things. And to listen, Colorado, they got Arizona. We headed to the middle of the fourth quarter. It's 24-17. 7 minutes to go. Arizona State has found themselves down. They have the ball. This is going to be a crazy game. We all know that Coach Prime, Deion Sanders in Colorado, they need this game at all costs. Let's not be silly here, ladies and gentlemen. But nonetheless, it's a good game going so far. Arizona State nearly tried to throw a bomb. They can't get the job done. We got 6 minutes and change left. Like I repeat, it's 24-17. Coach Prime, Deion Sanders is going for the win. Let's see what happens. It's a big game in the Pac-12. I got Dex in the building. Dex, what's good? You see what's going on with this game right here, man? What's happening?
Yeah, Flight. It looks like Arizona State, who is currently hosting the Colorado Buffaloes, they had the momentum all the first half, and Shedeur Sanders started to turn it on towards halftime, got him in the end zone with under a minute left to play for halftime. Arizona State responded appropriately by driving all the way down the field and capping that drive off with a field goal. So they go into halftime with the lead, 17-14. And since the halftime kickoff, when Colorado stalled on its first and ensuing possession, since then, Flight, the Colorado Buffaloes have reeled off 10 consecutive points and have taken the lead by one score, 24-17. And it looks like Colorado will get the ball back as it is 3rd and 17 in negative territory for the Arizona State. So Colorado could add to their lead. They're currently up by 7, and it seemed like the momentum has switched since the second half of this game. Like,
from all accounts, that's what it looks like, Dex. The Colorado looked like they started to take control of this game. How big of a win would this be? We all know it seemed like they was reeling off of losing those 2 tough games against the top teams. How big of a win would this be, for the morale and like overall in general?
yeah, I wouldn't really categorize it as a big win, Flight, but I would say most definitely an important win, because Colorado started the season 3-0, and after winning 3 consecutive games in surprising fashion, the hoopla just went crazy out the roof as far as the attention that the Colorado Buffaloes was getting, and the job that Coach Prime was doing to motivate this team, who was coagulated basically from the NCAA portal. So they lose 2 in a row, Flight. I mean, they lose to the top 2 teams of Pac-10 conference and 2 of the top quarterbacks in all of college football, especially in the Power 5. So the gauntlet of the Pac-12 conference was not a welcome doormat for the Colorado Buffaloes. And so losing back-to-back games for the first time this season, that's why I said it's important for the Colorado Buffaloes to secure a win on the road, which would be handsome in itself. It's one thing if they would have got this win in Boulder, but it's another thing to win on the road in an environment that is anti-Colorado in itself. So going down here into Tempe and to getting the win, playing in the stadium on side of a mountain will be big. I mean, excuse me, not big, but important for Colorado moving forward. Like,
Yep, absolutely. How would you say Shador Sanders has been playing today?
well, Shador Sanders been somewhat under control. They have basically encapsulated Shador Sanders' outstanding quarterback play by keeping him under his season average, which he is the second quarterback. Excuse me. He has the second most average yards in Pac-12 play. And we all know that Pac-12 right now is the conference of quarterbacks. And he is well under that average. So the Arizona State is also the second best passing defense in Pac-12 conference. So something has to give. And it seemed like in the second half, Arizona State seemed like they're kind of falling apart to some degree as Colorado is moving that ball at will. So it's a tale of two halves. Arizona State had the first half, Colorado had the second half, and as we always say, the second half is where you win the game because it's not how you start, but how you finish. Like,
Yep, absolutely. So like I said, Shador Sanders has been electric all season long. I know they can't wait. They got a bye week after this game, right?
I'm not sure what their schedule looks like right now, but if that's a bye week, it's really important that they secure this win going into the bye week so they have something to cheer about and something, a temporary success as the season moves forward. And then they have a lot to work on because there is a lot of Captain Obvious in the Colorado Buffalo football play. The offensive line and the defensive line is glaring that those flaws have to be not only addressed, but rectified immediately. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Things got to get rectified immediately. Like I said, this is a big time game going on right now between the Colorado Buffaloes and the Arizona State. Big game going so far. Shador Sanders still out there making plays, looking electric, pushing the ball down the field, looking for a big time win. Good play by Shador. Who else has been looking good out there besides Shador, in your opinion, for Colorado? Any notable names?
no, not anybody just notable. It's just been success by committee, and that's okay, and that's cool because everybody is involved and everybody have a hand in a win if Colorado to hold on to this lead. So that's a good thing, and that's something that Coach Prime can take into the break, into the bye, and then into their next opponent. Sharing the wealth is very much caring for the wealth.
Yeah, 24-17. Shador Sanders, he tried to run on his legs by himself. What do you think about Shador using his legs? Do you feel like he does that enough more to your liking, or would you like to see him do that a lot more? Did you hear what I said? What?
Yes, can you hear me? Check mic check.
Yeah,
Yes.
I can.
I love the way Shador Sanders mixes it up. Like, it is incumbent on Shador Sanders as a leader for the Colorado Buffaloes, and especially for this offense that has its woes and problems as they progress to get better to be a dual threat at any given snap. And I think that is something that has been recently coached to Fedor Sanders based on the previous games where he barely uses legs. Barely. Like he made it a staple, a part of his mental to not use his legs and to be that pocket passer and have a pocket awareness so he can get to that next level and play on Sunday for 17 weeks for a team that's really needs his services. Now, I believe Coach Prime has whispered into his ear, hey, son, you do have two legs. And, son, those two legs move very well and oftentimes move very fast. So won't you put that together in your game and have a culmination of a dual threat aspect every time that you touch that ball? And we've seen that in the second half of last week where they lost to USC, but they did make a tremendous comeback to make that game relevant and respected. So I think that he's incorporating that more into his arsenal flight. And if he can, like I say, bring an equilibrium to passing and throwing, he can be the next Lamar Jackson or even better because he can spin that pigskin flight.
Yeah, absolutely. Where does Arizona State fit in the Pac-12? How good are they? Are you familiar with that school and where they at?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the school. No, very familiar with the history of the school. I mean, their best showing is when they had Jake Plummer, Jake the Snake. There was a 12-1 team, and they went to, I think, the Fiesta Bowl or whatever to that nature. They lost to Ohio State, and that I think was the best showing of the team. Also, the Arizona State, like.
Yeah, shout out to all the Arizona State fans out there. You know, like
And one of my good friends from Pasadena, probably the best linebacker that come through Arizona State, Harvey is well, he passed now. You know, RIP to him. He played in the NFL for a few years, but he was one of their best ever linebacker and maybe defensive player, probably all time. Stacey Harvey, good friend of mine.
Yeah, shout out to the whole Arizona State. You already know what it is. Colorado looking for a big win. I'm telling you, it's going to be a big win for them if they can secure this. We're going to be here all for it. It's the Colorado Buffaloes, the Postgame. The score is 24-17. 3 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. Big game going so far in the Pac-12. They just came off those losses to USC, Oregon. Damn near gave USC a run for their money. Damn near came back and beat them at the end. So I think homage definitely needs to be paid. Colorado is out to prove that they're a force to be reckoned with. Arizona is 1-4. So clearly Colorado should take this game, in my humble opinion. Let's get the gravy train back rolling again. Mind you, it's a road win. But it's going to be big. Colorado is kicking the ball back off to Arizona State. There's a lot of time left. Arizona State looking to get a touchdown, tie this game, and run off with this thing. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all works and shakes itself out. Good game for the Buffaloes so far, I'll tell you that much. Let's see. Let's see what Arizona can draw up. Arizona State. Coach is definitely excited and animated right now. Coach Prime is very calm, cool, and collective on the sidelines. Clock is running right now. 3:26 to go. Can Deion Sanders and the Buffaloes get the job done? That's the $1 million question. That's the $1 million question. You got Arizona State dropping back, looking to make a play, and they couldn't convert. It's first and it's about to be second and 10. Was it a flag? Second and 10 right now. Coach Prime is hot right there on the sidelines. He yelling and screaming and barking. Something must not be going to his liking.
Yeah, they got to take the ball 94% of the field, and that's going to be a difficult thing to do, especially since they have lost the momentum in this game. So, and the quarterback Trenton had, looks like he's a little gippy since he got that one tackle where he kind of was in between the mindset of sliding or trying to pick up extra yards, and it seemed like he kind of got injured to some degree.
Yeah, exactly what it looks like. Just sitting on the sidelines. You're right about that. Yep, they're trying to move the ball up the field. Let's see what happens. Dexter spoke about how hard and difficult it's going to be for them to get it all the way up there. They really need a touchdown. The time is definitely slipping on their end. A field goal, I don't think gets them in the game. We all know what Shador Sanders and the Buffaloes could do.
A field goal is not going to be enough because it's not enough. It's really not enough time for ASU to really get the ball back. Because if they get a field goal, then they're going to have to score again, and they will have to put the ball in the end zone after that. So they down by 7. A field goal will put the game within 4, and another field goal wouldn't be enough. So they have to get the ball in the end zone, and they have a lot of real estate to do that. And like I said, it's going to be a difficult task, but Colorado is not the most stout defense to be in this type of position. If anybody can get it done, you can get it done against the Colorado defense.
Yep. 24-17 right now as we speak. They're dropping back a big pass, a big conversion for Arizona State. They're making a run for it. Look like they're in the middle of the field. So they're moving the chains. The chains is moving for Arizona State. What is Colorado going to do? That damn sure wasn't the best look.
Colorado need a defensive stance, and if they want to pull this game out, they better make a decision to be aggressive and to be hard hitting and send a message by setting the tone to the Arizona State offense that this is going to be one grueling drive, and we're going to be bruisers out here. So if you're willing to absorb these high velocity impacts with hostile intent, then so be it. But Colorado have to put up a wall of resistance. They cannot be a strain trying to hold back a dam.
Yep, I totally agree with that. They definitely can't have that. Yeah, you got 1:41 to go. Well, let's see if the Arizona State can get the job done, get this touchdown, and run away with this thing. Third down conversions. Both teams are 5-15. It's gonna be a big third down right here for Arizona State. And they move the chains. And they do. They get the first down.
And Colorado got to be prepared that Arizona State will go 4 down. So it's going to be a series of 4 down. There's not going to be any type of yield for the Arizona State offense. So Colorado have to just dig in their foxhole and make a fortress stance, a fortified stance.
Yeah. They got to get the job done. It's 24-17. A minute, damn, Deion Sanders angry. What are you yelling at? Oh, yeah, then they got the coach. I think the offensive coach going crazy. I mean, they barking over there.
Nah, it can't be the offensive coach. The offense is not on the field. It looks like it's a timeout, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not a timeout. They still balling. Not bad.
Let me see what's going on. They definitely, Arizona State definitely pushed it up the field.
Yeah, but they got to get in the end zone. So it don't matter how much real estate they have occurred. They have to get that ball in the end zone, or else it's night for Arizona State.
Yeah. Let's see if they can get the job done. They still got it 2nd and 10 right now. The quarterback, and they continue to move the chains. A little short of the first down, it looked like.
And in this situation, like you got under 2 minutes. Now it's all about who really wants it. Who really wants to be tougher than Battleship Steel? It's not about skill, and it's not about will. It's who wants it right now. Who wants to develop into a winner tonight and avoid being a loser tonight. That's what it's all about, and that's what should be espoused to the defense of the Colorado Buffalo. Do you want it or you don't want it? Because it's all in your hands. You got control of this.
Yeah. 24-17. A minute 15, a minute 16 to go in the fourth quarter. Arizona State, they get it, and they continue to try to move the chains. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Arizona State, they trying to force their will as they did in the first half. Colorado put some resistance in the second half, and now ASU is trying to reinsert themselves as a formidable opponent, trying to hold down their house by getting the end zone and trying to extend the time on this game, and hopefully they can pull it out in overtime. So Colorado got to make up their mind. They want to be men or they want to be boys on this drive right here. They got a minute and 20 seconds to decide what side of the fence they want to be on when this game is over.
Yep, good call. That's $1 million question. What side of the fence they're going to be on? It's 24-17. A minute to go in the fourth quarter. Arizona State got it, and they're dropping back. Was that a completion? No.
Yes, sir.
That was crazy.
Yeah, now they're in the red zone, so things get really hectic right now. Knees start to shake, elbows start to get tight, minds start to drift. Who wants it in this battle zone right now? Who wants it?
It's the Arizona State or the Colorado Buffaloes. That's going to be the $1 million question. Colorado got to show their defense, that is real at some point. The people just can't be walking all over them. This defense got to hold up and secure this win. You got 55 seconds left to go. They need a big time stop. Now Arizona State done push the ball all the way up the field.
This is where we need Shiloh or Trevor Woods to make one of those big plays like they do and bail Colorado out of this one right here.
Yeah, do you think they can get the job done?
I think they can get the job done because the quarterback is, like I said, it was gimpy. Even though he's an experienced quarterback, they have an opportunity to put some pressure on him, probably try to set him down and make him think about it a little more.
Right. 24-17, ladies and gentlemen. Arizona State, they look like they're coming off the field to have a conversation. Then we got a timeout. They're checking to see is that a completion. What you see about that ball right there? I think that's tough. That was a big time catch right now.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, these occasions bring out character, and we want to see who has the character to withstand the onslaught of each other. And right now, Colorado is favored to win this game, but Arizona State is threatened because they're in the red zone.
Yeah, let's say you know the slogan. You can bend but don't break. So let's see if they could do that. If they could hold up right here. Like I said, Colorado, their defense needs some signature plays. Like we've seen in the past. The offense is definitely electrifying, but the defense is a question mark. Give me solid, they can get the job done. We all know what Coach Prime meant defensively to the game of football. We'll see what happens.
Well, it looked like it ruled it wasn't a catch.
It wasn't?
No.
Yeah. That was a close call. How big
Yeah, the ball.
would that have been?
The ball is backed up to the 30, and so it'll be 2nd and 10. Arizona State still have an opportunity to get a first down, and oh my God, look what happened here. Oh my God, look what happened here.
What happened?
So, well, there's a pass, and now the ball is right outside the 10-yard line, inside the red zone. And it's oh no, touchdown. Yes, Arizona State scored the touchdown. They answered the bell. There's a touchdown for Arizona State.
Oh my God.
15-yard touchdown. So the Colorado Buffaloes caved in. They caved in. They gave up the touchdown, and an extra point was sending this game into overtime.
Overtime. Yeah, it looked like we're in overtime. God damn it. So the defense broke. Man, how the hell they let them push the ball all the way up the field? What kind of shit is that?
Like I said before, it's all about who really wants it. You know, when you're in a situation like that, do you really want it? And apparently, we got that answer.
Is it over? You don't think Shador could get this thing to field goal range?
Right. I got what is it? 50 seconds?
Yeah.
Is that the correct time, or is it less than 50 seconds?
I think it's 50 seconds. I think. Well, it's not.
Well, yeah, he can get in the field goal range in 50 seconds. They sure can. So we got to give Arizona State credit for that drive because, like I said, that's a lot of real estate. They had to go 94 yards, and they did it. So let's see if Colorado can respond with 50 seconds remaining. That's enough time to get in field goal range.
Yeah, it sure is. It's too much time. You gotta
yeah, but that's devastating. Like
you said, they devastated.
No, I don't know if they're devastated, but I'm saying that was devastating, giving up that touchdown to a Arizona team that appears to be inferior to you. That shouldn't allow. I mean, Coach Prime got a lot to talk about on this defense. That these kids are not showing the heart that Coach Prime is looking for. Because you know how nervous you get when you have to take a team 96 yards? That's not easy. And it takes a lot of nerves and guts to really keep that composure and keep every 11 men on that field in sync to move that ball for that length.
You're right about that. There's going to be a big drive right there for Colorado. Shador Sanders got an opportunity to do something electrifying once again. And you know that's what he's thinking. Did they leave too much time on the clock? We will find out. Colorado only got one timeout, so that's tough.
That's all they need.
Yeah,
and here the kickoff. Xavier Weaver almost returned it. Was it a punt? Yeah, I think it was a punt or kickoff. Yeah, it was a kickoff. Yeah, you see that, right?
Wow, it's over. Yeah,
you see that, right? It's over.
Field goal range already.
Yeah. This is a wrap. It's a wrap. Only 10 seconds left. It's a wrap. No, wait a minute. Why my clock is not moving?
Oh, they're in field goal range. Oh, it's
Oh yeah,
over.
they at the 25-yard line. Yeah, they're well within field goal
Shador
range.
just threw a bomb. Yeah,
That
motherfucker
was
was wide
crazy.
open. Oh, yeah,
Yeah, that
Shador
was
just
crazy
walking
right
it up
there.
the field now. I think that now he just walking the ball up. If they just need, they can probably run and get some more yards.
Like you said, he left too much time on the clock. Like he called good money right there.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, the first play was wild. Sad part is he almost messed the whole goddamn play up too. He almost dropped the damn ball. Thank God he was able to hold on to it. That was a big play right there. Shador Sanders electrifying, ice water in his veins. 24-24. Shador Sanders, another. But they're already in field goal range. They ain't even tripping. It's 4-3. 4th and 3rd. About to kick this damn ball in and take the go up by 3.
Yeah, that was a nice 43-yard play by Shador Sanders. As we noticed that he always comes through in the clutch when he has an opportunity to.
Yeah. That's gonna be a big kick. They can't fumble this bag.
You always want the ball in your best player hands in these type of situations, and Shador Sanders is definitely that best player that I'm speaking of.
Yeah, they just iced the kicker. Yeah, that should be funny. That should be funny when they do that.
Well, there's still a lot of time on the clock. It's 18 seconds. So to me, that's a minor mismanage right there. They should have ran off more time on that clock.
Arizona State. No, they probably were so concerned they just wanted to get something on the board. That might have been all that mattered.
Yeah, 18 seconds is a lot of time still because anything can happen. Field goal good.
Uh-oh.
So Colorado is up 27-24 with that made field goal. And Arizona have 18 seconds to answer. I'm not sure what the timeout situation is for the Arizona Sun Devils. But right now, Colorado has won on the road and taken the lead by dominating the second half of this ball game. Like,
Yeah. It was crazy so far.
so once again, Shador Sanders have shown some heroics, and he's been showing these heroics ever since he was at Jackson State. This is nothing new to us who have seen this young man play like this, even when he was at an HBCU. So all he's doing is transfer that game into the Power 5, and it is showing that he could be heads and shoulders above the competition coming in next season, as he will remain a Colorado Buffalo, according to Coach Fry.
Yeah. Buffaloes. Big time kick right there. You know, Colorado is out. You better look out. Deion Sanders, he can't control himself. That was a big kick right there. 27-24, 12 seconds left. That may have just secured this win for this team. And boy, oh boy, the Colorado Buffaloes need it. It's time to get back into winning graces. It's time to get back to winning. That's what Colorado gonna understand.
Yeah, and after having a scoreless third quarter for both teams, and it wasn't so much because of the defense, which the defense did have some sacks, and they did pressure the quarterback to some degree, but neither team offense really did anything in the third quarter. But the fourth quarter, the Colorado Buffaloes dominated the Arizona State Sun Devils.
No.
And the third quarter was the only quarter that had no score. Every quarter was scored, except, oh my God, what just happened?
And down there took his ass out to play. It was just a big hit. Oh, he got a flag. Oh, Deion not happy.
Yeah, they can't give up no free real estate right now. Like, this is a bad time to give up free real estate. They have to stay composed and allow the clock to tick to zero while they have the lead.
Yeah. 3-point.
And I'm gonna give a shout out to Coach Prime for keeping his boys poised when Arizona seemed like they just had all the momentum in the world. And these young men, these Colorado Buffaloes, are playing on the road down in Arizona in that desert. Those Cactus boys over there in Tempe, with that stadium built on the side of a hill, a mountain, like. And they went down there, and it seemed like they snatched the soul from the Arizona Sun Devils in the second half.
Yeah, that's what it
We got 3 seconds left. Arizona calls a timeout flight. I guess they're going to try and set up one last play, hoping they can get a penalty to extend this game. If not, it's over. And Colorado did a difficult thing by coming off those double losses to the top 2 Pac-12 conference teams and coming into Arizona State, Tempe, Arizona, playing a team who was desperate for a win on their home field, and Colorado escaped with the mustard on the hot dog.
Wow. Well, good call. This is a big win for Colorado. Big time win, ladies and gentlemen. The 4-2 Buffs. Shedeur Sanders, 222 yards, 2 touchdowns. Colorado beats ASU 27-24. ASU just could not get the job done. But it is what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I'm gonna tell you that it was a costly penalty that was thrown against the Arizona State Sun Devils. Player number 10, Mr. Woods himself, got thrown out for targeting. He did a bonehead play that was so gratuitous that the referees threw him out.
Deion,
and that changed.
Deion telling all the Buffaloes to get off the floor.
And that changed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh. Yeah, and that changed the momentum of this game when that player was flagged and thrown out the game for targeting, hitting a defenseless player.
Yeah,
and so Colorado took that momentum and it woke them up, and they went on to dominate the rest of the clock in this game. And now the game is legally over, and Colorado has won. And now Colorado is 4-2. Colorado is above is above 500 at 4-2 as they continue the gauntlet of the Pac-12 conference, which is a journey in itself with all these top-tier quarterbacks parading throughout the conference play.
Yeah, this like I said, this was a big time win, for the Buffaloes. What do people? How big of a win is this for Deion? Deion told everybody all.
You keep saying big. I don't believe it's big. I don't see it as big. But if you see it as big, you need to explain that. But I see it as important.
Well, that's good. They needed it. Well, Deion was very upset. He told all his players to get off the field. They was talking to other players, and he said everybody get off the field. After this one, he was pissed off. What do you think led to some of Deion's frustration right now? Because Deion is very hot, right? Why is he so angry? Tell the people.
It was a sloppy game. The game was played with a lot of undisciplined attitude. And the flag I mean, listen, it was so much laundry out there. I thought somebody was washing clothes because that's how ugly and undisciplined this game has been. And I don't think Coach Prime is proud of how his players played, especially that offensive line. That offensive line was anemic at best. And if it wasn't for the spectacular awareness of Shador Sanders, this game could have been ugly, and Colorado could have had their third loss in a row. And this would have been the most embarrassing of all the losses because the Arizona State Sun Devils is at the bottom of Pac-12 conference play.
Yeah. Like I said, Colorado lost to USC, lost to Oregon. Do you feel like people was taking advantage and taking the opportunity to poke fun at the Buffaloes, during that time period?
Say that again, Flight. I'm sorry.
I said that Colorado lost 2 tough games against USC and Oregon. Do you think that people blew those losses out of proportion?
Well, it depends on the people that you're talking about. Now, the people in general, no. But the haters, the doubters, the naysayers, and disbelievers, of course they're going to blow it out of proportion because this is what they want to see. Because they want to project on Coach Prime the losing mentality that they have for themselves. And that is not going to be a bargaining chip for them if Prime continues to win and win in fashions that is ugly. But the main thing, even though we are have our criticism of the game that we see out in this way, our and our Prime in the position that he's in, and Coach Prime, how he has affected this Colorado Buffalo atmosphere. So let that not be the reason that you may want to agree, because I might point out something that is a flaw to Colorado and you want to take it and run with it. But us who are celebrating what Coach Prime has done, coming from the HBCUs and up into the PWIs and a Power 5 conference and a gauntlet conference at that, with the top quarterbacks in the nation in one freaking conference. I mean, come on now. It's hard for any defense to continuously to do well week in and week out. Despite Colorado having a lot of open flaws on their defense and their offense, the woes are to some degree covered up, like with the spectacular play of Shador Sanders. I cannot speak on this enough. I cannot reiterate this enough, how spectacular Shador Sanders is mentally, physically, emotionally, and intellectually out here on this football field playing with an offensive line that is malnourished, and then going to the sideline watching his defensive line that is malnourished as well, Flight.
Yeah. Like I said, this is crazy. The defense almost pissed this game away for the Colorado Buffaloes. It was truly unfortunate. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, the Buffaloes win 27-24. Shador Sanders threw for a whole bunch of yards, 222 yards, big win over ASU. A lot of people counting out the Buffaloes, but the Buffaloes are back in the winning graces, and there's not a goddamn thing anybody's going to be able to do about it. Now, listen, I'm expecting the gravy train to keep rolling. The superstars to keep flooding the sidelines and the Buffaloes to keep doing what they do. I can't wait to hear what Coach Prime has to say, once he touches the podium. We're going to be keeping people posted. But like I said, this was a big-time win. Do you expect the winning to continue, Dex, or do we need to pause for a second? Talk to us.
No, I do think the winning continues. Like I said, they played the top 2 teams in the Pac-12 conference and faced 2 of the top quarterbacks in all of the nation, and Caleb Williams, and prior to that, Bo Nix. Now, the schedule gets a little more palatable, but at the same time, everybody's gunning for Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes, so it doesn't matter the level that the team's on when they play each other. But when they play Colorado, they're going to bring their best game. They're going to put their best foot forward, Flight. So Colorado has to be able to withstand all of the pressure and all of the push that are going to come their way to keep the resistance up for them to move forward as winners in Pac-12 conference play. Now, you still got the UCLA Bruins coming up. You still got a daunting defense in Utah coming up. Maybe Cam Rising will return. I don't know. You still got the Washington Huskies. So you still got some very formidable team within the Pac-12 that they still have to face. And even though the Washington State Cougars lost today in Pasadena, California, my hometown, playing inside that granddaddy of them all, the Rose Bowl, Washington State is still a really, really good team, and they're going to kick, crawl, and scratch to try to make it match when they play the Colorado Buffaloes as well, Flight. So everybody's against the Colorado Buffaloes is the Buffs versus everybody. And that's the attitude that Prime is trying to instill in these young men, game in and game out, and stop being so fucking friendly, because it ain't about friendship right now. Y'all be friends in the offseason. But right now, every game is a battle, and the season is the war, and who's going to be on top when the bombs clear, when the plume of smoke clears. Where are you going to settle? Do you want to be the dust, or do you want to be the mechanism that created the dust? Like,
Yeah, major point right there, Dex. But listen, the Buffaloes, I think they're going to keep rolling. The haters going to keep hating, and it's not nobody could do. Just like you said, they project a lot of energy that they have on themselves. But I can't wait to hear what the haters have to say. I'm just happy that they won. I'm happy that the Buffaloes didn't surrender this game, or I thought we was headed for overtime. But what do you think about the heroics of Shedeur Sanders? We talking 50 seconds, Dax. This man Shedeur pushed it up the field once again. He showed that he's a top quarterback in the country once again. What do you think about Shedeur in that moment? 50 seconds, Dax. I mean, seriously.
listen, Flight. First of all, everybody, please complete the 3-step process that we have in your entrance to Flight Sports TV by hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button, and hitting that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And we want to humbly thank Flight for inviting us into his space and giving us a front row seat to this extravaganza. And if you're feeling a little gifty, hit the Cash App, hit the Super Chat, hit the PayPal. It's all available if you're feeling a little gifty. And we definitely will appreciate your generosity. And listen, it will go a long way in helping building this channel into something special and keep you coming back because you are putting skin in the game. Flight, Shedeur Sanders, his numbers might look a little pedestrian. His numbers might look a little pedestrian, but there's no stat on the way this brother thinks. You can't put a stat on his mindset that he has enveloped the degree to win. He just a chip off the old block of his dad, Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, Neon Deion. They just have this winning mentality that it's just so canny, Flight. Their winning mentality is so canny, and you can see the chip that Shedeur Sanders have on his shoulder, that he gets angry, but he doesn't do anything stupid to hurt the team. He transformed that anger and allow it to fuel his will. And this is how we see Shedeur Sanders in these moments that you just spoke of, like bringing and willing the Colorado Buffaloes to victory despite the adversity that he faced by having a line that is malnourished, decimated, and anemic in nature.
Yep. Major props. If the drafts started today, Shador put his name in. What is he, a top 10 pick? I mean, what you think?
Well, Flight, we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. There's a lot of football left. There's a lot of football left to be played and to determine where Shador Sanders stands. But if we just want to judge him on the first 6 games of the season, if he was to put his name in the hat, he would definitely be a first-round pick. Where would he land? It depending on what teams are picking at the top of the food chain when it comes to the 2024 draft or NFL draft. Like,
right. Like I said, big win for Shador. What about Travis? This was another game that they had to secure without Travis. What do you see when he gets back? What kind of injection of life this could give to the team?
And see, Flight, thank you. That is a very beautiful question. And this is why I'm extolling Shador Sanders and the coaching and adjustment of the Colorado Buffaloes coaching staff, because they have to do a tremendous job, not just for the week, but for every play of this game. Every snap that the opposition takes against that not so fair seeming defense, those coaches have to be on their P's and Q's. They have to cross their T's and dot their I's on every single snap because of the absence of Travis Hunter. With Travis Hunter on that field, you have a section of the field that you don't have to fret. There's no fret when Travis Hunter is covering that real estate that he is designed and have been commissioned to execute. And he gets the job done. So the Colorado Buffaloes and their defense without Travis Hunter, it's a lot of scurrying around. It's a lot of riverboat gambling. Sometimes they succeed and sometimes they don't. And this is why, Flight, you see the defense play good in moments and in spots. It almost seems sporadic. That's because Travis Hunter takes up so much of the pressure on that defense. A lot of players can move a little freely. Without Travis Hunter, the players have to be a little more rigid, a little more focused, and a lot more conservative on their approach to every snap that they up against. Like,
absolutely. That's what I said. Travis Hunter, he's going to come back and I think put his dominance back on this roster. I think with Travis, it's like they feel superhuman. It's just something that I think Travis gives them. And I can't wait to see it again. I thought that him and Shador was taking it to the next level. You started to see Travis do it on both ends. We knew he could do it, but he was doing it at the highest level. And like I said, he was starting to garner national attention more than he ever had. We all know he got all this attention at JSU, but it was going to another level. And it was unfortunate that he couldn't have played against those two teams in Oregon and USC. I really wish we could have got a chance to see Travis run wild, because I think he would have definitely changed the life for the Buffaloes, and we could be having a whole nother conversation right about now, but Travis, he'll be back soon. But shout out to Nico Sav. We're going to get to Kamani McLean, too, in a second, because, like I said, the defense almost pissed this game away. But Shador Sanders, I mean, we just got into that. I mean, the man is he cold. He got ice water in his veins. And the haters, anybody that's sitting here hating on the Buffaloes, you're starting to look silly.
that's retarded. Like, it just shows, that's retarded because how can you hate on a team that's up and coming? Who never cheers for the underdog? You got to be sick and psychotic not to want to cheer for the underdog, despite the episode that happened at Jackson State. Okay, that's beyond all of us. I'm not saying that Coach Prime is above reproach, but at the same time, come on, man. A lot of that's water under the bridge. A lot of people just want to pander to the anger and dissatisfaction of our people in a negative way. See, everybody uses black people, whether they use it for good or they use it for these type of situations, just creating a negative atmosphere, and then they want to feed that negative atmosphere because they recognize that negativity have festered and some of our better judgment. Instead of trying to eradicate or extricate that kind of festering of negativity, no, they want to feed it. They want to continuously to inculcate that kind of behavior, and they want to parade it before the world so they can be justified to make a little pence on the dollar just to get clicks from YouTube, just to get likes on Instagram, and to get viewership on mainstream media. There's no way that you should want to cheer against a team that went to a PWI, brought 80% of blackness up there, and they are winning to some degree. Now, Flight, listen, Travis Hunter is so indispensable, Flight. Travis Hunter is so indispensable, Flight. And Coach Prime and his coaches, Coach Kelly, the defensive coordinator, have made adjustments in the absence of Travis Hunter. You have to understand how significant that is right now. Now, if Colorado was fully healthy and have all of their prime players on the field on every sector of the game, offense, defense, and special teams, okay, you can judge appropriately. But when you have one of the top players in all of college football on both sides of the ball absent and non-impactful for your team, and you going up against the gauntlet of the Pac-12, how grueling that terrain is in Pac-12 conference, and you still are 4-2, and people want to find something bad to say about it. They want to nitpick, that's crazy. That's psychotic. That's not normal. Maybe they need a lobotomy or something. Maybe they need their brain checked out. I mean, even Sigmund Freud could explain the behavior of some of these numbnuts that come against Coach Prime in the Colorado Buffaloes in the type of situation that they're in right now. So it is important that we who champion success continue to do it in a fervent manner and be vehement against those who try to hurl unnecessary and gratuitous insults against Coach Prime and those young men that's trying to develop into something that the world can love. Like,
yeah, I mean, like I said, we all need to stop doing that. The hate must stop, at the end of the day, because it's wrong. Shout out D-Roll in the building. He said, facts, brother. We got all access in here cooking. The Buffaloes, they have improved their record to 4-2 on the season as they take down Arizona State. This was a big-time win. I believe more wins are coming. Shedeur Sanders, ice water in his veins. He led the Buffaloes to a game-winning field goal over ASU, showing great toughness. So we got to show major props to Shedeur as well at the end of the day. He continues to prove who he is, and a lot of people thought that the game wasn't going to transfer. He did all of this at Jackson State. Everything that we're seeing right now, ain't nobody surprised. Everybody that has been keeping their antennas on the situation, they are not shocked. It's all the naysayers and the haters. They the ones that's, appalled right about now. They the ones, heads in their palms right about now because they trying to look and search for answers on how all of this is occurring. But Shedeur Sanders is one of the best quarterbacks in the goddamn country. And I'm telling you now, this man is going to be a top pick in the draft. The Buffaloes are going to continue to win. And I think when it's all said and done, we're going to be looking at these two losses, that they suffered, and it's going to be a thing in the past. Nobody's going to remember the losses, that they suffered, and those two. Yeah, they're going to be on to the winning. You understand that they're going through right about now. The Colorado Buffaloes are going to continue to win. Now, Dex let us know some tough teams on the horizon, but listen, the beast is on his way back, and Travis Hunter, and he's going to equalize all of this shit. When you're discussing all these other tough games out there, y'all, this is just the beginning. You understand? This Flight Sports TV. We've been doing this for a while. Listen, make sure you subscribe right now, man, because I'm telling you, we got a lot more news, updates, and more coming. This is the beginning. The season really just getting started, goddammit. We're going to see more heroics. We told the people. So ain't nobody shy. Listen, I got Nico Sav in the building. It's a crazy game going. So, Nico Savage, what the hell did we just witness? What did we just witness?
Well, for one, you witness what you've been witnessing. Shador Sanders is a general. I got to give him that credit. I have not really seen many college quarterbacks just really know how to handle the pressure, the situation, the moment at all times. My only knock on him over the past few games is he starts kind of slow, but once he get rolling, bro, you can't do nothing about it. He just gonna make the right play and the right play and the right play, and he gonna end up winning. USC, Oregon, those was two tough teams. But even then, you could say, okay, the team around him probably struggled more than he struggled. But when you give him this time to develop and learn your defense, I think he said against TCU, right? He said they gave me too much time to prepare. You give me this much time to prepare. I mean, I'm just seeing that as he learns the game and learns the team, it's too easy for him, man. And hey, look, Colorado got another dub. I'm happy about that.
Yeah, now listen, we know you high on Shador Sanders, right? We spoke on the heroics. I'm about ready to get the ice water in his veins. You understand? I mean, this dude is nothing to mess around with, Nico. I mean, we and listen, we seen it again firsthand. Speak to the people of what's going on with Shador Sanders. I mean, another notch on his belt. Break it down, Nico.
Well, one thing that I did hear Coach Klein tell everybody is he's been doing this for a long time. This ain't his first rodeo. He's used to winning. I think they said a few weeks ago that he can count the amount of losses he's had in his career on his two hands. That's actually crazy. From Pee Wee till now, on two hands you can count the losses. For people that have been supporting Shador, we kind of expect this. We might not have expected it on this stage. I know I did. I have a video where I say he is the best quarterback in college football, and I do believe that. And then we just gonna keep seeing that repeat over and over again. He's doing this without a good line. He's doing this without a run game. What can we really say negative, man? That's all I gotta say about that.
Yeah, you're right about that, man. There's not that you can say. The score is 4-2. What do you think about him getting in the field goal range? It was 50 seconds left. Take people to what you witnessed in that time period, because I was questioning Dex. Is it enough time? Is it enough time? But it was plenty of time. Well, what did you think about that 50-second mark, Shador pushing it up the field for that game-winning field goal? It didn't take no time either on the first drive.
Well, Tom Brady. That's what came to my mind. He kind of really give me Tom Brady vibes. At first, I kind of got more of like a Patrick Mahomes at Jackson State, and that was simply because everything was so dynamic and it was always the long ball, it was always pretty. But he's come to the Pac-12, and it's not always the long ball, and it's not always pretty, but it's there. And who that give me vibes of is Tom Brady. Uh, he just did what it took, man. How many quarterbacks are always just gonna do what it takes? Tom Brady. That's the first thing that came to mind.
I mean, listen, Shador Brady, like I said, we all know Shador. I mean, Tom Brady's involved with the Shador situation. That's why the heroics we're seeing is not, surprising. We brought up Travis. What do you see Travis Hunter doing in his return? I think they got a bye week coming up, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Then Travis should be back after. How big of an impact is Travis going to bring to this football team? Because I think they need him.
Well, he gives them a consistent receiver, a consistent defender that does everything right on the defensive side. That's one guy that you could say doesn't really commit penalties. You don't really ever see him out of position. He gives you a defensive back identity that says it's kind of like Coach Prime. You don't even look at that side of the field right now. I didn't see Cormani play too much. I mean, he may not have known some things early on in the game. I did see him early, but he kind of, I guess, got out the game. They pulled him out for some reason. I don't know. We're going to learn soon. But point being that Travis Hunter gives you just that stability. It's when he's on the field, He knows exactly what to do. And on offense, you look for him. On defense, you don't look for him at all, literally. And once he gets back, that kind of fear on the defensive side will come back for teams. Right now, they just going in Colorado, and we got some younger guys or some less experienced guys stepping up, making some good plays. And same on the offensive end for receivers.
Like I said, it's crazy. Now, we brought up Kamani McLean. Coach Prime been running his name through the mud, damn near exposing him. What's up with Kamani? Let everybody know how he played, because, like I said, how would you analyze his performance?
Well, he didn't play too much. He played a bit early in the game, but I feel like this is one of those situations where it probably was getting like it was in the moment too much. He probably didn't know what was going on. He probably missed some assignments, and he got pulled out of the game. And then he probably just spotted from that point on. I did see somebody say he was getting burned, but I think early on they hit him with the Colorado State special, which was they just kept running underneath drag routes on repeat. I don't know what kind of weakness Colorado has to where they don't know how to guard a drag route, but I think teams figured that out and they keep trying to drag route him to death. And he probably was in that first wave of getting destroyed by the drag route, and we didn't see him much. So I'm still waiting. I'll post a little post conference comments
Yes.
when I see
So
him.
make sure you drop the link to your channel too in the chat, Nico. Shout out Nico Savage. Y'all better go check out Nico. He gonna have a lot of post game reports coming from the Buffaloes. It's Flight Sports TV, man. We're a family. We connected. There's a big time season going on over here. God damn it. The Buffaloes is attack mode. I got Phonics in the building. Phonics, what's your thoughts on this performance? The Buffaloes win. Listen, the Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, Shador and company, they back to their winning ways. Let everybody know your thoughts.
I mean, of course, you're back to your winning ways when you play nobody. Here we go again. When it really counted, they couldn't put anything together. Now they play a lackluster team who they're supposed to be. They barely won, and now it's again we're playing for the Pac-12 championship here. I mean, are we serious, man? Are you people really this delusional? You have to be. Are we serious right now? Is this really something to celebrate? Then they got sent. Come on, man. Let's just stop. It's good win. Congratulations. You came off for 2 losses by way better teams, and you beat a lackluster team. Congratulations. Jesus Christ.
Well, damn.
Well, the only thing I can say in combating to that, as we witness a professional animist and a professional contrarian in finance, is that they did play somebody. They played 11 players on the opposition team, the Arizona State Sun Devil. That is somebody. It's not like they played a bunch of apparitions. These were real physical corporeal beings. So I don't know where you get the idea that, oh, they didn't play anybody. Colorado wasn't no hell of a team last season. Arizona State was a better team than Colorado last season and projected to be a better team than Colorado coming into this season. So where do you get that, oh, because they just happen to have a worse record than the Colorado Buffaloes, that they're not a formidable team? Colorado made this their journey. And if Arizona State made that their journey, then hell, fight Arizona State. Don't fight Colorado.
The Riders come out,
Arizona
man.
State, they'll also have the number 3 pass defense in the conference. There wasn't no pushover. Sometimes you just don't get the win in the end. But it showed. They probably was Shador's
I'm sorry,
biggest
Nico.
challenge.
My bad, Nico. Shout out Non-Swirl Zone with your $2 super chat. Want to thank all your support. Make sure you support us in the Cash App, the PayPal, the super chat. We got big things coming. This is a big time season. We're in the middle of it. The Buffaloes, the winning ways will continue. My bad, Nico. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I just want to give that kind of credit because that defense actually was something to be worried about, to be in the game. They couldn't get nothing on the board. So Shador Sanders, one thing that we can give him credit for is he started doing something that people have been begging him to do. He started running the football. The fact that Shador Sanders ran the football is why they won the game. And I believe that that is the reason that any defense you throw at him right now, it's not really much you can do if he don't be willing to take off in the pocket. and that's what's changed the game. So their defense was solid, but you got to come up with something to go against it. And Shedeur Sanders did. The passing wasn't working all game. Look at his numbers; they ain't that great. He's like 24 for 46, but he still got the job done. So that's why we congratulate him.
Well, that's fine, and you're a fan, and you drunk the Kool-Aid, and congratulations on that. And I'm going to tell you, they're going to watch tape, because thank God for tape, and they're going to figure out how to stop Shedeur. You know what they're going to do? They're going to break his damn legs. That's what they're going to do. So that's what Deion wants to happen to his son, so be it.
Fonny, control yourself, Fonny. Control yourself. First of all, Fonny, they already have tape. This is their 6th game. You think there's not enough tape? What more are you going to do 6 games into the season when it's practically about 6 games left? So what else more could you look for? So the tape is already there, and he still continues to defy the odds by bringing Colorado back in these Cinderella stories in these late cardiac kid type drives. You know football, you've seen this before, and you should appreciate when you have a rare commodity like Shedeur Sanders playing with an offense that is malnourished. I mean, they're decimated, for crying out loud. And you still want to find something bad to say?
Stop that with that manipulation. Them people can't even run the ball. That's why the stats inflated, man. They throw the ball all day. They don't got no running game.
Oh Lord!
You know what you can say to that?
Them stats inflated like a mug, man.
If you don't got a run game, what do you defend first?
I know one thing. You're going to stop coming in and interrupting me.
When you don't have a run game,
the ball, even when they running the ball good, they don't stick to it. What you talking about?
This dude don't know what he's talking about, man.
He's
just hot air. You just blowing hot air. You blow hard.
Man, y'all happy they be the bottom feeder in the Pac-12 by 3 points.
Was it Colorado bottom feeder? Come on now. Sky, the boogeyman. Was it the Colorado Buffaloes at one time bottom feeders?
Man, that's what I'm saying, man. That was the battle with the joke.
Right?
They were swimming with the shrimps and the lobsters and the clams and the oysters.
Dex, we got to attack what he said because it's not true. Every quarterback that Shedeur has played has thrown the football as much or as more than him.
No.
What do you mean? The quarterback for Arizona State threw 49 times. Shedeur's thrown 42.
Who?
The quarterback.
This guy do not follow the data.
Shedeur Sanders is throwing 42 times.
Nico, this guy do not follow the data. You know this already.
Right.
So giving him data doesn't compute.
What they got running? I ain't talking about what he ran. I'm saying running back. Look at the total yards. What they ran running with total yards with the running back. Not his yards, not rushing yards. Look at what the running back running.
The leading rusher was Hankerson, and he had 16 yards.
Come on, man.
But that should show you how good of a team they are.
Man,
they don't have a running game.
How good a team and they ain't beat nobody. That's
how you ain't what D1 scholarship? No, y'all. This is what I want to ask people.
Man.
What D1 school did you play for?
Oh, me?
What D1 scholarship did you play? Did you get? These guys are playing D1 players.
Man, I got an academic. But I got academic scholarship.
So you was in the stands.
I want to challenge that.
So you was in the stands.
That's what I got.
Watching D1 players play
this
football.
This is what I'm saying.
And you sitting up giving an opinion. You giving an opinion about something that you've never done.
Man, you ain't never been to Colorado and you giving an opinion. You never
I've
enrolled
never been
in
to Colorado
and you giving no opinion.
Football my whole life.
You never enrolled in Colorado and you giving no opinion. So what's the difference?
Oh, hold on.
You may have not enrolled in no colleges.
Hold on, Scott. My bad. This Jay, what's good? This JB.
I'm good, man. I just trip on how people say
you
they
good.
ain't playing.
Oh, listen, we want to. Hold on. This your first time coming on?
Yeah, I just been watching, man.
Well, listen, I want to welcome you to the platform. We definitely want to welcome you. Listen, kick your feet off. Your shoes are part of me. Make yourself at home. We want to thank you for coming out. Where you from?
I'm from Dallas, Texas, man.
Shout out to the Big D. You already
about to be moving to Las Vegas on November 1st, man. And I definitely want to go see, man. I just want to go see a man that gives these young men inspiration to do something they've been doing since Pee Wee football. Yeah. And we as grown people, man, have to stop looking at 18 to 20-year-old kids living out
Man,
what
you're a
we
man at
went wrong
18,
on.
20, man. I'm not going for that, man. You're a man at that age, man.
You can't buy
You're
cigarettes.
a
You ain't
man
no
at that
man.
age.
You
But
can't buy
listen, but
alcohol.
my
What kind of
thing
man you
is,
talking about?
They
if they
What
getting
kind of man
paid
you
now.
win,
talking
They
about?
getting paid now, huh?
but if they win or
Hold
lose,
on.
my
They getting
thing
paid
is,
now, huh?
they turn it
They
around
able
a
to join the army,
program.
huh?
They turn around a
You
Go to
can get
big
program.
jail.
paid
They
at
go to big jail or
15
small
years
jail.
old. What are you talking about, Scott? You can get
What?
paid at 15 years old.
Man, what
Is
I'm
that a man?
talking about,
Is that a
what
man? You
But
they
my
sound
getting
thing
paid for
ridiculous.
what
is
they doing, what I'm saying.
the
Sports.
uniform that they wearing, they was one win team last year. These players had to all come together from different places, and they learning and they building chemistry each week at a time. Now, every weakness that he's pointing out, that's what Deion will be walking in living rooms replacing next year. So yeah, they might have weaknesses right now, but even with the weaknesses that they have 4 wins. They are going in a positive direction. I mean, Rome wasn't built overnight. When Alabama first got Nick Saban, they did not turn around and just win the very first year. No, they didn't. And look at all the coaches that come from Nick Saban. Look at all the coaches that are head football coaches right now that was on the coaching staff. They did not do what Deion Sanders done.
See,
When
bro.
TCU got the new coach just last year, when he first got there, they did not just go to a national championship. So why are you holding Deion and these young kids that look just like you to a lower standard? And everybody that they beat, these people have been gelling and playing together for the last 2 or 3
Look,
years. They're
look.
not even in the same position as the chemistry as Colorado is. So why would you tear down something that they're building when they haven't even started building yet?
Let me answer that for you. Look, I'm not tearing it down. Basically, see, you must don't know me. What I'm saying is they not good. They the ones with the high hope on them.
So if they not good, they good enough to beat teams with players that got 5 4-star players that they
Yeah,
don't have.
you gotta hit this guy
Look,
upside the head with a sledgehammer. Okay,
look,
you said
look.
they not good, but guess
No,
what?
they not
They're
good.
better. They're
Huh?
better. How's that? You said they're not good, but they're better. Better
How
from what?
they
Better from last
better?
season.
How they
Sucker.
better? If they win 3 games more, that make them better?
Of course, if they
Yes.
won
You
one game more, that makes them better. Don't you
This
know
what I
math?
mean. This what I mean. This way y'all manipulating the game, right? We all know he didn't coach them there. That's a whole different team. So
Are
That's
you
why they're
crazy?
that's
better.
not even the
Oh,
same team. So he didn't make
ding
them better.
dong, ding
How?
dong. Somebody's pushing the doorbell in your brain. That's why they're better because he switched it up. He got
Man,
rid of that mess
look,
and he
they
brought
not
in some
look,
players that can be better
look.
than 1
That's
and
what I'm
11.
trying to tell you. See, y'all manipulating the words. Y'all started saying they got better from last year. No, the overall team that he brought in is
What
better than
else
the talent they
barometer can
had
you
last year.
measure them by,
That team ain't
Sky?
get better.
Sky, you sounding ridiculous.
How? You
What
started
else
saying like,
yardstick can you measure them by
all right, check
from the
this out, check
previous
this out, check
season?
this out, check this out. I'm gonna give
Everybody
you a
get
prime
measured like
example of
that.
what I'm saying. Most coaches
I would
come in
love
there and
to.
keep
I
the
would love to
same
get in on this
team that
conversation.
they have, right?
Hold on,
He
Scott. We're
coaching
gonna get
his
back.
own
Scott about to
team.
finish it. Hold on, Scott. You're gonna finish your statement. I just want to get in here real quick. Who's Brandon Cole? What's good? Shout out to you. You're gonna get in your statement in a second. I'm trying to figure out who you are. We got a lot of new people coming on the panel.
Hey, what's going on, man? How you
What's
doing?
good?
I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and
No,
finish,
yeah,
and
you
then
are. But
I'll
hold
come
on,
on in. Appreciate it.
before we keep going, shout out to you. We'll get to you in a second. Go ahead, Sky. My bad. Well, Sky will be back with us. It's
I
a
ain't know. What
yeah.
you talking
Go
about?
ahead. I was trying to get to this guy
Man,
because we having new people. I like to know who these people are. But shout out
this
to y'all. Go ahead,
If you're
Sky.
trying to get on the panel, there's a link in the chat. Just scroll up and
this
hit that link, and you are definitely invited to this exuberant experience.
all I'm saying is that they're not a top team they're still at the bottom too. That's all I'm saying. Y'all got the expectations on him. He can't fail me because I know it takes 3 to 4 years to do what he trying to do. Y'all the ones believing, oh, two more wins, 3 more wins. Oh, he
This
doing
guy,
something. Nah.
they only played 6 games,
Nah.
and they won
What?
4 of 6. That's not an improvement. That's 80%.
You started talking about improvement. The games he won is the games that they normally win. He ain't win nothing.
Why don't they normally win when they only won one game? And they're not the bottom two teams in the Pac-12 conference.
Can I just ask you one? Can I ask you one thing?
If
I was to come to you right now and say, "Hey, we can invest into this Burger King," but listen, right now the sales are low. The stores it just needs a lot of improvement. But if you can reach with 10,000, I reach with 10,000. They're gonna let us become owners of it. But the first thing we're gonna have to do, we're going to have to go in there. We're going to have to fire all the management because they're not managing it in the right direction. The employees, we're going to have to fire the employees, and me and you are going to have to sit down. We're going to have to interview with people. We're going to get some new cashiers. We're going to get some new cooks. We're going to have to get some new maintenance guys to give a new uplift to the Burger King. And if you say, yeah, man, let's go ahead and do that. So me and you now have to go in here and get rid of everybody. And the sales that was just now last month down to like only 20%. And our first 6 months since he played 6 games, we're up 80%. Are me and you not headed into the right direction of turning this Burger King around?
Check this out.
No, don't check it out. I'm just asking you a question. Are me and you not doing what we were supposed to do? Did we not go in here and turn this place around from just now, last month? They were only at 20% in sales and overall approvals, the Google apps reviews. Now we're up in 6 months.
See, I think what I'm telling you, you misleading.
No, I just gotta ask you. I want you to answer the question.
Guys, stop deflecting and answer the question. You use a master at deflecting.
Because I think he arguing over something that I'm just trying to.
I'm not talking football, sir. I'm not talking football. I'm asking you a question. Me and you.
I just told you that's a turnaround. I told you that.
Okay, so I'm Deion Sanders, and you are my assistant coaching staff at Colorado. We just now turned this program around, and we're playing against guys that last year they were scholarship players. They were 4 stars, 5 stars coming out of high school. Me and you only had one off season in 6 months. So if we was to continue to do a whole year together, we would now be one of the best Burger Kings in the whole region.
We talking. This is what I'm saying. We talking sports. This the whole.
I'm done. You're missing the point. Y'all keep going. I don't want to hold.
Look, I know what you're gonna say. See, it's a difference between sports and business. But this what I'm trying to get.
Can I go next?
Look, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. And I just got this one question for you. What is your expectations for him to be a winner?
Next year, going into the Big 12 after he did now.
I'm talking about this year, because I need you back on here.
Oh, he's already done
See,
what he needs to do.
I knew you was gonna say that. I knew you was gonna say that.
Because listen, because he walked into every last one of them kids' homes, and then he talked to him at a school and said, if you was to get in this transfer portal, I guarantee you, with you wearing the same uniform that other guys wore last year that only got 1 win, with us together, you will see where our 3-year plan is with you being involved with it is. So yes, right now, every player will say, hey, Coach Prime, you ain't lied to me. When I could have chose Georgia Tech, UCLA, other schools, and I came here, you told me that we will do better and we'll be headed in the right direction. I now believe in you that next year you see that we need an offensive line, we need some defensive line. I believe that next year you will be able to recruit the players to be added on to me.
So now that they 4-2. Now they 4-2. What is your expectation? You deflected from the question I asked you.
For them to continue to win 3 more games, become bowl eligible, and then players that are coming out of high school.
Please let me answer this.
So if they don't make a bowl game, that's a failure.
They only need 6 wins for a
They
bowl
only need
game.
2 more wins. So that shows me that they're able to do things that other colleges.
So they still got to play the game. I'm asking you a question. If they don't make it to a bowl, that's considered a failure to you.
No, I don't. I don't think so. I believe this man is headed in the right direction. There's other teams. There's other teams in college football besides Deion Sanders that will not make a bowl. Listen, to answer your question,
At this point, he didn't want you already. I don't even know why we debating over
My
it.
Well,
man,
listen,
they
Niggas
was
are
don't
you
make
one
going
and
to say
11
that
last
about
year.
every
What are
Okay,
you
coach
talking about?
that don't make a
JB,
bowl game this year? Are they in the
JB.
same? Are you going to hold them to the same
I
standard that
hold
you
him to the
held
same
Deion?
standard. I hold him to the same standard. Because
Okay.
everybody got the transfer portal. Everybody do the same thing. Ain't nothing
They
different.
All
was
right, can I
one
can
and
I go ahead and
Everybody
answer
11
do the
now?
last
same
year,
thing.
bro.
Everybody do the same thing, bro.
Go ahead, my man. Introduce yourself before you answer so we know who you are and who's speaking.
Yeah, it's what's
All
good
right,
with y'all.
hey,
It's Colin Deo. I'm just listening because
I appreciate it. All
man,
right, so
this
hey, check
don't
it out.
sound very
This is Brandon with
Check,
Brandon
check,
Co
check it out.
Photography.
Check it
Okay,
out. Check it out.
I've
Check
been
it out. Oh,
following
boss.
Deion for a very long
Hey,
time.
Brandon, where you from? Man, y'all new
All right,
guys.
I'm from Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Okay. Yeah, shout out to the 757. That's what I'm saying. It's your first time being on the panel. I'm trying to introduce myself to you. You know, we can ingratiate ourselves and we're gonna politic. But
Yes,
shout out
sir.
to 757 and thank you for joining us, man. It was an honor to have you. Give us your analysis. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I love the conversation. All right, so check it out. Here's the thing, and I want to lay this out for you guys so you understand everything that I'm about to say from the beginning to end. So check it out. When Deion took over Colorado, okay, we know Colorado was a 1-11 team. Everybody knows that. But what I want to do is I want to shed some light on what Deion did before he came to Colorado, because people keep forgetting that when he was at Jackson State, his first year at Jackson State, he was 4-3 when he took over Jackson State in the SWAC. Do you know what Deion did the next year? Deion didn't have the players when he took over Jackson State. After that first season, do you know what Deion did the next year? He went 11-1 and won the SWAC. After that year, he went 12-1 and won the championship. Now he comes to Colorado on a 1-11 team. They come in with 86 brand new players that has only been together for 9 months. Okay, not gelled together, and then they start the season 3-0. Okay, and then they lose 2 games. Now you're talking about a team that is seeing this for the first time. They are not together like Oregon. They're not together like USC. Teams that have been in the Pac-12 who have been playing against other Pac-12 colleges for a long time, so they understand the speed, they understand the strength, they understand the drive of these other teams. Deion's team has been together for 9 months. Half of these guys never even played at a Pac-12 collegiate level. So what they doing is absolutely incredible. Now, let's move forward to the games that they're playing. If Deion was to lose today, which they didn't, so let's just move on. Now they're 4-2. What if they don't make it to the bowl? I'm gonna tell you right now, Deion don't care about a goddamn bowl. Nobody cares about going to the bowl. This is Deion's first year. Nobody cares. It's not going to impact recruiting. It's not going to impact anything. You know why? Because Deion has played in the NFL. He is one of the best to ever do it. Every kid in America wants to play in Colorado. They want to play for
Not
Deion
true.
Sanders, the one of the
Not true.
best of
Not true.
all
Cap.
time. So
That's
what
cap.
they do this year is not going to impact his recruiting, because everybody wants to play for Deion, the black head coach, what he's doing and what he's building. So regardless if they make it to a bowl, regardless if they even win any other games, they know that this is his first year, just like when he got to JSU. But once he's able to build the team that he wants, once he takes care of the trenches, once he takes care of those big guys on the O-line and the D-line, the people to protect Shador, the people to go after the quarterback. He has all the skill positions right now on lock. He has the receivers. He has the running backs. He has the secondary. He has most of pretty much anything he wants, but he doesn't have the trenches. He's working with what he has because he couldn't pull everything out of the transfer portal before it was time to start the season. He can't spend his whole time in the transfer portal. So guess what he's doing? He's working with what he has. Now, he keeps telling you he's coming. What do you think is going to happen next year when he's actually able to build the team that he has? Now, I'm going to put this into perspective for you another way. Let's say Michael Jordan goes back to North Carolina. He takes over North Carolina as a coach. He goes 20-40 in his first season. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think Michael Jordan is going to have a problem with recruiting to get the team that he wants next year? Let's say Tom Brady, somebody who the GOAT, seven Super Bowls. Let's say Tom Brady wanted to coach a college team. He takes over a team. His team goes 5-8 the first year. But then he's able to get the transfer portal and get everything he wants for the next year. You think people not going to want to go play for Tom Brady, the GOAT, trying to make it to the NFL, the next level? So no, going to a bowl is not going to make them a loser. Not going to a bowl is not going to make them a loser. Winning more games is not going to have any impact on their recruiting.
Look, you cap, bro. I'm telling you this now, you cap, dog. Because every kid do not want to play for no Deion. Right now they got something called an NIL.
That ain't no cap. You ain't been watching. You ain't been paying attention then.
I just gotta say this, and I'm about to get off here. I enjoy y'all. I enjoy the platform. But listen, let me say one thing before I leave. Deion Sanders in the last 3 years and got the number one.
Yeah, bro. You all off.
But I just want to bring a fact to what you're saying to capitalize on what you're saying. Deion Sanders, they do want to play for him. In the last 3 years, he's got the number one player to come play for him. So it's only one number one. Travis Hunter, McKellar, and then they got the other one coming this year. But this is why I'm riding with Deion. I'm here in Dallas, man. I remember when his kids was coming out of school. He wanted to go to TCU first. Do you know what they told this man? With all the credentials that he had, the Super Bowls and Major League, all that, they told him you do not have enough under your belt to get this role. Do you know that's why this year Colorado played TCU at TCU? Because Deion Sanders wanted to prove to TCU that y'all made a mistake. Y'all should have gave me the job. So this is why he's really playing for us. And I don't know why a man like you is down in Deion.
That's about it. He wanted to play at. He wanted to coach at Florida
State next. First was TCU.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why. Because he ain't playing for me. Because he don't affect my life no kind of way. So
but he got to, because you up right now. He ain't talking down about what he's doing.
Hold on. He's not playing for me. I play for me. He playing for you.
I know, but when you played for you didn't have the opportunity for him to walk into your home. But I'm about to get off here, y'all, because it's late. But all I gotta say, man, is Deion is doing what he's supposed to do. And to answer your question, dude, it was TCU first. Then he reached out to his old alma mater because he felt like, well, hell, TCU would not give me the chance. I know my old alma mater will. All them Florida State jerseys that I done sold, and they told him no too. So what he done is went to the SWAC, because basically what's going on is
folks to get where he wanted to be.
No, what was going on was the white man kept telling this black man, there's no room for you here because you don't have nothing under your belt. So he said, I'm gonna go to a black school and give the black kids the same opportunities that these schools are supposed to have. And once he did that, he went to a program that could be no more wins less than one. One is the lowest it could be. And he's turning it around, and I just feel like Deion is going in the right direction. He's doing the right thing.
Because you entitled your opinion. This is all I want to say. Why I say I'm where I'm at with him. Since, like you say, you could say why you with him, right? Like everybody claiming he gonna be that good, right? His son leaving another year, right?
Yes. So that means another quarterback year, right? With that skill that looked like Shador say, hey, if he had the opportunity and he was in the Heisman running, hey man, forget me going to another school. I'm gonna be able to get the playing time because I know Shador's gonna be leaving. You got to open both of your minds, not just one side. You got to think. I've been doing this since Pee-wee.
You proving my
football.
Point. You proving my point. You proving my point.
What is your point?
You proving my point. So you sitting up here telling me You
Well,
looking for
here's
him to
the
be
thing,
better,
though, man.
right?
You keep forgetting all the recruits and everybody that is coming to Colorado, man. I mean, you got to remember, right now, he already has the #1 quarterback of the 2025 class in his back pocket in Bryce. Like, everybody wants to come to play for Deion for a reason, bro. He's not going to have any problem.
And another thing, Warren Sapp will
The
be
only people look at this what you don't
Warren Sapp
understand.
will already be joining his coaching staff. You know why? Because Warren Sapp has that Florida connection, just like Deion, to go into these homes in Florida and get these big old dogs that could be able to do not what Deion done. Deion was a corner. He wants Warren Sapp because he wants somebody that can teach these boys how to go attack that quarterback.
That's
He
right.
could have got
Good
anybody
content.
else, but he wants to get a dog to teach dog.
Perfect.
Good content. Oh my God, that's
And
good
them boys are
content.
going to go get it.
Man, everybody
Can you
can't go to
imagine the best
Colorado, so they're
cornerback
gonna
and the
have
best
dogs go
pass rusher walking into your living room and you play defense? You don't play offense. You're not a running back. You're not a wide receiver, but you got Warren Sapp and Deion Sanders sitting here asking my mama, can I come play for him? They gonna ask us your pen wet. Can we sign
I'm
right
gonna be
now?
honest with you, dog. I'm going
You
with
know
the
what? And on
NIL
top of
money.
that, man, you also got
I'm gonna be
Tion.
honest with
He
y'all,
has
man.
anybody
Colorado got
that
NIL money.
I'm
he
going
can
with
get
NIL
anybody
money,
he
man.
wants, man.
Colorado got NIL money. And listen,
Yeah,
let
I'm
me
going with the
compliment
NIL
the
money.
brother real
Whoever
quick.
offer.
Hold on, Sky. Hold on. Let me compliment the brother
I'm
real quick.
just being honest
Brother,
with
you
you.
were so spot on about that Warren Sapp situation. I'm remiss that I didn't bring it up earlier in the stream, but Warren Sapp is also a Super Bowl champion. So you're going to have two Super Bowl champions on the defensive side of the ball, one in the backfield, one in the trenches, trying to convince. And not only will they convince him, they're going to serve him very well. And listen, Colorado has no problem with paying a top player an NIL deal. They have no problem with that in Boulder. So that is not going to be an issue, Scott. But he's right on about that Warren Sapp situation.
They don't.
Keep
They
on
got
cooking,
plenty
brother.
of
Man, that
donors.
is the issue. Y'all steady saying that dude gonna be out. When his son gone, that boy out, man. Y'all don't even see the play. Y'all
We talking
y'all
about.
crazy, man.
I mean, we already contemplate that.
Did he
That's
tell
not
you
even
that?
it, though, man.
Hold on,
But
Nico.
you
1
got to
second, Nico.
remember,
Hold
like,
on, Nico.
freaking Deion's
Wait.
best
Sky, did you
friend
say?
is freaking Michael
Sky,
Irvin,
did Deion
the
Sanders
dude
tell
that
you
was
that?
doing all the work
Sky, did
tonight.
Deion Sanders tell you that? Or that's an educated guess?
What?
Did Deion Sanders say that he's out next year? Did he personally tell you that?
He didn't say that, but I bet
So
you
you
that's
know
what he
something
gonna
that
do.
Deion don't know.
Man, the man health and decline, man. He'll be stupid to say that.
I
Man,
asked you
here's
a
the whole
question. Did
thing.
Deion tell you
He
that,
got
or
5-year
are
deal
you making an
already.
Why we
educated
even
guess?
saying
He
with
had
one
look.
thing,
What you
bro?
mean? Y'all steady saying
This
he had a
man,
5-year deal.
yo,
He had another year on with Jackson State. He gave
why
him
we
that
debunk
back.
everything that you're saying with one
He
thing?
didn't have no
Dion
another year with
already
Jackson
had his
State.
number
Stop that.
one
He
recruiting
only had a
class in the
3-year deal
Burger
with Jackson
King.
State.
But overall, look at the
No, he didn't.
contract.
He had a
Look what
3-year
Jackson
Sky,
State
contract
don't
with
was
come here
Jackson
inventing
paying him.
State.
stuff.
Look what
Don't
Jackson
come here
State's
inventing stuff,
contract was
Sky. You
compared
inventing
to
stuff.
what he got at Colorado. Colorado just now last week tried to offer Deion a lifetime
This dude making stuff up.
contract.
That's right, brother. You got all the facts.
And do you
I'm
know
glad I don't
why
have
they
to
done
talk.
that? They did that just like they did Lou Holtz at Notre Dame so they can get the TV deal. See, this is bigger than what you thinking. What they want to do
Come
right
on.
now is get the TV deal. Have you ever had
Hello.
ESPN and Game Day
See,
on the
oh my
same
God,
day
Colorado
at
did not
one
offer
place?
him a lifetime deal. They was asking Deion, what if they did offer you a lifetime deal?
Right, that's putting it on the table. That's to see where you at
That's the same
before
thing
I
as
go
offering
to.
him a lifetime deal,
That
bro.
means I'm going to go to
It's
our
literally
Man,
an
game.
y'all
offer.
making up stuff in y'all head. Them people not about to give him no
They
But
not
you
making it up.
can't
y'all
He
guesstimate
asked you
what
what
the
you want a
definition of
y'all
lifetime deal.
lifetime
You
crazy,
just
is.
said
man.
what you
Lifetime could be
offered.
Yeah,
7 years,
man.
it could
Y'all,
be 10 years. We don't know that.
Normally,
yeah, man,
lifetime
y'all
I think is
crazy.
7, right? Lifetime is 7. I think that's a law, a federal law, and workman compensation. 7 years is the most that you can put an individual under contract.
I'm going to tell you
Within that
right
7
now,
years, within that
they're
7
going to
years, you
tear
can
that
extend it.
$30 million 5-year deal that he has right now, and they are going to redo his contract because he's already brought in over $200 million
Yeah.
to Colorado. So he's going to get another 5-year or 7-year million deal. They're going to tear up his current one, and it's going to be over $100 million for the next 5 or 7 years.
And let's mention the jobs. Let's mention the jobs that people are getting that now are working at the restaurants, because the restaurants are packed now. The new places that are getting built where they
absolutely. Oh my God, good point.
In their mouth now because Deion has come to Boulder. Because last year wasn't nobody going to the pubs, nobody was going to the bars. Now you got bars redoing they restaurants. He's building the whole
renovating.
Yes, did you hear there was a bunch of local businesses that was on the verge of closing before Deion got there?
Can I get in here? Can I get in here? My bad, gentlemen. I got the legendary hoop jogging in the building. Cliff, what's good, man? You hear what's happening, man? Shout out to you, hoop jogging. Make sure y'all go subscribe to my brother, hoop jogging, doing big things in the community. What's the deal?
I appreciate you. So, okay, so I kind of came in with you brothers saying that bars was closing, nobody going to bars. What are y'all basing that on?
Oh, I'm basing that on interviews that they having with bar people. It was a person showing they documents. This is like when they
there was a lot of even the local businesses.
No, I just want to ask them. There was people that when 2020 was there interviewing Deion, they went outside the community to see the impact. It was a place just a couple of weeks ago made over $1 million, like so much millions off the sunglasses. Do you know how long them sunglasses was just sitting on the shelf? It was they made the most money in one weekend that they've made in the last 5 years.
Brother,
5 years.
The goalposts move real quick. Okay, so here's why I'm gonna say this. I'm a person who played basketball in the SWAC. I coached in the SWAC. So I have like 5 years being in Jackson, Mississippi, of observing that situation. In my coaching days, I coached there at Boulder, Colorado for 1 year. I partied in that situation. So I've seen how that culture is as well. So I want to know, what are y'all basing y'all opinion on, so I can object, from my personal experience. So
I'm just saying that Deion Sanders, what I'm telling them is the impact that he's made.
The amount, let me do this. Okay. The amount of attention and the amount of the amount of business and the attention that he brings to Boulder in every game. The businesses was nowhere near making the amount of money that they are making now. Every home game, as you can see, Boulder home games are completely sold out. Tickets are up like $500 a ticket. Local businesses for the weekend, they talked about how much money. They interviewed local businesses, and they talked about how much money they made in a single weekend than they did in the last 5 to 6 to 7 years. And just the amount of eyes and the amount of attention that's on Boulder, the businesses are, the pubs, everything is just striving.
Okay, I respect that, and I appreciate that commentary. So I mean, we call it the prime effect. I mean, people like me people like Flight, we've been covering this shit for like 3 years now, because the local economy in Jackson has been affected, and now Boulder, it's been like a 6-month effect now. But let me say this to the listening audience: when I coached basketball in 2011, we played Colorado. Let me inform you guys and let you know that Colorado is like a baby Austin. If you've been to Austin, Austin is like 6th Street. It's like where everybody goes and they party and they get drunk and they have a good time.
Yeah, I'm right here in Dallas.
What part of Colorado?
It's the same thing like
Jordan. You said Jordan. You said Colorado is like Austin. What part of Colorado?
Yeah, so the campus wise, where all the bars are, it's like 6th Street. It's like Deep Ellum for the Dallas listeners. It's the same shit. Because when I coached, at Prairie View, we played against, Colorado. It was snowing outside. People were out there partying in full throat. Girls in skirts and all that shit. I'm telling you what I know.
I mean, that's a college atmosphere. If you can go D2 or D3 school and get that, I understand what you're saying.
No.
Okay, but hold on. Wait, can I shed a little light on something real quick? Let me shed a little light on something real quick. Boulder, Colorado is like 95% white. Okay, so what happens is they are now seeing people like Lil Wayne, Offset, all these rappers, and all of these people that are coming for the weekend, and they are striving. Now, if you take all of that away, you take the black community. You got to remember there was pretty much no black people hanging out in bars. And at night, it was basically the same people all day, every day. Now you got Deion, who brings in this other side of race, this other culture to add, to double or triple the amount of faces out there. It's completely different.
Have you been there personally?
They've never seen rapper. How many rappers have ever been to Boulder?
Have you been there personally?
Yes, but let me tell you what you're missing. Today's game was not in Colorado. Today's game was in Arizona.
Exactly.
And half, I want to say at least 30 to 40%, they had Colorado merch on. They bought tickets. This is what I'm saying. And when you were at Colorado, you wasn't getting that. The last time this happened was with Rashawn Salam, Cordell Stewart, and the tickets was not near what's being sold today. So you can't compare. I mean, I hear what you're saying. You could have been a dean there at one time.
They won $500.
Anybody on the panel, have y'all been in Boulder like that?
Well, we want to know this though. I understand
I've been to Boulder. I've been to Boulder.
And he left the swag.
I've been to Boulder. I've been to Longmont
for $700 and something when you were a coach.
Have you been to Boulder, Colorado?
No, you're not answering. The ticket prices $700 when you were there.
What does that matter?
No, but I have, but he's not answering my question.
Been there.
Was the ticket $700?
I'm gonna make your case for you.
Don't make the case. I don't know why people do that. Answer a question.
My nigga,
was the ticket $700 something when you were coaching at Colorado?
Have you been to Boulder, Colorado? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm telling you that.
What does it matter? I don't understand the point.
Why you can't answer? Was the tickets $85 or was they $700?
I'm about to make your case for you, bro. I'm just gonna set the groundwork.
Don't set no groundwork. That's all that politicking. Let's stick with A and B. So you can say C is the answer. How much was the tickets when you were at Colorado?
Nigga, I'm gonna lay it down for you.
Don't lay it down. Lay down how much the tickets were.
How much the tickets was, man.
They won $500. I'll tell you that.
Okay, guys, keep the decorum. Keep the decorum.
Because one thing I want to know is the seats are the same seats in the stadium.
Let me talk. I got you, bro. I'm Coach Prime all the way. I've been a follower of Coach Prime since Jackson State. I got you.
I've been with him since he was right here in Dallas coaching Pee Wee and when he was coaching at Trinity.
Since Trinity Christian, in Dallas, I'm with you. I've been with Prime for a long time. But let me just set the slate correctly. Because people say, like, okay, well, he made, Boulder what it was. I'm just telling you what I seen before Prime was even before thought of. It's a popping ass, landscape. It just is. But since Prime came in, the brick went up. The price of the brick went up. And I'm not down there, whatever. Like I'm the one of the dudes, and Flight can say this, Des know this, bro.
It wasn't back there. Do you know the last time that a Boulder or CU football game was sold out? 1996.
I'm not arguing.
1996 is the last time they had a sold out crowd, bro.
Listen, hold on, please. It don't make sense. We can. But we can't talk at the same time. Let everybody go. We got plenty of time. We ain't running out of no space. Let them talk, and then if you want to rebuttal or deconstruct, go for it. But let him get his point across.
I'm not arguing with you. Coach Prime has upped the brick everywhere he's been since Trinity Christian out there in Dallas, since Jackson State out there in Jackson, Mississippi, and now here in Boulder, Colorado. I know this. But what I'm saying is there was a culture there before that was very much cultivated for college drinking age. You're going out there and you're doing your thing. That was there before Prime existed. But Prime took it to the nth degree. So that's why I back Prime with all impunity. When all people say that, oh man, your record is you lost 2 games to Oregon and freaking USC. It doesn't matter though. He took Colorado to a state that they've never been in the last 2 decades. You talk about Westbrook. You talk about Cordell Stewart. Yes, we know this. But what I'm saying is, ultimately speaking, Colorado was a cultivated land that he came in and just it was great land to cultivate. And he came in there with his his I believe, mentality. You come in with your Louis, right? It's a perfect land to cultivate. And let me say this, and I'll let you guys have it. He won't be there long because he's too good for Colorado. Just the way he was too
I
good for
told him
Jackson
that
State.
already.
Huh?
I told him that. I'm trying to tell him
Well,
that. They say
I
I'm
wouldn't hear
cap.
when you said that. I wouldn't hear when you said that. So
Well,
Yeah.
this what
he
I'm
cap.
on. He's gonna be there long enough to do what he needs to be done.
gonna move
Because
on.
listen, because I know for a fact Jackson State first game this year was on ESPN. It wasn't like that before Deion got there, because when Deion was there, I used to have to find Jacksonville games on ESPN 5 and 6. So what I'm trying to say is, regardless of whatever,
Man, nobody, y'all making
no,
plain and
stop.
simple
Let's
things.
just
We
stop doing
already
that.
know Deion
Stop
come with
interrupting
resources,
people, man. Yo,
but we
stop
know
interrupting
Deion come
people.
with
No,
resources, man. That's
you
all we
stop
need to know
interrupting
that.
people, man. You've been doing it
fucking
all
annoying.
stream. Let these young men have their say. You be on the stream every day. We know what the fuck you gonna say. Let these guys have their talk, man, and stop
Please.
interrupting people.
Hey, just
Thank
mute him,
you.
bro.
Please
The
keep
only
the
thing I gotta
Man,
decorum.
fuck
say
you,
is
Dex, boy.
the
Fuck
only thing
you,
I gotta
boy.
say is I respect the fact that he is giving a man like Warren Sapp lost a lot. He's been through a lot. He's not only inspiring players, he's inspiring men like me and you talking to grown men. He's giving men opportunity to get paid on a level to get their lives back in order. You got to realize one of these cats come out of Oak Cliff that followed him to Trinity. Do you know how his family is living now, being able to be on the coaching staff at Colorado? So regardless if he do leave, when he leave, he's giving now somebody a chance to be a head coach that a lot of people denied him. He was denied a head coaching job at TCU. He was denied a coaching job at Florida State. So whatever he do at Colorado and however long he stay there, what he's doing is building revenue, building relationships, getting TV deals that even if he do depart, he's now going to leave another African-American man that would not have had this opportunity had I not been here, a chance to do something that can better him, his family, and the next generation of African-American men that comes behind me. But I know it's going to be a lot of African-American men that has to talk down on me, say what I do wrong or do right or whatever. But you might be one of the men that get hired by whoever Deion leaves in charge. So let's stop knocking what Deion is doing, because that man might have a blessing for you in the next 5 years.
Can I add this real quick? Yes, and I agree with you all the way. A guy like Coach Dancy, who was the head coach at Mississippi Valley, who's on his staff right now. So people have this tether like, oh well, you got to be a coach at HBCU. Listen, I'm a graduate of an HBCU. I played at HBCU, so I got my heart is near and dear to HBCU. The whole spectrum. But at the same time, you know what? I talked to a lot of Division I coaches who coach at the HBCU level, and you know what? You know what was prevalent? You want to elevate past that. And I know it sounds bad. I know it sounds abrasive. But everybody knows if you want to make more money, if you want to get more notoriety, you got to elevate past the HBCU ranks. And I get it. It's off-putting. But Prime, hold on. Prime is putting guys in a position where in the actual coaching realm, you're taking serious to get a real job where you can make in 300, 400, 500K a year plus for your duties. So again, you bring a guy like Coach Dancy from Mississippi Valley, you put him on your staff, and now he's gonna be taken serious for a Power 5 job. And it's off-putting, but that's what you got to do to get guys to the next level. And I'm just with it all the way with Prime. Go ahead.
Hey, have you ever heard of the chicken circuit? You remember back in the day when people used to
The
play.
Chitlin
Okay,
circuit. Yeah, the
now
Chitlin
I'm gonna
circuit.
tell you the HBCU as a whole, even black historical colleges, if you really want to break it down to it, it's really ain't nothing but a plantation. The school names, the whole program is not built for nobody that's working there to prevail. Look at the name of these schools and look at the towns that they're in. These are former slave countries. So you shouldn't even be embracing and wanting to build up you basically don't want to build up your slave owner. So you basically want to bring to the masses, using Deion, someone that can elevate your slave owners.
So
I might as well go to a Power 5 school
real quick.
because a Power 5 school will give your people an opportunity to get more rather than staying here in this coon fest and not give nobody an opportunity to do nothing but keep running the same circles year after year over and over. Look at the conditions of the fields, conditions of the school. Them people did not care until Deion came, and he only needed to be there for so long. So once I leave, my people will not be treated like this in these circumstances.
I'm at like okay, real quick, but for Buddy hop in. Let me ask this real quick. I'm gonna say this because I know this because Division coaches who I know who coach at the HBCU level, who's elevated past that, this is what they say. I'm gonna just say this implicitly. You gotta know. Listen, man, I love the swag. I'm a swag product from a player's level, from a coaching level. From the ultimate Division I coaching level, nobody respects the swag. So you cannot shit on these coaches like Prime, who understands the level, who understands the game. Like, yo, okay, listen, man, I want the best for this, but in the coaching world, nobody respects this shit. And y'all gotta understand this shit. So when I see this shit, I'm only telling you what I know because I talk implicitly to coaches who coach there, and who've elevated. This not respected. So you can't shit on coaches who want to step up and get to the actual level from the FBS in the actual level, of coaching in the Power 5 conference.
Yeah.
You gotta understand that's what the game.
I got a thing. So everybody knows where CU is going to the Big 12 next year, right? So you know who's leaving the Big 12 next year, right? You got Oklahoma and Texas that's leaving the Big 12. So you know who else is in the Big 12? West Virginia, Kansas. They are going to clean up in the Big 12 next year. So once, like I said, after this year, when Prime is
my bad. Go ahead, bro.
Right now.
Yeah, that was a rude interruption, but go ahead. Technical difficulty.
No, it's all good, man. But anyway, I was just saying when Prime gets to the Big 12 next year, man, it's gonna be crazy. But you know who leads the Pac-12 right now in interceptions and takeaways? Somebody from the HBCU, somebody from the SWAC, which is Simon Craig of CU. So, and back to what the guy was saying earlier today. Boulder was a thriving community before Prime got there. That's basically what his argument was. I don't know how well Boulder was doing before Prime got there, but they may have been doing okay. But now they are, before you was making $20, now you making $200. So that is a big thing. And like I said, I was trying to say, the last time CU had a sold out crowd, a sold out game was 1996. You're talking about almost 30 years ago. Now they're selling the whole season is already sold out for home games. That says something about Prime, and they are 4-2. And that says a lot. So what he's doing is captivating. It is incredible. And I know that regardless of how the rest of this season plays out, when these coaches go into these young men's house, and then Prime goes into these houses with Warren Sapp and everybody else, and like, look, this is what we did last year, but now I get to put this together how I want to put it together. And I just need about 7 or 8 more dogs in these trenches. The Big 12 is in trouble. It's going to be just like JSU when he started out 4-3 and then won a championship. All he needs is those trenches, man, and it is crazy. That's all he needs. So that is my time. I appreciate you guys for giving me the mic. You guys have it.
Good looking, man. You brought some good content too. We appreciate you. And don't be offended of anything that might have been said. It's just you come with your good content. Keep coming. Subscribe to Flight Sports TV. Before you leave, hit that like button and hit that notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. And also, my young brother, keep in mind that every game Colorado Buffaloes have participated in, whether in Boulder or outside, they have sold out. And who would have thought a Colorado University versus the Arizona State University?
And you know what happens if they do? You know, the last game that they just played, the people over the Peach Bowl, they was at the game.
Yeah.
And if Colorado makes it to the Peach Bowl, just saying if they do, you're talking about millions and millions of dollars. I mean, you're talking about a lot of money.
Yeah, but this was known since the last 2 years though at Jackson State. Like the numbers that Jackson State games would have was like uncanny. So this is kind of like found money, as it were.
You know what? That's good that you brought that in. Hold on one second, Nico. That's good that Hoop Jargon interjected the Jackson State dynamic, because how do it look now that Jackson State can fight hard enough to keep Prime in their midst?
Well, it's a lot that went into the Jackson State situation, if we're being honest.
I don't think that was the case. I don't know. Jackson's it wasn't really about them keeping Prime. It was about Prime elevating to the next level. Prime was there for 3 years and he did everything that he needed to do. He laid the foundation for the new coaches. He won 2 championships there. He did what he had to do. He brought celebrities there. He had the Prime effect at Jackson State. He's not, I don't know why people say that too, like he's supposed to stay at the HBCU and not elevate. He had to go to the next level for his children, for his career, everything.
Dix, I'm at one more thing, man. I'm gonna leave my source anonymous, but my source is credible. You know that Prime left a lot of stuff off the table that took place at Jackson. You know
yes, I'm aware of that.
I'm sorry.
I said yes, I'm aware that's a lot of stuff that he kept to his vest.
So Prime office got hit like 5 times, not 2 times, of getting burglarized.
He got robbed.
Yeah, it's 5 times, and he won't say it because he don't want to throw Jackson under the bus. And this is from
his son's car too.
Yeah, so this is an extremely credible resource that I have this from. So I won't say my source, but I'm saying that it's like 5. So it was like it was time to move around. And me being a former SWAC athlete, former SWAC coach, I'm telling you, it's a lot of bullshit in SWAC. And I hate to say it because I love the SWAC, I love my mama gumbo. Same shit. But I'm not gonna sit here and lie about shit I know to be so. It's the saying we said, man. On this SWAC, you see some shit like that. And the fact that Prime said that to my source, I'm like, that sounds about right. So when people try to say, oh, the 60-minute thing, you trying to depict Jackson State like this. Listen, I've been to Jackson, Mississippi 5 times in my life. Yeah.
I've been more than that.
Mississippi is. So I'll end the plane here.
I've never been.
Go ahead, Flight.
It's like that
I've
down
been
there.
5 times, bro. I've been to Jackson 5 times. And the stuff he say, bro, he held back like a motherfucker. So I give him a lot of credit for staying there 3 years, like the brother just laid out, because like I said, he's too good for Jackson State.
Facts.
He's too good for Colorado because he will leave Colorado. He will leave. I'm just saying, bro, like it is what it is, bro. Like just take things in small doses, take things in their proper doses, and just understand things as they are. I'll end the plane there.
Yeah, I just left Jackson, Mississippi, probably about I think 3 weeks ago. about 3 weeks ago, and this basically still a thing, very improvised. You gotta watch out because they country slick, but nevertheless they have its good parts. But those are listen, Jackson State is kind of different because you have a bougie aspect of Jackson, Mississippi, and then you have the low income aspect, and they really don't mix much. And I'm telling you that right now, it's really not much of a mixture with the foundational African American community that's on different polar ends of the financial spectrum. There's a lot of segregation down in Jackson, Mississippi, but not only white black segregation, but it's class segregation as well.
Right. Absolutely, Dex. Listen, I want to introduce the legendary. You already know what it is. AB the hero. What's the deal? Flight Sport.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, man? What a game today.
Yeah.
The Colorado Buffs came out with another W back in the win column. I gotta say I was excited about it because as we watched that USC game last week, we had a pretty solid crowd or audience chat watching that game, and it was heavy hate. And this Arizona State game came up, and they talked about how Arizona State looked so good versus USC, and how they were supposed to just run over this Colorado team. And so I was excited to see them come out with a W today. So I want to give a shout out to the Buffs on that accord. You feel me? And as the haters hate, you feel me? I just want to say, you know what I'm saying, that Buffalo keep on rolling. Now, they definitely got to step up a little bit more because you can't live up to your potential playing some of the way that we saw them play today, for sure.
Yeah, you're right about that. What about Shedeur Sanders? That was a big time clutch drive at the end. I think he showed again that he got ice water in his veins. This dude is electric. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the country. What did you think about Shedeur Sanders' game and especially that late drive?
Let me say this. I'm a big fan of Shedeur Sanders' game. I think how Michael Jordan would say the ceiling is the roof for Shedeur Sanders. You know what I'm saying? His future is bright. I think that it killed me because he had these moments where it's like, bro, you might be the best quarterback in college football. And then he had these other moments where I'm like, you have to do the basics. You can't take sacks. You got to have more pocket presence. Like he have some moments where the pocket presence is amazing and it looked like, oh, that's a Heisman caliber play. And then there's just some moments where the pressure come in and I just watch him like buckle himself under in order and not throw the ball away, not move out of the pocket, not feel the pressure, not anything. I think that once Shedeur Sanders begins to develop his pocket awareness a bit more and becomes more comfortable adding his legs into his package, because I get it, my man, he's grown up under the tutelage of a Tom Brady who don't have to run. So I imagine that he probably think he does not have to run because his arm is that good. But in today's college football landscape, if you have that dual threat, you help yourself out so much. With an offensive line who is that terrible, if they suspected that he was going to run more often, they wouldn't be able to send as much pressure, or they'd have to be much more strategic with it. It would buy himself a little bit more time, and it would bail his offensive line out a little bit more. But man, I think that the drive down to set up for that field goal is a beautiful pass over the top. I was appalled that my man tripped over air, and he should have just ran that into the end zone for a touchdown and a game-winning touchdown pass. But nonetheless, Shedeur, man, is showing himself to be a GOAT in this college football right now.
Can I ask you real quick, AB, what qualifies you to have your opinion, sir?
I will say, for me, I played college football. I played over at Iowa State. I played JUCO ball. I was ranked in the top 100 players in the nation and coming out of JUCO, top 5 cornerbacks in the nation coming out of JUCO. So I've been around the game a ton. Since then, I coached a little bit, and I just like know the game when it comes to that. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I look at it a lot different. I'm not just watching to see the highlights. I'm watching to see also where you can improve. You know what I'm saying? And I struggle with him, man, because I'm watching. I'm like, bro, he got it. But there are some basic things that you have to do as a winning quarterback, as an elite level quarterback, that he just sometimes fall into. And I'm like, bro, with your mentors, you should know better than that.
Can I ask you what are those basic things that he's not doing consistently?
The number one thing
every
is
quarterback makes mistakes every now and again, or they might not be on their A game every now and again. 20% of their plays might not look good, but what is he doing consistently over and over again that's not hitting for you?
I would say, to me, the biggest thing is the pocket presence. He takes a lot of sacks, and I think that the offensive line, in his case, gets thrown underneath the bus as like being tragic and being trash, but he has a lot of control over that offense. And so you heard in that last game where he had the ability to check and change plays.
Right.
Any really solid quarterback knows that if there's pressure coming, then we're changing it to quick throws, right?
True.
And if you have the ability, so sometimes if you're a quarterback, you don't have the ability to do that. You run in the play, so you find yourself in a poor situation. And so if you're an elite level, then you know how to move out of the pocket. I'm watching for him a lot of times where he's getting sacked with pressure coming from the back. You have to feel that pressure and move either up in the pocket or move out of the pocket and then get rid of the ball. My man holds it so long, he just stands there sometimes, or he just keeps retreating and not getting rid of it. Those are some of the things that I see. But I say this, his positives to me outweighs that. But if he got that figured out, that matchup last week versus him and your boy Caleb would have looked totally different if he was playing on that level.
It's a form of Big 12.
I won't say that.
Push back against that a little bit, just because I want to say it's a lot of schematic things that's going on with the offensive coordinator. I think the offensive coordinator over there is terrible. Just me personally, just from what I see. That's just my opinion. From what I see, what they have.
You use the head coach at Toledo, right?
That's fine. I'm not saying when I say terrible, I mean let me say it this way: the schemes that he's been putting together lately are not good.
No,
I'm not going to speak on him.
The personnel ain't
his
good.
Career
family.
in totality. I'm saying with the players he has right now, for him to be doing a West Coast style offense doesn't make sense.
Bro,
your best running. Hold on. Your best running back is Hankerson right now. Right or wrong?
No,
production wise,
it's Edwards. Edwards is the best running back.
No. I'm
Hankerson's the most tenured quarterback.
I'm not talking about potential wise. I'm saying right now, production wise,
Edwards is the best. Is the best halfback he has.
Exactly. Statistically, is Hankerson right now. He's averaging the most yards per carry.
Tenured, yes.
Yeah, right now he has the most production, is what I'm saying. I'm not, of course, potential.
McCaskill was actually the best running back.
I would go Edwards.
Fam, I gotta ask you.
I'm talking about in volume, but what I'm saying is,
hold on. I gotta ask you. Did you play college football?
I played high school. I played college baseball.
Okay, so it's just tough, bro. Because if you look at they have a three-headed monster at running back, bro, with Hankerson, with Edwards, and my man's Savion Wilkerson, bro. That's a tough assessment, bro, because they have all different skill sets at that, and they're still trying to figure that shit out, man. 6 games this season.
Let me just finish the point, though. I agree with what you're saying. It's a three-headed monster. They all have different, but my point is, when we talking about potential, I would say Edwards probably has the potential to be the best back eventually, but he's more of a zone running back. He's not gonna go power
In
eye,
between the
running
numbers. I
down
got you.
nowhere. He's not going in. You see what I'm saying?
I got you.
You can use them in the pass game, but right now, Hankerson is giving you the most production for what their offensive line can produce. When you watch them in any type of power runs, they're moving the line. They can get to the second level pretty well. Their guards is getting to the second level. If they tackle got a pull, they can pull. Hankerson's going to get the extra yards off of contact. You're not giving him, but you're still running a zone run offense with Hankerson, and that's not his game. That's Edwards' game. It doesn't make any sense. So now you can't get the run game going. They're running a West Coast offense. It's probably not exactly West Coast, but they're doing a lot of screens, a lot of throws to the flats. They're
Yes.
starting off. That's why they're starting off the game flat, because that shit does not work if you
That's a
don't have
fact.
the run game. The team does not. The opposing team, they don't respect their run game. So you can't keep doing all. You can't come out the game throwing to the flat, throwing short slants. That shit don't work. They right
Okay,
on
fam.
that
I'm gonna
shit.
say this, fam.
But it works against Colorado. Why Colorado can't make it work against them?
Because they don't have the personnel right now, and the
No,
schemes is
here it
This has
not
is.
been
working.
Prime for like the last 3
Here,
years, though, bro. Prime
I'm gonna
has been
say
a
something
second half
sooner
team
or
for the
later.
last 3 years.
what it is my man is right. The bubble screens, tunnel screens early on in the game. The reason why it worked for other teams but not Colorado is for some reason they just start out with that. And those type of offenses is all about, like, if you know it's coming, it's easy to make a play and stop that. Those
Exactly.
things you're supposed to run when it's lining up, right? It's third and long, and you know they're blitzing, so you're gonna run a screen or something behind it.
Yeah.
On first or second down early on, and we all know you about to run this. You're not going to hand the ball off because you don't trust your running backs like that. And you're trying to run those screens in order to establish a full running game. And when you do that, if we're prepared for it, which every team in America is preparing for that, it's all a numbers game. You're trying to get your guys in position and have one dude who can get over there and make the tackle. And they're doing that. And like he's saying that they're going 3 and out. To me, I always say the sign of like when your offensive coordinator is on some BS is when that is your running game. When they can't figure out how to establish a better running game, and you go 3 plays out there, and your first 2 plays are screens, you setting your offense up for failure.
Can I say this, AB?
Yeah, go ahead.
So maybe that's by product of a bad offensive line, because what I have seen is against Colorado State, they blitz with impunity, and not even like a design blitz, just their front four just blowing the goddamn offensive line up. And this has been like, tantamount for the whole season though. So can we give credit to the fact that they're trying to get creative because the O line is not great?
But they're not. They're
Good
not. I
question.
understand what
Good
you're saying,
question, Jarvis.
but in my opinion, they're not even being creative. I think that what they're
I
doing.
think they are though.
I mean,
Here's
okay.
what I
So
can tell you.
let's say even
I
with
don't
the
think there's
benefit of the
anything
doubt,
creative
let's say they
about their
are being
offense.
creative. At the end of the day, they're not using their personnel right. If Hankerson is your best production back right now, just as far as volume and production, why are you not running more power?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this though. Us Monday morning quarterbacks on this stream right here, we don't know shit compared to these dudes watching hours
I'm
and
not. I'm
hours
not
of
even
film.
trying to
No,
claim I do.
I'm just
But
keeping
I
it real.
can answer
I'm gonna
that
keep it real
question
with
though,
you.
if you allow me.
Hold on. I'm gonna keep it real with you. What college football coaches do, they spend hours and hours of film. So us Monday morning quarterbacks who sit here talking about, let's run power because Savion Wilkerson is the power back, right?
No, Hankerson.
They're doing it based on their personnel. So
Thank you.
I'm
There
just
you go.
saying,
Good
for all
choice of
those dudes
word.
who
Personnel.
hold on, I'm gonna land the plane here. For all those dudes on this stream, just free game that our free internet time that we talking about. Oh, we should do this, do that. These dudes get $100K, plus a year, who actually go and watch film and actually game plan and strategize. I'm just saying, what you're saying is more likely 90% bullshit on this stream.
Let me say this. Here's the thing that that happens with college coaches. And you're right. It does come down to what they feel like they have in personnel, right? But the thing that handicaps most college coaches about when they're trying to explore their personnel is the paycheck. It's why last week Omarion Miller goes out there and kills.
Right.
And then they say, we didn't expect him to do that.
Yep.
And you get these guys who might go out and kill, but you don't give them opportunity because you think like, who is the person in here who's going to do the best job, be the most consistent, and I don't want to take no risk, and I want to call a play that I feel like is going to, and so they get hampered by that. And so you have a whole sideline of guys who you recruited, who you thought was going to be the dude, and you don't play him. And
okay,
so
AB, okay.
And let me say this. And so that is one of that's one of the biggest things where you second guess it and you try to go with like the simple play, and you say our playmakers is 5, 10, and so we're gonna get the ball in their hands. But when the whole stadium knows that's what you're doing, you're cutting your legs off. At sometimes you have to make people think you might run the ball. Yep. And if you do that, then you open up more opportunities for those guys. Because if we're lined up as a defense to stop your receivers out here and you run the ball, you might crease one, and we can't let that happen. So now we got to bring it in, and then now we gotta you open up some opportunities for your receivers, like you mentioned versus that Colorado State game. They was getting pummeled by, that's not a blitz. When you only rushing 4 down linemen, that's not blitzing. That's just man handling them.
Agreed.
The difference though is your defensive line rushes different when it's a pass rush versus when it's a run. When it's a run, it's about staying in gaps. When it's pass, it's about getting to the quarterback. If we know it's not a run, we just going balls to the wall. Let's go get this sack. And we know the quarterback not going to run nowhere. He's not going to move the pocket. He's not going to roll out. He's not going to do anything. He's just going to settle. That's what you saw that CSU game. And that's why I say the creativity is limited at times. But they do such a good job when they let Shedeur move the ball vertically and not horizontally to the sideline.
Yep.
I don't know who that is.
Well, listen, AB. They have a running game by committee. There's no running back that has presented himself as the feature back, and they understand that. Right. And like who Jargon said, it all go to being familiar with your personnel. There's nobody there in the backfield they trust based on the malnourishment of the offensive line. When I watched that game, according to my trained observation, the line was worse than trying to keep the spaghetti in the string, because every opportunity it showed where the Colorado Buffaloes was going to drop back the pass, and the way that the scheme was designed for Shedeur to take 3, 4, and 7-step drops, he couldn't even get to that. As soon as he starts backpedaling, here they come. The line is getting crashed in on. And I'm like, my God, this line is so anemic. You can't run the ball like that. If you ain't got no beef up front, Paul, you can't run the ball like that. There's no way. I don't care how much thunder you have in that backfield or how much lightning you have in that backfield. If you can't get any kind of surges into the defense and have them backpedaling, there's no way you're going to have a efficient or proficient run game. And then also, we know running because you was a football player. And I think you play linebacker too, right? So you know running. Okay, cornerback. You know when a team going to run the ball, right? They're basically running the ball to keep the defense honest or keep the defense off balance and bring equilibrium to your offense. So the way that the Colorado Buffaloes are scheming, to me, from what I've witnessed, is that they try to use their pass game to set up their run game. It's almost like how the Steve Young San Francisco 49ers was or the later years of the Joe Montana 49ers with Roger Craig, and with Steve Young, you had Ricky Running Waters, where you had the long handoff, what they called the long handoff, which basically was a straight swing pass to some degree. Because the 49ers, if you could remember back then, in that West Coast offense, they never had no beef on their line. They just had quick, swift linemen just to put their body in the way, and then they was able to do that, which is now illegal, the chop block. That's what made the 49ers a line, you know, pretty stout based on their swiftness and technique. But they never really had no beef for the 49ers offensive line. And it looks like this situation is going the same way with the Colorado Buffaloes, but the play design is not comparable to what the offensive line can do well or don't do well. It just seems like they're playing in a way where the offensive line is matched like a Dallas Cowboys line or Washington Commanders line, or what's the other, the Green Bay Packers line. You know what I'm saying? Those big old guys that they don't have at Colorado, but the coaches' scheming seem like it's for that kind of line. So that's why they can't really run the ball with any kind of definition, because the line is so malnourished.
Dex, I got you, Dex. So here's reality. This is a year one project with a coach who inherited a 1-11 program. That's reality. You're not going to fix everything. And as we know in the trenches, AB, and listen, I'll defer to you all day and twice on Sunday what your football opinion is, because you played Division I level. I played Division I basketball, but I talked to a lot of Division I football coaches. So that's what my opinion is based on. But listen, I would defer to you all day and twice on Sunday. But what I'm saying is, we know how this shit goes. Nobody turns a program around in 1 year. It does not exist. Jimbo Fisher, Nick Saban, you name them. It does not exist. So year one, the trench work is where you got to have the most improvement. And as we see, Colorado has the most deficiency on both levels in that capacity. So you bring in a guy like, again, the former Toledo coach, who's your offensive coordinator, who has a brilliant quarterback mind. And listen, in the chat, no disrespect, he forgot more football than y'all know. That's just reality. We saw it against TCU when he schemed perfectly against TCU with a win that, listen, Colorado had no business winning that game, and they won it. And we saw the methodical, West Coast offense, kind of, stretch thing that they did, and they won the game, right? So now, and here's the thing about Division I sports. When they get film on you, then they can key in on what you do well. Travis Hunter, who is, the best player by tenfold on the Colorado, football squad, has not been a part of the team for the last 3 weeks. So now you can key in on Shador, who tends to hold the ball a little longer. The offensive line, who has deficiencies. You have, and shout out to Amarion Miller stepping up last week, and now he's a fixture now. To AB's point, you don't know what you have with the Colorado, whole schemata, but at the end of the day, you do though. You know what you have. You know that you can press them a lot. You know the offensive line is suspect, and you can make Shador make decisions. So going forward, Colorado is going to keep redefining who they are by film, by committee, by understanding who we are with all that turnover, as far as the transfer wire, and you got all these guys coming in, 85 new guys from the team. And it's like, I slated this team to have 6 wins before I even seen any wins or losses. And they pretty much going to be on pace to what I said. And a lot of people just are so all over the place with the prognostications. Oh, well, they can be this, like the Shady McCoys. They could be a 10-win team. No, they won't. Oh, this team won't win 2 games. No, they won't. The truth is always in the middle. So it's just funny to watch this thing play out. And you just got to let the thing play out, man. And you got to let tape play out. You got to let scheme play out. And you got to let the coaches do what they do. and adjust to all this stuff, man. And this was make college sports as good as it is. So I'll land the plane there, man. It's just fun to watch. It's good to watch, but you gotta let the shit play out in its natural order. I'll land the plane there.
I agree with y'all on a lot of the stuff that y'all are talking about, right? The thing that I was saying, and this is why I was saying, to me, the thing that Shador needs to do to take it to the next level, right? I think that from what I've seen with them, the way that they've played without Travis Hunter being in there, if he came back next week, I think that the big issue he's going to have is he was in hell of a shape to be able to play as many snaps as he was. And so he might not have the same wind, but I think that he makes them a much better team.
That's
And
a
so
good point. That's a good point.
From what I see, I wouldn't be surprised if with him in there, they could run the table for the rest of these games. If they did that, I would not be surprised, because they have moments in which they look like, yo, we can figure this thing out and we can get it together. I will say also, part of the difference between what Coach Prime is doing now versus teams of the past who have not been able to turn it around in 1 year, going from a 1-11 team to what they can do this year, is in the past, if you go back to Florida and Urban Meyer and those guys, you got to wait on your recruits to come in, right? You got to wait. You got to recruit guys from high school, get them in the program and develop them, and then eventually you get it. The difference with this transfer portal and this team is you're getting guys who have played before, who've been in college, and so you can flip a team in 1 year. So a lot of people were really nervous about what could happen soon as the thing jumped off, but I feel like we've seen from them that, like, it's like NFL free agency. It's the same way you could in the NFL be a trash team 1 year and then be in the Super Bowl the next year, or you could be in the Super Bowl and not be in it, is what college football has turned into from my eye, And so I think that that's what we're seeing. But this team has impressed me. My critique of them is the things that I think that if Shador tweaked these things, the Oregon game would be a little bit closer. The USC game would be a little bit closer. But they seem to have firepower and have enough talent on that team to play versus I believe that they'll be able to play versus any of these Pac-12 teams coming up, especially if they get Travis Hunter back in the lineup.
Okay. So beside this team, who have you seen do that? Because we've seen Texas A&M with all this roster turnover trash with Jimbo Fisher. Who else we seen do what Coach Prime is doing?
That's what I'm saying. It is new, but I think there's more opportunity for it. We seen Coach Prime go get Travis Hunter, who is, and the unique part about this is Shador Sanders, who, like my man Lincoln Riley, went over to USC and they instant success. But that's also, we watched him take his quarterback from Oklahoma with him. We seen them do that. You know what I mean? So you really
taking Jordan Addison from Pitt.
Yeah, you see the key positions in this. He's taken it. The quarterback, Shador, him, and they already got rapport. Him and Travis Hunter already got rapport. You got Shiloh Sanders already rapport. You got some of those guys, the kicker today, Mata, already.
Savion Wilkinson.
Exactly. So to me, I think that might be what is the difference. But like, it would have been impossible to do this 2-3 years ago without this transfer portal. You wouldn't have been able to have your quarterback right away. You wouldn't have the number one player in the country on both sides of the ball jump right in and already have some semblance and rapport with your quarterback and all. It wouldn't happen. And so I think that's it's hard to compare what they're doing to what everybody else is doing, because this is so unique of a situation.
That's fair. All right. I'm just saying, like, this is abnormal. That's what I'm saying.
It is abnormal for sure.
It's very much abnormal.
But it's
Nico stated that Caleb Williams is getting 5 seconds to pass the ball. So
Yeah.
basically, he's insinuating that the line there is a little more stout than with the line with Colorado, and this is why Shador seems like sometimes he having mental lapse.
Well,
But
it's a lot better situation, in my estimation. Now listen, Caleb Williams is a better quarterback than Shador Sanders. It is what it is. However, is he in a better situation? Absolutely, absolutely. But I mean, I'd be remiss to say that all things equal, that Caleb Williams is still not the better quarterback because he is. But go ahead.
yeah, I agree. Here, the reason why I agree though, he got more elements to his game. Caleb Williams will run the ball on you. He will throw the ball, and he will move in the pocket. If you watch that, when I watched the Colorado USC game, one of the biggest differences, the for Caleb Williams, he is stepping into the pocket and then moving out of the pocket when pressure is there. It's really hard to make him uncomfortable because he's not where you think he's going to be at on every play. Shador Sanders, 90% of the time in the pocket, if you go back and watch him, is directly behind the center every time. You will be hard pressed if you go back and watch Caleb Williams do that. Find 2 plays in a row where he is in the same spot when the ball is snapped. He does have a better offensive line and all of that stuff, but that is the intangibles that makes him a better quarterback, like my man Hoop was saying.
I just want to say something.
Okay, yeah, Nico, go ahead.
I mean, if you give Caleb the line that Shador has, and you give Shador the line that Caleb has, it wouldn't even be a question of who's the better quarterback. This conversation is being had with much less of a line, and that should set something off in your brain that this shouldn't even be possible. This dude, we've seen the matchup against Caleb and against Shador. Caleb got sacked once, maybe twice, and that was on a blitz. If it's 4 guys, he's sitting there. We seen one play where he scrambled around and had the ball for at least 8-9 seconds. It's absolutely unreal the way his line is
Did you
playing.
hear what you said? Scrambled around.
But can I just?
But he
add
can
to what
scramble
just
around when you
said?
got protection like that. It's
I
nothing
just
to
want
scramble around when a nigga on your ass already.
I want to add to
It's
what Nico was saying right here. I'm gonna just lay down some statistics, some facts, real quick. Caleb Williams, on top of all of what you've been saying about his offensive line production, listen to the players that he has around him. He has 2 wide receivers averaging over 22 yards per catch. He has 3 running backs that are averaging over 8 yards per carry. 2 of them are averaging 10 yards per carry or more. Their main running back is averaging 8 yards a carry. If you have that production around you, defenses cannot attack you the same way that they're attacking Shador Sanders. It's not possible. They're not sending 6 on a blitz, dropping back 5 in coverage, and just knowing that they're going to get you. They're going to get and sack the quarterback or at least make it difficult for you because they know that your offensive line can't hold up. They know you don't have a run game. It's a
I do
completely
want to say
different
this.
comparison.
When we watched that matchup, right? They couldn't even tackle USC's running back. It had to be the two to three guys every play to get him on the ground. That dude is built like a bowling ball. I ain't gonna want to say it, but he kind of like a Nick Chubb. That dude was very hard to bring down. So you blend that running game, that potential there, with an elite line. They are great. I've played line in my life. I know what a great line look like. And that line, at least 4 of them should be going to the NFL, minimum. When you have a line that good, of course you can sing the praises of Caleb Williams. I'm not saying he wasn't a great quarterback not at USC. He still was a good quarterback. But if you were to flip the roles, I think we would be talking about Shador Sanders as the best quarterback in the country by far. You give him time, he make the right play. That's all you can ask from a quarterback.
I'm gonna add this real quick, Nico, because what you're saying basically is the Dorsey theory, who was a quarterback in Miami in 2001, and he had this great team around him, and like he was horrible in the NFL. So I understand what you're saying. Like you got all these parts around you, so you look better than what you are. But what I am saying is, I watched Shador Sanders for 2 years in Jackson State, so I'm just giving a true assessment. Whereas Jackson State had talent beyond the SWAC, we all understand that. they've had four NFL prospects in that little nucleus when they was head and shoulders above, the competition. And what I did see with Shador, year one, a lot of lumps he took. Holding the ball too long and not, being, astute to like the rush. Last year had a great year, but that's when he had so it's the same privilege you're saying that Caleb Williams has now at USC. He had the same privilege, at Jackson State, having Savion Wilkinson, having Shane Hooks, having Travis Hunter, having all the guys. He what's my man at TSU, Quadarius Davis. He had all the receivers on top of receivers on top of receivers at Jackson State last year, right? And
Yes.
kudos to him because Shador he grew a lot. So I gotta have the same type of smoke for like, okay, at the level, Shador looked damn good last year. And this year he's having growing pains playing Power 5, to your point. But I cannot penalize Caleb Williams for having that same privilege that I saw Shador with last year. So if I'm just comparing what Shador was last year to what Caleb Williams was last year or like this year, he's just a better quarterback because he, amongst all the privilege you have, what do you have in your bag? What's your athleticism prowess? And I think Caleb Williams is just on that Patrick Mahomes prowess. I think Shador is playing to what his original prognostication was, which is like a Jacoby Brissett kind of guy. And I think there's nothing wrong with that at all. And people
You
said
sounding real disrespectful right now.
Jacoby Brissett, NFL quarterback though, so that's
right.
You gotta.
2 years ago,
that nigga
people said
trash.
that Jacoby Brissett was a stretch. 2 years ago, people said Jacoby Brissett was a stretch. Like, no, I'm watching Shador. Like, yes, I see Jacoby Brissett, and nothing wrong with that at all. But now
It
it's like,
is. You said the other niggas like Patrick Mahomes.
Crazy.
Go ahead.
These are two different levels of human. Patrick Mahomes and Brissetta, that's like a dumpster.
Absolutely.
In comparison.
Shador Sanders is no Patrick Mahomes. No, absolutely not.
I believe he is because you just talked about how great he looked with the
years. Then the road meet the road, though, bro. And I love Shador. Like, listen, I've been a Shador fan since day one, but I'm not gonna sit here and overstate who you are. It is what it is.
What is there to overstate? The numbers play over. He's throwing 40 touchdowns, 4,000 yards with 6 interceptions.
Sonny Cumbie, Brody Croyle, like niggas put numbers up. Fuck the numbers. It's what do you? How do you?
It's not just numbers. It's completion percentage, IQ, arm talent.
Sonny Cumbie, Johnny Chang. Niggas put numbers up, bro.
Bro, you gotta put.
And Caleb Williams putting numbers up too, but I know it's because of that God tier offensive line.
The throws he makes under the situation though.
He makes great throws.
Yeah.
He's the elite
under what
quarterback,
situation? Bro. A clean pocket? His pocket is beautiful every time.
Clean pocket. He adapts to the situation, bro.
Yes.
He doesn't really have to adapt as much.
Well, there's nothing to adapt to. Every team they've played, they've been beating the ass off.
That's not true. They played close games, bro.
Shador played them and walked them niggas down.
Oh my God. No. Okay. Listen, in 2 years we can revisit this. Listen, I'm a Shador Sanders fan, so I'm not trying to downplay him on no level. I'm just saying the truth is truth, bro. Go ahead.
I just want to address that holding the ball too long thing. Like, if we judging him by what we usually see in the NFL, the average 2.5 second pocket time, he's definitely holding the ball too long. If you were judging him as an NFL scout or something.
Yes, he is. Fact.
100%. But when you talking about college football, bro, the average pocket time is 4 to 5 seconds. He's not holding the ball too long for college football. Niggas can't block for 4 seconds in college football. Caleb Williams gets 8 seconds some possessions. A lot of possessions, he's getting 7 to 8 seconds.
I'm talking about Jackson State too, though, bro. If you watching the Jackson
It's a lot of bias here, man. I hear a lot of bias here.
No, it's not even biased. I'm not a fan.
He's been doing this for years, bro. Holding the ball too long. This has been Shador's.
But what do you mean by too long? We have to put that in the proper context.
Over assessing the situation, not going to the easy check down and looking for the big play. That's been Shador's lecture for like 2 years, bro.
But he hasn't done that at Colorado.
No, I'm talking about his whole body of work. I'm not talking about Colorado. I'm not
But he's getting
I'm
better
not a
though.
hype beast, bro. I'm
Exactly.
talking about his whole everything I saw for Shador
But we
for
can't
3 years
compare
now.
his freshman year
He's
to
number
being in
2 in
the
the
league.
FBS in passing yardage with
Yes,
the
but I'm
offensive
saying,
line that sucks.
but be damn all that though. Again, like Brody Coral, like
Come on, man.
Sonny Cumby. I'm not talking about just yards. I'm talking
That's a
about
Caleb Williams
realizing.
archetype.
I'm sorry.
That's a
No.
Caleb Williams archetype.
All right.
This dude is
Well,
cooking because
in
his
a
line is
year,
allowing him to cook. That's like any
in 2 years,
quarterback.
we'll see.
No, but that's not. Here, this the
He's a
thing.
good quarterback, but we looking at Shador put on a masterpiece of football with the quarterbacks. Achilles heel will always be his offensive line. It don't matter how good you are if you ain't got a
He had an
line.
offensive line at Jackson State, bro.
Here's the thing.
And he threw 40 touchdowns, 6
Right.
interceptions,
Yes, he did.
4,000 yards.
Right. And
You
then when
give
he
him a
played
line,
against a team like
and
North
he
Carolina
lost what,
Central,
2 games?
we played against North Carolina Central. There was discrepancies against South Carolina State the year before that in 2021. We saw discrepancies. I'm just saying what I see, bro.
Oh no, I appreciate that,
Here's what
but
I'm
I'm just
saying.
saying on
The
Caleb's side,
difference.
you got to say what you see here too. Bro is getting a lot of time to pass the football. You
The
give him Shador
difference.
line, he ain't looking that good.
What I'm saying to you, here's what I was saying. The biggest difference between them two is not that he is holding the ball too long, because whoever said that was right. Like you should be able to hold the ball longer in college football. But the reason why most college football quarterbacks hold the ball longer is because your quarterback is so athletic, he can get outside. If you watch Caleb Williams, you rarely see times where he is just holding the ball behind the line of scrimmage and not moving with it. That's what I was saying. Is that's the biggest the thing that I see him do that I don't like is he just goes back and back and back and back, and once the pressure gets on, he just balls up. When I'm watching Caleb Williams, I'm seeing the pressure come and then him move away from it, or him anticipate the pressure before the play and immediately start going somewhere else. And then that's what's buying him time. He's not just staying in the pocket, watching down the field, patting the ball until people come and get him. That's the biggest difference between the two.
You know why he could do that, AB?
Now, AB, I want to say
He could do that because he trusts his offensive
I
line.
was just about to say
but here's the thing. But that's the point though. Even if you didn't trust your offensive line, it incentivizes you to be better at moving out of the pocket. If I know that y'all not blocking, then I know that we got to move the ball. I got to get out of here quicker. I got to get rid of the ball faster. I need to run. I'm watching the blitz come, and I need to have a quick game to get the ball out to. I know I got to check down because I don't trust y'all. And it can't be a trust thing because he literally is just standing there getting sacked. No quarterback wants to be sacked. That should be the last thing you would want to do. And that's what we see. If
now,
you can't tell
can
me
I
you don't
address
trust
that?
the O-line, yeah.
Can we admit that he's been sacked probably his first 3 games way more than the past 2?
it's
At least
abnormal.
3-4 times more.
For
He's
sure.
been getting outside the pocket. He's
Yeah.
been running the football. He's making the adjustments we want to see.
Yeah.
He's doing everything you should do as a quarterback that has the ability to do so.
Which
The
I
things
loved
that
it.
you want to say that are making Caleb better, he's making these adjustments without that ability from his line to get comfortable like that.
They don't win the game today if he don't run the ball and get out of the pocket. If he don't, you know what I'm saying? He had a rushing
2 rushing
touchdown.
touchdowns.
So
Last week he had some rushing touchdowns. So that's what I'm saying though. That's where I started with my is not criticism. It's more critique of if he wants to keep going to the next level, he has to do that more. He can't say our offensive line is trash and I'm just getting sacked a ton. He has to say, like, it's football. If you do something really well, there's typically something that we can do to counter or offset what you're doing. And that's what he has to do that. He can't just say my offensive line sucks, so I'm just gonna get sacked. He gotta run. If he runs the ball, then that helps them not feel like they can rush so many people because now you got to have a quarterback spy. So now it is just the defensive line that gives your offensive line a better shot because now we only got to block 4, maybe 3 people. and that's the big difference between them. So I see it. You're right. I do see him making improvements, but he got to do it to another level if he gonna be to Caleb Williams level.
He already is there.
Hold up.
Oh, we got coffee to the world.
With all due respect to AB the hero, because the man played football. All due respect to Hoop Jargon. But y'all must really didn't hear the way Nico explained it. How you let this go above your mind? How you let this go above your head? When he said, hold up now, that man said this is critical. Switch the line. Give Shedeur USC line and give Caleb Colorado offensive line. Them horses up there they had at USC, and they only still lost by 6 or 7. And then USC lost today to Arizona. Shedeur is the best quarterback. You can't tell me because he hold the ball, he can pitch that. That's nothing. The man giving any time, you can't give him 2 or 3 extra seconds. If they can just hold the ball 2 or 3 extra seconds, the man, I see everything. Now, you can say that Caleb got more in his bag. He can do this, he can do that, but he got a line out this damn world. It's like Jim McMahon, when he had the line he had. Jim McMahon wasn't shit. He couldn't even scramble. But look at the line that was home for Jim McMahon. And look what the Bears did. And Jim McMahon ain't shit. But Jim McMahon had hard. He threw that ball. He had time to find it because they would hold it. Jim McMahon had about that 10 seconds every time. So you give a Shedeur Sanders a line like that? See, when you say, Shedeur ain't that good, he ain't that good, how in the fuck did they almost come back and beat? If they had at least 2 more minutes on that clock, it was over with.
Shedeur had a line like that last year, Coffee.
No.
Yes, he did. They lost to North Carolina Central. And they lost to
and hold up. And Shedeur clown too. You're right.
Yeah, he lost.
Hold up. No. How many games you lost last year? Come on now.
He lost 1 game last year.
Okay, so look what we're saying.
Caleb ain't won shit either.
Hold up, look at what we're saying. He lost 1 game.
Bro, I'm not hating, bro. I'm just calling down the line, bro.
Wait, how many games USC lost this year?
One game so far.
Right, who they lost to?
USC is undefeated.
Y'all niggas love too hard,
no,
bro.
Wait. Y'all giving out wrong information. USC is undefeated.
Yeah.
And they're down to Arizona. They didn't lose.
No.
They beat Arizona.
They still playing right now.
What's the score right now?
What's the score?
17-14.
Third quarter just started.
Okay. So
they on the brink of losing.
Arizona's winning.
Hold on. Let me say this point, and then you can go ahead and get it.
All right, go ahead, fam.
He just lost 1 game last year, and look at Caleb Williams compared to. If I'm looking at Caleb Williams last year, I wasn't that impressed with Caleb last year. I'm more impressed with the line he got. And Caleb makes spontaneous decisions because he got a line to hold on to him. But he don't see the flow like Shedeur. Shedeur got everything. When you say, he got sacked. Now that just shows me as a scout, this motherfucker super tough on some Brent Favre shit. He's super tough, and he can see every damn thing. And if I give him a line, it's off with.
No.
Y'all niggas love so hard, bro. It's just like David Carr. David Carr with these interceptions got sack. And he got put out the league, bro.
Hold on, we can agree to disagree. I respect everything you're saying, but you one person, I'm one person. Everybody got an opinion, what you saying is not what I'm saying. And
what I'm gonna say is.
It's not what you
my
saying.
opinion will age better than yours, is what I'm saying.
No,
Caleb Williams is 4 of 10 right now. Can't even complete a pass.
If that was the case, Nico would agree with you right now.
No,
he don't.
Nico is his own man.
And I don't agree with you. And I don't agree with you.
USC game right
and I don't agree with you. And I don't agree with you. So look,
Nico is own man.
Look. I'm my own man.
I agree when y'all right.
So what you
I'm just telling you something.
I'm my own man. I disagree with you.
I don't care if Nico agree with me or not, man. I'd rather Nico.
I disagree with you.
Fair enough.
I don't care if you disagree with me.
Okay, but why you bring up Nico though?
Because Nico disagree with you because what you said.
Okay, but I'm saying Nico is own man, so I don't go off what Nico agreed with.
No, listen to what you said, though. Listen to what you said. You said that what we seeing in Shedeur, just look, everybody ain't gonna agree. That's what it's called, disagree and agree. That's why we on here right now.
That's why saying, Coffee.
That's why
I'm saying, but you use Nico as a reference point. I'm saying
the only time it's really gonna tell is time. Because don't nobody know.
I got you. I'm saying that
You ain't got ESP. Don't nobody know. But I'm saying
I'm saying my take will probably age better than yours.
If you put Caleb on that line and you give Shador USC offensive line, shit, I bet you they wouldn't came. I bet Caleb would have came back,
bro.
Hey, look,
There's
hold
no
up.
such thing in college football that you can just cut and paste.
Hey, Hoop, I bet Caleb wouldn't came back. I bet Caleb wouldn't came back. I bet it would have been no 6. They would have blew them people out for real.
There's no such thing though. You can't cut and paste offensive lines, bro. It doesn't exist like that.
Look, and you can't cut and paste talent.
But you go off what you see.
That should do it.
You go off what you see. That's how scouts evaluate.
If I nitpick with Caleb, I find all type of discrepancy with Caleb. Come on now, stop.
Caleb will be a better quarterback than Sanders. Stamp it, mark it.
If he's so damn good, why you having a problem with Arizona right now? What's Arizona right now?
That's how college football goes.
Yeah, I do. Exactly. Say it again. That's how college football goes, right?
I don't shit on Shador Sanders.
You know what? Not even to say that, right? Shador Sanders has been in every game this year except one. He has not struggled.
Look, y'all just don't like the way he holds the ball.
No, I love the way he
There's nothing wrong. Gentlemen, there's nothing wrong with choosing your guy. There's nothing wrong with choosing your guy.
When Travis come back, all that can change.
Nico,
he doing all that shit without Travis. He doing all that shit. He doing all that shit without Travis. He doing all the man is just incredible, dog.
Okay, Coffee, I'm gonna ask Nico a question. Nico, have not bigged up Shador Sanders the last 2 years on my channel.
Yeah, for sure. But you being blasphemous right now. I gotta say that.
I rock with Shador Sanders heavy. Listen, Coffee, hold on, Coffee.
I'm not saying you against him. I'm not saying
rock with Shador Sanders heavy. I'm just saying if I'm gonna lay down 2 quarterbacks, I see a better quarterback than Caleb Williams.
It's all like you have to have.
I'm not. Hey, Hoop, I'm not saying you wrong. I'm just saying you wrong to me. So I can agree. I mean, can I disagree with you?
No, that's fine.
Can I disagree with you? You right to you.
I'm just saying
you right to you, but you absolutely wrong to me.
All right, I'm with you, Coffee.
Okay, you absolutely wrong to me. You're doing
something. Check this out. Listen, fellas, hold up. Listen, you guys got to turn down just a little bit because I see it's getting ready to blow up. Hold on 1 second. Listen, fellas, you can choose your own guys. Nothing wrong with it. And you can debate, you can discuss, and you can dialogue based on the data. Let the data separate who's right and who's wrong.
That's facts. That's facts.
If I use the data, Shador Sanders is better.
Data crazy.
I'm going to tell you, Caleb's going to be the better quarterback, but I like Shador more than Caleb Williams. I don't care nothing about Caleb Williams. I don't care nothing about him.
No, Caleb Williams is talented now.
I love Shador Sanders.
I'm just saying, give Shador that same line.
If I'm being honest,
I can't wait to see that same line.
Hey, his line ain't performing tonight, and he ain't performing tonight.
And look, every time Colorado play, it's an up and down situation because you can't predict. They so unpredictable. You don't know what Colorado didn't even play their best game yet.
Let me cut the USC
good
game.
Point, Coffee. That's a good point.
I'm
gonna watch the rest of this USC game, and I'm gonna come with some hot fire for you.
Once you're able to see the offensive line do what they supposed to do, the defensive line do what they supposed to do, and then they don't have these late starts in the first half, you're going to see some true football. But damn, Shador doing all this shit with all these fucking discrepancies in that damn thing. His maturation is crazy. The way he see the fucking flow is crazy. And then I didn't know he was that fast. I thought he just sat in the pocket. I didn't know he was that fast.
He's moderately fast.
He got some athleticism.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. He shocked me with that shit.
He can scoot, but he ain't that fast. Like, come on.
He shocked me. Look, who faster, him or Brent Favre?
I mean, what are you talking about?
All right. Yeah. Exactly. You see what Brent Favre did, right?
Man, Shador can scoot, man.
Hold on. You see what Brent Favre did, right? That motherfucking line is important. That offensive line is very important, dog. that offensive line is very important, dog.
But again, I'm evaluating Shador off 3 years, not just this year. I'm talking about 3 years of body of work.
I love him in high
If we
school
going
too.
off 3 years, then what are we really talking about? Because he had an amazing 3 years.
He did.
Of course, but I
Amazing.
see his deficiency as well, though. So I'm just
But
giving.
who's
His
jogging?
efficiency is
Who's jogging? You see,
76% passing.
hey,
No,
hey, who's
I'm not talking
jogging?
about just stats. Listen, I'm not a stat guy.
Who's jogging? You
He
see
win
deficiency. Who's
95%
jogging? You
of his
see deficiency
games.
in everybody, though. Who's jogging? You see, as an analyst, you
Oh
see
my goodness.
deficiency in everybody. It ain't
Y'all
one
gonna be
person I
eating
can
this shit
name
like in
that
2
you don't
years,
see
man.
deficiency
When it's
into.
like professional level, y'all gonna
That's
Come on,
cap. No,
who's jogging?
look, I can see
If I
y'all
got
gonna
greatness.
be
I
see,
know
eating
he's
this
great
shit,
out here.
man.
if I give you,
If we
look,
talking about the pros and
look,
we talking
look.
about the NFL, if you want to really be technical about it, if you got a top 5 pick, right? Let's say you got Caleb, Drake May, you got Shador, you got
I'm taking Caleb.
all right, hold. You got the boy Michael Penix, whoever you want to talk about. Who has when you go to an NFL team that has a top 5 pick, let's be realistic. You're not going to a team with a great O-line 9 times out of 10. So who would you rather go with? The person that's putting up 4,000 yards, 40 touchdowns, 6 interceptions behind a shitty O-line, or a guy that put up the same or similar stats with an amazing O-line?
I'm going with the guy who has the most pro potential.
I hear you, but I'm saying that person, you have to think about circumstances and environment too. It's not just talent. A lot of players
I'm not
get
going off a lack. So
no, a lot of
what
players.
you're basically painting is off a lack. I'm not going off
No,
a
it's
lack.
not off a
I'm
lack.
going for
It's
all
realism.
things equal.
It's realistic.
All things equal. Who's the best back?
But they're not
Quarterback.
equal. That's the
That's what I'm
point. You
going
have
with.
to
They're
go
not
to
All
equal.
things equal. Who I evaluate as the best quarterback?
But
That's
they're
what I'm
not
going
equal,
with.
Most
though.
equal
They're not equal.
situation is going to be the fact that that player
So it's called
Shador,
projecting. It's
that
called
player
projecting.
Shador is going
It's
to be
called
going to a
projecting.
similar situation
It's
that he
called
already
projecting.
thrived in.
It's called potential
It's
and
called
projection.
projecting.
It's called potential and
You don't
projection.
know. You don't
Potential
know
and projection.
exactly because it does not exist. So I'm going off all things equal. Who's the better
There
quarterback?
is no such thing as all things equal. That's a hypothetical situation.
Absolutely.
Exactly
That's
my
a
point.
hypothetical
So
shit.
you
Hey,
can't say,
just
"Oh,
say,
he has a worse O line, so he'd be better with a better O
No, that's
line." You
not what
don't
I
know that.
said. You just misunderstood everything
We
I
do
just
know
said.
that. When
What
he
I
had a
just
better
listen to
O
what he's
line, he
saying.
threw
Look,
40 and
No, we
6.
don't know
was
that.
when you get drafted as a top 5 pick,
Okay.
90% of the time,
Okay.
you are going to a bad O-line.
that's a fact.
So the
That's a fact.
player that is
But you're
already
going with the
playing
premise
behind
that
a
you're gonna
bad
improve it
O-line
within a year or
and is
so, bro.
contending for a Heisman Trophy behind a bad O-line, he doesn't have as big of an adjustment jump as the player that's playing on a similar level
No,
behind a great O-line.
And that's a
That's
fact.
two
That's
different
a fact.
that's
All you
adjustments,
just
gotta
bro.
like
do,
with Andrew
all you
Luck.
gotta do is look at your
Oh my
previous
God,
Heisman
no,
Trophy
no,
winners and look what they done. All you gotta do is
no,
look at your previous Heisman Trophy winners. He
huh?
right.
Most of the
He
greatest
right.
quarterbacks came from small schools, playing against worse competition, playing behind bad O lines. Most of them. Most great
Hey, I'm looking at
quarterbacks in
Caleb right
college
now.
are
He
not
just
Small
put
got
on
schools
the
sacked.
play
NFL because
against
it's a
good O
huge
lines,
adjustment.
bro, for the
Caleb
level.
Williams got a little pressure on him. This nigga's trash right now.
He
Bro, I'm
was
trying
ran
I'm
to
a
looking
tell
at the
you,
zone.
game. I got you.
that
We
is a
look.
huge adjustment to make
We in LA.
behind
Fourth and
playing
7. I'm gonna
behind
let you know what
talent and
happens.
Man,
going
I
to
would
the
love
He
to
didn't
see,
NFL.
get
It's a
man.
lot
sacked.
of
They ran
different.
a zone read and he kept it.
What's the score?
That's
What's
an
the
awful
score?
read.
What's the score?
20-14. Through a contested pass. Luckily, the defender didn't turn around, so it's
How
PI.
much time? How much
That's a
time
hard
left?
Listen,
adjustment to make when you
it's
6
the
minutes
playing
third
left
quarter.
behind a
in the
It's
great
still a
O
third.
long
line and then
game.
your O line
Okay,
plays
it's a
bad.
long game still, but look,
Yeah.
you look, but look. So Caleb, now I'm really not impressed with Caleb now because he
No,
got
I
that,
ain't saying
he got that awesome ass offensive
Oh
line,
man.
and he having problems.
He
I'm
The
not
not
having
saying
conference,
that.
problems.
look,
Actually, no,
Every DB
Coffee.
has
No,
bad
they
games. I'm
his
not saying
offensive
that.
line is not playing that impressive right now, and that's why he's not looking impressive.
But that's not the case. I've
that's
been
why
watching this
they
game.
say
I can tell you this right now. Caleb Williams on this drive that we just now watching where he got tackled for loss on that zone read, about 4 or 5 plays earlier than that, the line broke down and he broke out and scrambled for 2 first downs back-to-back plays. The only reason why they still on the field right now is because he has been playing better than their defense than their defense is. That's the biggest difference.
This is Arizona.
But here, I think in this conversation, when you're talking about you're a quarterback going to the league or whatever, what we saw from Shador versus two teams who most people consider to be way better than Colorado is when his offensive line probably looked the worst.
Yes,
exactly.
And and that's the thing that happens on the next level is you will definitely have a better offensive line than you had in college because everybody on the next level is pros, but you'll be going against better defensive linemen on other teams.
Exactly.
And so
His
everybody
center is
good.
limping off the field. It
Everybody
might be
is
over
good.
for Caleb.
Keep going, Nico.
It might be over for Caleb.
AB, that's a AB.
Hold
That's a
on, man.
great.
Let AB finish, man.
That's a
Come
great
on, he
point.
rocking,
AB, my
man.
fault.
That's the phone Division One defensive back talking, bro. Let him finish.
So I'm just saying, like, it is that is why some of these intangibles that I'm talking about like matter. Is you have to be able to do the minimum things of moving in the pocket and getting the ball out. I don't think that there's any scout right now who watches Shedeur and been like, yo, he actually holds the ball perfect. I love everybody who watches him says, yo, he holds the ball too long. He holds the ball he takes unnecessary sacks at times. He takes unnecessary contact at times. I like that's just across the board. To me, that's just something that he knows he should get better at. So for me, I'm not really judging him off the last 3 years. I'm judging him off what he's doing now because I assume
Oh my God, look at that fucking protection.
He got better.
I'm sorry. I'm just watching it.
But he just spent out of but did you see what he did? If you watched the USC game, there was
you give Shedeur that
open.
time, it's a touchdown.
Let me tell you what Caleb
Williams
just did.
so bad, bro.
Let me tell you what.
Be tough, man. Let
if
him
you're
talk.
not watching the USC game, let me tell you what Caleb Williams just did. They Arizona rushed 3 linemen. There was nobody. He waited. The lineman finally got to him, and instead of taking a hit, he spun out and rolled to the sideline and then threw the ball down the field. That's
So
the
what?
type of shit.
What did he do though? Incompletion? Nothing happened.
It's incompletion.
But it wasn't a loss
and
of
then
yards, bro.
but
That
it wasn't a
translates
loss.
next level.
That's what I'm saying.
Look, you can say y'all can say all that next level shit if you want to.
Oh my
It's all
God, man.
about
Y'all niggas are
spontaneous
so in
situations.
love with this
It's all
storyline.
about spontaneous situations. We don't know. We don't.
Hey, I
Nobody
just know
know
what a
what
good
he's gonna do
quarterback looks like. I'm just
because
reporting what I see.
I had some previous Heisman Trophy winners and quarterbacks that I thought was gonna kill the NFL, and they won the Heisman Trophy, and they didn't do
ain't got nothing to
shit.
do with the price in
But
China,
listen,
bro.
But this is
And
let
they
me
didn't
tell
do
you what
shit.
happened on that play. He threw it away. And then because he got the ball out, the defensive back hit him, and then they threw a penalty, they threw a flag.
Right.
If he would have held on to it and took the sack, it would have just been a tackle. He got it out his hands, he got hit, they moved the chains, first down.
Okay,
Come
now
on, man.
He just got bailed out for 2 big penalties.
so look,
I
PI.
love Shedeur Sanders, but
That's
goddamn,
football.
man, just call
Look,
this shit down the
To
line,
me,
man.
that is football.
That shit
That's
don't mean
why.
nothing.
Listen,
That shit
It
don't mean nothing.
What?
That shit
Look
don't
at the
mean nothing.
line getting the push off the
If you
ball.
can't turn that shit
turn
into
Look
a
at these
W,
niggas moved.
because if you can't turn that shit,
a first
because if
down,
you don't
bro.
turn that shit into a W, they
I
gonna
want
roast
to tell you
Caleb.
guys something.
If you don't turn, hold up. If
Oh
you don't
my
turn into a
God,
W, they gonna roast Caleb Williams'
You
ass.
only
He got to
change
turn into a
pros so
W.
much as a
All
quarterback.
those
They
decisions,
just scored,
throwing
Coffee.
away, not getting sacked, that's cute, that's
All
cool.
right, Coffee. So
But if
you
you
gonna
don't,
set that up? They just scored.
if you don't turn into a W, they
All
gonna
right,
talk
so
about his
Coffee,
ass
it just scored. All right, Coffee, it just scored. It just
about
scored,
Shedeur.
Coffee.
They say Shedeur hold it. They gonna say some shit about
All right,
Caleb.
Coffee, it
They
just
gonna say some
scored.
shit about everybody.
All right, Coffee, it just
Yeah, no,
scored.
USC is up right now. They
All right,
line
Coffee, it just
literally
scored.
pushed the defensive
What you
line
say,
off the
Lou?
ball for 5
All right,
yards.
Coffee, it just scored.
I can't hear you. What you say?
It just scored.
But I want to say this, guys.
They just scored.
The one thing
Bro,
that
you love
translates to
too
all
hard, bro.
football, I just
I
want to tell
can't
you
hear
all
you,
this.
dog. I can't hear you.
There's
love
one
too
thing that
hard.
translates to all levels of football, and that's the offensive line. The offensive line looks the same as far as the build, the makeup, the kind of guy you're looking for at any level of football. So when I speak from certain perspectives of linemen, I know what elite line looks like. All these guys are in the way that they take their power steps, the way that they get to the next level, the way they double team, the way that they lock on and engage. These dudes are NFL prospects.
Facts.
Colorado's line are not NFL prospects. They're struggling against Colorado State, Arizona State. Oh, go ahead.
Here to your point about line and prospects and elite level in college football right now. If you said how many of these linemen are NFL prospects, there's how many Division I teams? 119, 120. Most of them teams don't have elite level on offensive lines. 90, maybe Alabama. Like if we saying USC got one, there's a few of them who have better offensive lines than the defensive lines that they gonna play. In the NFL, there'll be majority of teams who have better defensive lines than the offensive lines that they going up against. There is not like a ton that you can't go pick 30 teams in the NFL and be like all of them got elite lines. Half of them telling you right now that they line trash and they quarterback getting hit too much. So you can't use the line as a like if I'm recruiting a player and I come in, I'm watching his tape and I'm saying, what's going on here? And he say, man, if I just had a better O-line, I'd be the best quarterback in the world.
Says every quarterback ever.
Yeah. You could go to every school in America and the quarterback could say that. You could go to every NFL team. You go to right now to the Chicago Bears and they saying, boy, you get me an offensive line, it's up. They saying that right here in Indianapolis, and it just don't work like that.
Okay, so
I mean, it does to a degree because all the best quarterbacks have great lines.
No, I can't say that.
But
Joe
some of
Burrow
the
did
best
not have a great
quarterbacks,
line.
Okay,
some of the best quarterbacks make their line look good.
Well, I
That's
said
all
most
I'm
of
saying.
them.
and we know we also know what the line be on too, right?
Pat Mahomes had a trash O-line, was still winning. Like, what are we talking
Patrick
about?
Mahomes is a great scrambler.
Patrick Mahomes' line is not trash.
No, his O-line 2 years ago was garbage, bro.
They were hurt,
No,
bro.
They were garbage.
he's a good-
They were hurt in the Super Bowl and they looked garbage.
He a good scrambler.
His starting offensive line was hurt.
And he still produced.
Look, what did he do his rookie year when he first came in?
I don't know. No, he sat down his first year.
Okay,
he played behind Alex Smith.
So you remember double check. Who did he sit behind for 3 years?
Aaron Rodgers. No, not Aaron Rodgers. Fucking Brett Favre.
Brett Favre. And you see what he did when he came up, right?
We gotta do O-line though.
Now hold up. Tom Brady, where did he get drafted at and what round?
6th round.
And you see what he's doing. He's great. They got him as the greatest ever, right?
He played behind Drew Brees. What we talking about?
They got him as the greatest ever. He didn't get fucking drafted. So
we gotta do
all this
O-line,
shit don't mean nothing until you get to the next level. Time is the only fucking answer. We can debate, go back. You can have your favorite. I can have my favorite. At the next level, you don't know who's going to do what, who's going to respond to what spontaneous situations.
Right. So what's the whole thing about the O-line argument, though?
I'll talk about the O-line argument.
It makes sense because it makes sense.
No,
if you got more time,
how is that correlation on what you brought up?
If you got an extra 3 to 4 seconds, and motherfuckers shake open, he can get right to him because his arm is.
But how's that correlation with Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady playing behind?
A whole lot because you said the man because off what your take is, you said he ain't shit.
I said who ain't shit.
You said Shador ain't shit the way you
bullshit. Bullshit. I ain't say that at all.
What did you say?
Bullshit.
I mean, that's
I said I love Shador Sanders.
Okay,
I say he hold the ball too long.
What you say, who?
I say he hold the ball too long sometimes.
Okay, look. If I ask you, what do Caleb do wrong? Tell me what he do wrong.
Well, shit. Sometimes he hold the ball too long as well. Sometimes he misses reads. But I'm saying overall,
let me ask you this.
Overall, his bag is bigger than Shador's.
Look, let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
What do the New York Jets quarterback do wrong?
He's horrible.
Yeah.
You talking about the backup quarterback?
No, I'm talking about the main quarterback.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers?
Right.
Well, Aaron Rodgers is too much of a me guy. He holds the ball a lot.
Okay.
He got that. Hold
on.
This nigga got a fucking NFL fucking Super Bowl on his belt.
Exactly. Now look, I can go down the line, Hoop, and you tell me a little bit of something about every damn body. If that's the worst, I got to worry about Shador. If that's the worst, he hold the ball too long, I'll take that because he can change that quick.
Ain't no motherfucking Aaron Rodgers.
Look. You don't know that. You don't know that.
All right, we downplaying Shador right now.
You can say the same thing about any quarterback in the fucking college range because they ain't played in the NFL yet.
You don't know that. You don't know that because with Aaron Rodgers got the lead,
anybody in college right now, bro.
He sat behind Brett Favre for 3 years, bro.
You can say that about anybody in the college football range right now.
That's what I'm saying, Who? That's what I'm saying.
Right. So what I'm saying
you actually can't say that about every quarterback because Shador is at the top.
Because we don't know that. We don't know that.
Look,
Shador Sanders is the most sacked quarterback in the country.
Okay, but we don't know that. We don't know
Yes,
that.
you do
We
know
don't
that.
know that.
He was the most
Shador
sacked.
Sanders
You can
has
use
one of the
that
highest
logic.
completion
know that.
percentages.
But you do know
You
that
can
because
use
that's
that
a stat.
logic with anybody based on what Coffee
No,
said.
you can't.
But no, that's a stat. He is the
Well,
most
I
sacked
mean,
quarterback.
Coffee's logic is you don't know that because
No,
you
but
ain't seen it yet.
Your logic is you do know that. Your logic is you do know that.
No.
Your logic is you do know that. And look, Shador
I do
is
know
the
what,
most sacked
Coffee.
quarterback. Hey, who? He is the most sacked quarterback in the country.
No, he
That's a
is.
fact.
His
What you
O-line's
talking about?
garbage. I'm not. My assessment is 3 years. It's not this year, my guy.
Okay, so all 3 years
I'm
is
talking
good,
about
my
what
guy.
I've seen
All
him
3
from
years been good,
inception.
my guy. All 3 years been good. What you talking about?
So you
all
talking
3 years
about
are
the
kind of
most sack?
legendary
He's
if
not
we're
the
being
most sack
real.
Your
only
shit
at
is my guy.
Colorado.
So since your shit is my
He's
guy,
only the most sack
I'm
at
introducing
Colorado.
my guy. My guy.
I'm going off the Jackson
The
State
fuck
shit
you
too.
talking about?
I'm going
My
off the Jackson
guy.
State too. I'm going off his whole body of work.
I'm going with my guy. My guy.
Hey,
Cool.
I mean,
Cool. But you can say anybody, oh, well, they ain't played pros
I'm
yet.
talking
You
about
don't
you,
know.
my guy.
You don't know. You don't know.
My guy.
You don't know. You
I'm
don't
talking
know.
about
You can say that about anybody.
I'm talking about you, my guy.
Oh
Hey,
my.
I
you
don't
know,
play
Shador
quarterback.
Sanders
I
has
don't play
1,700
football.
passing yards right now.
Huh?
Shador Sanders has 1,700 passing yards, almost 1,800 right now.
Right. But that's not my evaluation, though, bro. I've
But they should
implicitly
be
laid
because he's
out.
playing behind a poo-poo line.
I've implicitly laid out how I evaluate this man, and y'all niggas are just throwing out random shit.
That ain't random.
That's not my
He has been
evaluation.
sacked most in the country. Who? That ain't
What I'm
random shit.
saying
I'm
That's a
is
talking
fact.
about a 3-year evaluation. I'm not talking about this year alone. And I'm not talking about his
this
losses
year he's
against
playing the most
Oregon.
competition ever,
He been
right?
showing out for 3 years, dog. He been showing out.
Yes,
Well,
he has,
let's
but
attack
he's
that,
had
right?
deficiencies as well.
He's
Every
playing with his
quarterback has
worst line
deficiencies,
against
bro.
his most competition in
Yes.
3 years, right?
So I'm going off his whole body of work, dude.
I understand
But
that,
every
but
quarterback has
with even
deficiencies.
better people, he's put up 40 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and won almost every
Right.
game.
I'm not a
But the
stat guy.
thing,
I'm going off of what I see of what you react to and what you do amongst pressure,
He's
amongst
the best
situations.
amongst
But he
pressure.
had his best performance
off pressure,
this year amongst pressure.
I saw Shador lose against South Carolina State, North Carolina Central in the Celebration Bowl both years, right? So I gotta give him a fair one.
I mean, if you're keeping it real, he lost because the dude dropped the touchdown,
At the
a wide
same
open
rate,
touchdown.
If he caught that touchdown, it's over with.
I'm not gonna sit here and shit on Shador Sanders over his misfalls either, because it's
can't
about
shit
how
on
it
him.
translates
If you're
to
keeping
next
it real,
year.
he played
You can't
perfect the
shit on him.
whole way.
That
You
nigga ain't
can't shit
played
on him.
perfect at all. Bullshit.
Did you not see the touchdown he threw to take it to overtime?
Of course I did. To Travis Hunter when Travis Hunter caught a great.
Yes, it was.
Nigga, I watched
He
this
caught
shit. What the fuck you?
What I'm saying is, you're saying
He
you're
talking to you.
evaluating.
Who? He
No,
talking
I
to
understand
you.
this
To a nigga who
because if
watched
you
this
can,
shit.
No, he talking to you. He
but
talking
the
to you.
thing
to a nigga
is,
who
right?
watched
If
this
we
shit.
no,
He
this
talking
thing
to
is
you.
if we can acknowledge that, what
My
are you
guy.
not seeing that would make him not the one of the best quarterbacks you can see in football right now?
I don't think he's one of the best quarterbacks. I think he's a top 5 in his draft pool, and which is
That's what
good.
I'm
Yeah, cool.
saying.
I'll take that.
I
I'll
don't
take
think.
that. Who? I'll take that.
I
I'll
don't
take
think that nobody's saying that he's not one of the top quarterbacks. I feel like everybody on here is saying like he plays quarterback at an elite level.
No,
for
somebody's
sure.
saying it. The lizard face nigga saying it in the chat. The lizard face nigga saying it.
Okay, that dude.
You talking about Scott?
Yeah, you're right. I ain't got to say his name. You know exactly what I'm
Listen,
talking
bro,
about.
I'm not hating, bro. I'm just giving my honest opinion. And it's just, listen, bro, I want Shador to be #1 pick in my perfect world. I wish you, listen, I'm a Kobe Bryant fan. I wish Kobe Bryant was the best player that played NBA. He's not.
But he not. Yeah, I agree with that.
I got Kobe at 11.
I got Michael Jordan as 1.
I got Jordan as 1, and I'm not a Jordan fan.
Okay.
Right? So I'm okay. I do not like LeBron James. I got LeBron James at 3.
I know Nico don't like that. Nico don't like that shit. Nico don't like Jordan.
I got LeBron at actually 4. I got LeBron at 4.
I'm gonna just give it to y'all
I do
because
not like
y'all
LeBron James.
watched them.
But nigga, the truth is the truth. The truth is the truth.
Well, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Shador Sanders is performing better than Caleb Williams.
No,
that's fact. That's fact.
With a worse line.
If I'm NFL executive, I'm taking Caleb Williams twice on Sunday over.
I'm watching the game right now. Hey, you see this, AB? Oh, you see what I see? They showing all the pressure on Caleb Williams. This nigga's holding the ball. He's getting sacked. He can't get shit off. He's
We
trash as
seen 3
fuck right
weeks.
now.
I don't
We
know what
seen
you.
3
I don't
weeks
see
of
it.
Shador struggling.
No, you behind
under
me a little
pressure.
bit. Watch that, AB. They showing all the pressure he had. This nigga can't do shit with pressure. Shador Sanders has had pressure all year, and he's
That's
number
fact.
3 in the fucking country.
That's fact.
What
Number
are we
2.
talking about? He's
We
72%
seen
from the field.
no.
He
Shout
has
out to
But
15
here,
Morris.
touchdowns. He has
Listen,
two turnovers, bro, with no pressure. I'm gonna say
I'll
with
be the better
100% pressure,
GM
no
over you
line.
all
but
the
this
time
is what I'm saying.
because you're emotional over
That's
Shador
No,
Sanders,
it's not
and I
about
can let
this. No, it's
emotion
not
go.
about Shador. It's that I know
No,
what
it
great
is about Shador.
football has been
He
my
got a
niche
point.
for at
You're a
least a
big
He got a
decade
Shador
point.
fan,
plus.
He got a
just
point.
like you're a big Clay
You
Basketball is
got
new to
Thompson
emotional
me,
fan.
enough.
but
You
football
got
is something I
emotional enough.
grew up on. So
You
I
got
know
Me
emotional
too.
football,
enough.
are
and
you
I know
watching
inside and
Caleb
out on the
Williams right
football
now?
level.
You're too
Did you just
emotionally
watch
invested,
this?
bro.
Here's
Nah,
No,
what.
it's not
you're right.
emotionally invested. My
You,
eyes tell me
you
that I
invested
haven't
with your
seen a
emotions too,
quarterback
who?
like this since
Who?
Tom
All right,
Brady,
We
man.
all
since
invest
Patrick
with our emotions,
Mahomes.
who?
All
Who?
right.
Everybody invests with their emotions, who? Everybody.
Not
I
me.
got
Of
all the
course.
time in
You
the
keep
world to
talking with
watch
emotions. You keep
film
talking
and
Not
with
to
me.
emotions.
examine players,
I love
and
Kobe
that's what I
Bryant,
do.
but I put Kobe where he deserved to be.
But
Hey, I love
that's
Kobe too,
emotions.
but
That's
he ain't in my
emotions, who?
top 3.
Who? That's emotions, who? That's emotion.
No. My screensaver has not changed since Kobe Bryant died
Coffee,
in
don't you dare,
2020.
Coffee.
It's not changed. But Kobe
Kobe's the only
Bryant is
reason I
not
like
top 10.
basketball. And he
Kobe
was the
Bryant's
greatest
not top
player
10.
ever to me. But I
Sorry.
can
Access
admit
bench.
that he played a bad style of basketball that made a lot
Yes,
of people not go to the
exactly.
league.
Exactly. And I love Kobe. But the reality is reality.
Now that's your reality.
No, but
No,
I'm saying we can
that's
acknowledge
the
that.
actual reality. Kobe
But
Bryant is
yeah,
not a
that's a
top 10
reality,
basketball
right? I
player.
can acknowledge Kobe's a bad shot maker. I know that. He was a guy
Yes.
who got me into basketball. But I
Yes.
have that same level of objectivity watching these quarterbacks play. I'm
All
looking
right.
at a quarterback receive the
Depending
same
on who you
pressure as
have.
Shador and produce nothing.
Okay,
I
He is
okay, I
listen.
got
4
a
of
question.
11 right now.
Listen, hold
I'm
on,
He's
guys.
listening.
4 of
I got a
11.
question.
I bet my
Gentlemen,
take ain't
gentlemen,
better than
1
yours.
second.
So I'm
Hold
shut
on,
up.
1 second,
Well,
gentlemen.
we got it here. We're gonna come back to it.
Studio Bias asked the question. Shador needs to be less Tom Brady and more Michael Vick. How do y'all
No,
feel about
Hell
that?
no,
no,
absolutely
hell
not.
no.
Anything
Because
to say,
the
No,
knock
no.
on us, hell no,
Michael
because the
Vick
knock
ran a
on black
4.3, buddy.
quarterbacks, hell
exactly,
no.
exactly.
Let me answer that.
Literally
Hold on, let me
anything
answer
to
that
say,
first.
bro.
Let me answer that first. The knock on black quarterbacks for years is we always run, we always scramble, we can't sit in the pocket, we ain't got enough patience, this, that, and other. So now he damn if he do, he damn if he don't. So I love him sitting in that pocket and only run if he have to.
Yeah. Shador needs to be the best Shador Sanders he is, which is evaluate,
So
scan the field, and make the right play. That's what we need.
you see that?
He does not have Michael Vick athleticism. He does not.
Look. Hey, who? Don't nobody got Michael Vick.
Exactly.
Don't no
Exactly. Yeah.
quarterback
Exactly my
got this
point.
kind of athleticism. So what that to
Exactly
say?
my
I
point.
mean,
I mean,
shit.
Lamar
Yeah.
Jackson to an extent,
Hey, yeah, Lamar
Right.
Jackson.
But
Now that's a good
Exactly.
Lamar Jackson. But other than
but
that, come
that's
on,
two
dog.
humans.
How many Michael Vicks? You
Right.
see what they did? You see what they did to him? Got him
Be the
fucking with
best Shador
dog.
Sanders you can beat, bro.
He what?
Be the best Shador Sanders you can be. You're not even your father's athleticism.
Hey, look,
You,
ain't nobody they father. Come on, dog. Cause that ain't even look. Come on,
nigga,
dog.
be the best Shador Sanders you can be.
Come on,
That's
that's
it.
not a good. That's not a good point, though. Fool. Come on,
AB the
dog.
hero,
Why it's
what you got
not?
to say on that, AB?
Why it's not?
Come on, dog. That didn't make no
He
sense.
ain't fast as daddy.
Hold on, let AB breathe a little bit. What you got to say about that, AB?
I agree, man. I don't think that he should try to be Michael Vick, right? That's a freak in itself. That's like Lamar Jackson, Michael Vick. Them dudes is in a class of their own. I do think he needs to. Here's my thing. And
Go
I'm
ahead,
not in
make
his
who feel
head.
good. Make who feel good, AB. Make who feel
Hold on,
good.
No, he
Coffee.
didn't
Hold
make
on,
feel
Coffee.
good
I'm
to tell the
saying
truth.
I'm
Make
not
who
Guys,
feel
in his
good.
head.
guys,
So love this shit.
calm yourself, please. Go ahead, AB.
I'm not in his head, and I don't know like his thoughts, but I do believe that part of why he stays in the pocket is to Coffee's point. I think that he feels
Don't make
like
me feel good, Coffee.
That's
Don't make me feel good,
I
Coffee.
think
Come on, you guys. Let AB, can AB rock out a little bit?
I think
Can AB rock out a little bit? Can we hear from the
I'm
legend?
just trying to
Can we hear from the
Coffee
YouTube
game.
legend
All right, go ahead.
himself?
Who almost
Come
died
on,
for free
guys.
coffee, AB?
Can,
AB,
All right,
who
go ahead,
almost
AB.
died for free
AB
coffee?
rock out a
Hey, who
little bit?
almost died, AB?
what I'm
Listen,
Go
saying.
ahead,
AB can guarantee you this. I just want to say this to AB real quick though.
I think that he stays in the pocket. I think what we know of his mentors, Tom Brady and some of these other NFL quarterbacks, I do believe he intentionally stays in the pocket to oppose that stereotype of the running quarterback.
Facts. Talk your shit, AB.
I think it's to his detriment though. I think he has to embrace his mobility. He's a much more mobile quarterback than Tom Brady could ever dream to be.
Absolutely.
And like, it's a disservice to himself to sit in the pocket and not put pressure on the defense with his legs.
I agree.
Every time he does it, he makes a big play and he gets in the end zone once he's running. I remember before the USC game, they asked him about that, or no, after the USC game, I believe. And they asked him, where you ran more this game, and was that more intentional? Did y'all decide? And he kind of danced around it as like, in his head, he's only running if it's necessary and not like design runs. But I think that they need to like not necessarily design more runs for him, but give him the green light to, if you need to, get out of pocket and run. So I don't think he need to go Michael Vick, but I do think he need to find some Pat Mahomes or find some
Pat Mahomes.
No, AB, I agree with you, but should we blame the coach for that? Could we blame his coach take some of the blame for that though? His coach, his coach called the
Can we hear from Kafani? Can we hear from Kafani? What you think about that, Kafani? Is your mic on?
Here.
Okay, go ahead, Nico.
No, I did want to say this because I am watching Caleb right now, and I know AB's been watching him. Caleb just threw a touchdown, one step drop, quick slant. It's 27-20, but I'm watching him play without a consistent elite line play, and he is now 5 of 12. Actually, no, it's not touch. They don't call it back. He touched the knee. But what I'm saying is, it's not elite quarterback play. This is with pressure. This is the first time he's experiencing on this team consistent pressure that is keeping him from being the quarterback that we see on the highlight film and when we watch the games where they're blocking. This is who we have to see every week from Shedeur Sanders, and he's producing top numbers in the country.
Facts.
I don't know why we're not. We have to acknowledge this. His line. I'm watching the best player have pressure, and he has completed less than 15 passes.
Here's what I'll tell you. Let me say this. I would say, I would say, I've been watching this game, and I think your assessment is inaccurate. I think that they.
Who like that?
So AB, hold on. Is Nico becoming a spin doctor?
That tickle.
AB, are you accusing Nico of being a spin doctor?
Yes, I'm telling you that.
That tickle.
Like Nico mentioned, they showed a compilation of the pressure that they was putting on him, right? And he has made an adjustment in this game. Like you said, the touchdown that they about to call back right here is a 3-step drop. You do 3-step drops on quick slants when you need to get the ball out faster. On this drive, I've watched him move the pocket, get the ball out faster, and then run to go get first downs. So he is not, the pressure is there, and he's moving around, and he's making plays with his feet more than he would do from the pocket right now, which is why only reason why they're having success. They
have success because they run game.
But
the last touchdown was a run.
Yeah, but if he got down there to hand that ball off because he ran the ball down.
That's not true. He got down there because it was a pass interference, and then bro had a roughing the passer, and they ran the ball in. He's not getting out the pocket. He's not playing that well.
The roughing the passer was the play that I said he spun out of pressure, and then instead of going out of bounds or taking a sack, he threw it downfield away, and then he got hit. So that's a Caleb Williams smart play. That's what I'm saying. Making the adjustment and making the right football play. And is why they have moved that ball down there. There are about 4 or 5 plays in a row where he just took the ball, snapped, and then went to work and then got a first down.
That's not true. That drive. Wait. But Dex, I want to recap the game properly.
Okay, 1 second. You can come back in. AB the hero. Why is Caleb Williams 8 for 16, 142 yards, 1 touchdown? Isn't that very, very pedestrian or even below?
And 9 rushes for 24 yards.
It ain't shit there.
But
that's a half a trophy
getting sacked. He was taking hits. We talked. He said this. They showed a compilation where when the game started, the pressure was on his head. All I'm saying is that he has gotten better. When he brought this game up, he was I think 4 for 12 at the time. And
Yes.
now he is 8 for 16.
Hold on, but that's your Heisman Trophy winner. Didn't Hoop say he got better than last year?
Hold on, not even that, Coffee, because we praising him for getting better, but this is Shedeur Sanders' whole game, and he's number 2 in the country.
Right, he got better.
We're watching him. We're watching
Nico,
the best quarterback.
Nico, hold on, Nico. You say he's number 2 in the country. Who's number 1?
Penix from Washington.
And he got close, and he ain't that far from Penix. He's about, I think, what, 30, it was, Penix had 390. Shedeur had about 350, something like that. He about
Yes, but my point is this, right? We're watching Caleb endure just a piece of what Shedeur goes through every game. And we're looking at an average quarterback.
But you're not looking at an average quarterback. You're not looking at an average quarterback.
Like I said, let's not
He
be
just
biased, man.
AB, the drive you said he was running the ball down the field. No, he threw a deep ball and the guy committed pass interference, 15, 20 yards away from the goal, and they got in good position, got the roughing passer, another first down, and then they ran the ball up for 10 yards, and offensive line pushed everybody out the way.
And this your Heisman Trophy winner? This the dude? This your king? Is this your king?
Yes, but we're praising him for average quarterback play when Shedeur is playing above average with an offensive line that is trash.
It's gonna age so fucking badly.
Is that your king?
Lord have mercy, man.
Is that your king? Is that your king?
No, it's not my king. I love Shedeur Sanders. But y'all niggas are so in love, man.
I know. For no reason. All I'm saying to you is that
Lord have mercy.
It's the beginning.
Is that your king?
I love Shedeur Sanders more. Hey man, fuck Caleb Williams. On some real shit. Y'all niggas are so in love, man.
Yeah.
These niggas do not evaluate properly.
You think he better than last year? What I want to ask you is
They told me that when I was supporting Derrick Henry too.
Hey man, y'all niggas are so in love, bro. Let the love go, man. Hey,
I'm in love with you, Hoop Jogging. Is that the king? Is that the king?
I know.
Hoop Jogging, is it love or infatuation?
Shedeur Sanders, bro. But y'all niggas are so unrealistic, bro. And y'all niggas who let him down when we don't perform.
He's better than he was last year. Y'all is that your king? Is that your king?
Hey, y'all the niggas who let that latitude exist. When niggas will like shit on Shedeur because y'all build him up so high. And then when niggas just say some sound evaluation, then it's like, oh, this nigga sucks. Like, no.
Hey,
we're not keeping the same energy with Caleb Williams, though. Why are we not adjusting to the fact that Caleb is enduring what Shedeur endures every game and he looks trash? We're not, because we're talking about the things that Shedeur, what keeps him from being the best quarterback,
because
is tied to him having a bad offensive line.
That's a fact. Nico speaking facts. Nico cooking. Nico cooking. Let Nico cook now.
I was cooking. Look, I play football. I might not have been at Oregon or something, but I know football like the back of my hand.
Listen, gentlemen, let's not convolute the stream because we're doing good. But Hoop Jogging, what I said was, is it love or is it infatuation?
Oh, I mean, so in between. Because listen, I'm a Shedeur guy. Listen, in my perfect world, in my perfect world, I want Shedeur Sanders to be number 1 pick. I want Coach Prime to be right of all these hated motherfuckers. I want the world to be perfectly fine.
That's a cap.
Listen, I want Savion Wilkinson to be the first running back selected in the draft. I want Travis Hunter to be the number 1 overall pick. I want all that shit. But
you curse again. That's another.
I don't believe in all them niggas.
I live in reality. I live in reality. It's not gonna work that way. So
I ain't never heard you curse.
So since I live in reality,
Coffee, are you claiming that Hoop Jogging is unhinged?
Caleb Williams is the better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders.
Is angry and he's frustrated, and I know that's his key.
No, this is what we like. We need this version of Hoop Jogging. We need that fire and we need that passion.
One question: is that your team, Hoop Jogging? Is that your team?
Who's my team?
We were talking earlier. We were talking about holding all things equal.
No, fuck you.
You said he was better. You said he was better last year. You said this year he was better than he was last year.
Bro,
you said he would have the trophy last year, and you
we
said
being
he's
facetious
better this year. That's what you said.
You got me all wrong, bro.
I know, so I got
Caleb Williams is cooking because of penalties right now.
USC got the ball back, Coffee.
Fuck USC. I want Colorado to be on the top of the college football world.
Who's losing it? Who's losing it, Joe?
It doesn't matter what I
Your hoop
want.
is coming unglued at the seams.
Oh my God!
What want to happen in Colorado go all the way and win it all?
Hey, Hoop, I got Shador. You
Because y'all
look.
conflate
Shador, I got
emotionality
Shador,
with reality.
Shador. I got Shador. You look. Check out
I
my
wouldn't
Shador.
say that hoop jargon because I don't
Yeah,
talk
I
up
would say that.
anybody
I would
else.
say it
Check out my
I don't
Shador.
talk up anybody else for Colorado. I know a good quarterback when I see one, though.
Me too. I think Shador Sanders. I've been saying it for 2 years. He's a great quarterback.
That's a
But
cat.
I'm saying
That's another cat.
But if we gonna put him against Caleb Williams is a better quarterback.
That's a cat. I don't
But
believe
I'm
you.
watching Caleb
I don't
Williams
believe
play
you.
with
You
the
need more
same
people.
pressure. I'm watching with
But
the
that's
same
not how it
lens.
goes, bro. You don't put every quarterback in the same scenario. That's not how it works, bro. That's not how it works.
What I'm saying is this, right?
Carson Wentz, rather, getting drafted, playing for South Dakota State. He don't have the same type of spectrum against his quarterback class. That's not how it works. It's about how it projects based on your competition.
I understand that. So I want to bring that up. You know, the first 2 years he did play in the SWAC. We'll say the competition ain't what it is now. He's come to a better entire comp. It's not just his own division. Everybody is better than in the SWAC.
That's a fact.
USC scored a
And he's putting
touchdown.
up. He's putting. Yeah, they did.
Caleb Williams
But he's
scored
putting.
again. Oh damn.
Yeah, rushing touchdown
Is that
after
your
they
king,
got
man?
another. Hold on,
Is that
after they
your
got
king?
another. Wait, no.
Is that
He
your
was.
king?
It was on 4th and goal, and they got a penalty. It's 1st and goal. He's got bailed out by penalties in the red zone
my
3
God.
times in a row now.
Oh,
The referees bought him out. The referees got him out of jail, man.
No, the thing is, no.
That's
What I'm
it.
saying is, bro couldn't convert within 5 yards to get a touchdown. They had to get a penalty to get a fresh set of downs for him to score. He had 6 chances to score.
That's a
He
fact.
better score. He's 5 yards away from the goal.
Nico,
That's a
Nico,
bro.
Nico, you're doing a lot of crying, Nico.
Yeah.
And if you keep
I'm
this
not
up,
crying.
Nico
you
speaking
gonna
facts,
put all
though.
the babies out of business.
How much? Nico speaking facts. He said he's 5
Dex.
yards away from the goal. He's
Football
5
is my
yards from the
first
goal.
passion. I
That's
know
a
what I'm
fact.
talking about.
No, it's hoop jogging crying. Hoop jogging the one crying.
Crying about what?
That's
My thing is, I know how this. I know what talent looks like that translates.
What the hell am I
Shador
crying
Sanders.
about?
You're king.
Hold on, Nico.
Yeah.
Hold on, Nico.
Y'all banter is amazing, though. I ain't gonna count.
I heard you
What
curse
the hell
like
am I
I never
crying
heard you curse before.
about? Coffee.
Hoop jogging, I ain't never heard you curse. Never. I ain't never heard you
I
curse.
cuss all the time.
I ain't
Coffee.
never heard you curse.
I
You
cuss
tell
all
me
the
that dude
time.
on Rocky, when that
Hey,
dude
you-
looked at that meat, he say,
Hey, bro,
You must have heard
Spider-Man
who
like that.
Jordan talk to Sky. Talking about you ain't never heard him
I
curse.
cuss all the
I
time,
ain't never heard him curse.
especially when
He cursed
Sky
3
is
times.
on the channel. I cuss this guy all the
I
time.
had hoop jogging as the preacher of the year, the reverend of the year. Until he comes, I don't know my belief in hoop. He cursed. I the reverend of the year. He cursed. I was like, oh.
Scott make me cuss all the time with his bullshit ass takes.
So he cursed again. That's 4 times. He said bullshit. That's kind of 4 times.
Well, I do want to say this real quick.
Let me get out of here.
I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm emotionally invested. Somebody that's emotionally invested would believe in the entire team, and I do not. But what I can tell you is that I know what a great quarterback looks like. Shador Sanders has the making of every great quarterback I've ever seen. It's just that simple for me.
Hey, well, I mean, all due respect, Nico, you know I respect you. Excuse me if I don't take your word for it.
Hold on, somebody in the wilderness right now. What was that?
Yes.
Huh?
I couldn't hear you. Somebody was traveling through
I'm
the
saying,
wilderness.
with all due respect, Nico, you know I respect you. But I don't take your word for it just because you say that, no. Sorry.
Well, no, I understand. It's fine. But I'm just sharing it from a perspective of I'm not saying this from emotion. I'm saying this because I'm a football guy. For a majority of my life, at least a good decade plus, it's been nothing but football. Basketball didn't become a part of my life until I was already an adult, 18, 19. You know what I'm saying? Around that time. But before then, it's been nothing but straight football. And from what I've looked at as what quarterbacks are, Shador Sanders fits the mold of a great quarterback because he's performing under pressure. I'm watching a quarterback that we say is the best quarterback not perform under pressure. And the ways that he is performing is not impressive. If you get penalties to perform, you might as well be who was the quarterback for the Ravens Super Bowl? We know that nigga was
Joe
trash.
Flacco.
No, the first one. The first one.
Boiler, Kyle Boiler, or
Trent,
whatever.
Trent Dilfer.
Trent Dilfer.
Yeah,
That
Trent
nigga
Dilfer.
trash.
Okay, well, I'm
But
gonna say this. AB,
go ahead,
I'm
my
gonna go
fault.
real quick. AB, I'll let you rock. Shador Sanders is exactly what I heard his first prognostication was. Like, this is like before he took a snap at Jackson State, that he was a Jacoby Brissett, athletic, very heady, a guy who's smart, cerebral, as it were, just menial athleticism. And I said this shit because I took that prognostication at face value after watching him a little bit of footage, at Trinity Christian. People, when I put that first video out, was like, man, nigga trash. Man, he ain't shit. I was like, no. Well, he's a pro prospect. He's a 4-star guy. He can scoot a little bit. And what I've seen over the last 2.5 years is right there in step what I saw. So I got him at that ilk. Now, you have him projected a little higher. Okay, cool. We'll see how that plays out. But I'm being consistent in what I've said since 2021. And I'm sticking to it. So let me say that. Go ahead, bro.
Well, I want to bring up, I would compare him more to Tom Brady. The way he spins the ball, the way he makes his passes under pressure, the way he sets his team up to win. I would compare him more to Tom Brady. Jacoby Brissett is nice. He did have a decent year in the NFL. I will give him his credit.
What
He's
year
not a
was that?
quarterback.
When he left New England and went to
with the Colts. The Colts.
Yeah, he was cooking with the Colts.
He's good. He's good for New
As
England.
a Titans fan, he's got a dub and a half.
I didn't like
us.
him. I didn't like him with Cleveland. I didn't like him with New
I
England.
didn't like him with Cleveland either.
No, not Cleveland.
But, I mean,
Colts. We talking about New England. He was good.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's solid. I can see the comparison, but I would compare Shador more to a Tom Brady because he's not only under his tutelage, but the way that he makes decisions behind the line of scrimmage and in the open field, he makes the right decision every time. It's something that only a few players have done in the history of football, and it's not a college thing. It's not a level thing. He just knows what to do when it's time. Now I'm using that same lens, and I'm using what I compare him to be a great quarterback as, and I'm trying to watch Caleb in that same light, and it's not adding up to me. It ain't got nothing to do with my emotional investment.
You need to stop right you're ahead.
No, please.
No, I'm not stopping while I'm ahead because I'm watching the game and bro has completed less than 20 passes. There's nothing to stop.
He could have a bad game.
No, Shador Sanders has had a bad game and still did better than this.
He's only thrown I think what he's saying,
Nico, you gaslight him.
I think what he's saying is y'all been overcritical. Y'all
That's
been
a little wild. But I don't know how many of y'all watched Derek Carr in college and watched him before he got injured in 2016. But when Derek Carr was an MVP candidate back in 2016 before he blew his knee out and started getting scared of shit of pressure, that's kind of what I see in Shador. Like, Derek Carr is great in the clutch, at least before his big injury. He was great in the clutch. For some reason, he just always turned it on. He wasn't super fast. He wasn't super athletic, but he was mobile enough to make plays when needed. He was super accurate, but he wasn't an elite quarterback. He was just really great. And he could reach like a top 5 MVP candidate in the NFL type of thing, type of ceiling when he was in his prime. That's what I see in Shador. I see like a prime Derek Carr before the big knee injury. I don't know about the Tom Brady thing because I don't know what y'all see. Me personally, I see Shador making plays in the pocket, great pocket footwork, great pocket presence. For a guy that's literally facing pressure on 60 to 70% of his snaps, I'm not about to say his pocket awareness and his pocket presence is not good. He's facing pressure in a way that you can't even compare to other quarterbacks. They're not facing pressure on every other snap.
Nigga spitting.
Like, that's crazy to face pressure on 60% of your snaps. That's not normal. So for me to compare to a Caleb Williams that's facing pressure on 20% of his snaps, it's not even that's like saying a guy in the hood, my man's over there, he done been in 10 shootouts and he not accurate with his gun like that, but he got somebody 2 or 3 times versus one person that's been in one shootout. He might have got something going on one time. I'm not comparing them two niggas. The other boy done been
That's
shot.
interesting.
But my question is this, bro. Is that how NFL execs?
Hey,
That's an
interesting. That's kind of a dangerous
analogy.
situation.
This comes right back to my last point. This comes
My
right back
man
to
went
my
straight
last
to the
point from
blinker.
earlier. My last point from earlier was, if you're looking at a quarterback, you have to think about more than just talent. You have to think about the environment. Can you adapt from the biggest jump you'll ever make in your football career? Fuck high school to college, fuck middle school to high school. College to the NFL is a different beast of adaptation. It's a completely different beast. I'm not taking a
Oh,
quarterback
we
that's
gotta
never
put you
faced
at the
any
solo.
pressure. I'm not taking a quarterback that's never faced any pressure behind a great O-line and putting him behind a shitty O-line and saying, oh yeah, make something work that you
Nigga,
never even seen before.
you a
It doesn't
goddamn
make
fool to
sense.
say a fucking Heisman
I'm
champion
not saying that.
that you're not giving.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he can't do it.
Ultimately, that's what you're saying.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
All right, go ahead.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
saying that he can't do it. I'm saying
I'm
exactly what
still
I'm
trying to
saying.
figure
I'm
out how he
saying
put Derek Carr in the situation, and then he rounded
How
off
does this shit
by
correlate?
inserting the blickets and the sticks.
That's not. No. Fuck
Nigga
all
talking
that.
about King
That's
Von
wild.
Nah,
shit and
he's
all
spitting
this.
though, man.
What I'm
Nipsey
saying
Hey,
is,
y'all a
Hussle.
little
what
too
I'm saying is,
passionate and
if you have
emotional
a
about
quarterback,
Caleb.
what I'm saying is,
No.
if you have a quarterback that's already facing a crazy, abnormal, unprecedented amount of pressure and is performing at a Heisman level, at pressure levels that we've never even seen before. 60% of his snaps, he's facing pressure within the NFL window of pocket time. Most of these quarterbacks don't even have to operate within the NFL window of pocket time.
This
Shador
nigga
has to
spitting.
get the ball out within 2 to 3 seconds. That is the NFL window. Caleb Williams, Drake May, all these guys don't even have to do that. They don't have to worry about, oh, I got to get the ball out in 2.5 seconds. My internal clock got to be 3 seconds. These niggas got 5 to 8 seconds to throw. We can't even compare the
Okay, fam.
situations.
Hey, this nigga spitting.
Where's the
Caleb, so you
precedent?
saying Shador having that least amount of time qualifies him to be a better prospect
No,
than those other
Vega.
quarterbacks?
That's not what
Hey,
I'm
no,
saying.
no, no.
What I'm saying is, I'm gonna just respond to him real quick, and I'm gonna let you go. My fault.
Go ahead, man.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying who's gonna be better in the NFL. Brock Purdy is a fucking top 4 NFL candidate for MVP. You never know who the fuck somebody gonna be. What I'm saying is, if
4
I
weeks
was a
in.
scout and I'm scouting somebody, I'm gonna say we have the number 2 pick. Because let's be honest, Caleb Williams going number 1. We're not even gonna entertain that Shador number 1 shit. Caleb Williams going number 1 no matter what. It don't matter what I think, whatever. That's just a fact. If I had the number 2 pick, and let's say the Minnesota Vikings, who right now they line
Or
is
the New York Giants?
or the New York Giants, they line is dog shit. If I'm the New York Giants, I'm not looking at a Drake May or a Michael Penix. I'm looking at a Shador, and I'm saying he's already doing things behind a terrible old line that's going to be similar to what he's going to be playing in the NFL. I don't have to have him adapt to a different mentality, which is the hardest thing to change in the NFL. You can change talent. You can teach a quarterback outside of arm talent. You can teach a quarterback better footwork. You can teach them better technique. You can't tell a nigga how to respond to pressure. That's
Yes, you
already
can.
inside of you. No,
That's
you
a good
can't.
point.
No,
But
it's
no, he got
not.
a good point though, AB.
Nah,
You gotta.
he's spitting for one reason also, right?
No.
With
Film
that
can
time,
teach you
he's
how to
having
respect
to
the
make
pressure,
NFL
bro.
throws.
Film can teach you all that shit, bro.
All that.
Okay.
There
I've
is
never
some.
seen it happen, but all right.
There's some intangibles that a lot of quarterbacks have, right? When you talk about Michael Vick, the way Michael Vick responds to pressure is different than how Tom Brady responds to pressure, right? And so some of that stuff, you're right, like you can feel it. It's spider sense tingle on different
That's
players
right.
a different way,
Good
but
content.
there is basically the principles of how to avoid pressure. You step up in the pocket, you move. If we know y'all pressuring and blitzing a lot from that way, we move, we swing the offensive line out to give you some pressure here. We move you around. There's things that they tell you to do that are just baseline quarterback stuff to
But
help
that's
you
like
to avoid that stuff.
But that's
Yeah,
like
Deo.
scheme
Listen,
related
Deo.
things. That
I got a
depends on
question
the
for you,
scheme
Deo. Hold
that
on.
you're in, and that
Dale, I got
depends
a
on.
question for you before you spill. Historically, who could you compare the Deion Sanders situation to in college football historically, as far as back as you can think?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never seen a quarterback.
Mm.
I'm gonna say for the level that he's playing on, as far as being a top 3 to 5 Heisman candidate, I've never seen a top 3 to 5 Heisman candidate play behind this bad of an O line. I've never seen somebody get pressured on 60% of their snaps. I never
I
seen.
seen Steve
Bro.
McNair do that shit.
Okay, I'll give you Steve McNair. We can go with Steve McNair. But even with, let me answer that question this way. If I was to be able to name people, which I would have to take time to look up, I'm gonna be honest and say I don't know. I haven't seen it personally. If I did, I can't remember. Let's say we can find 5%. We might find 2 or 3 niggas. That's a really small. That's a really small sample size to compare. Like, this is not normal. You don't see this type of shit. You don't see college quarterbacks have to throw within an NFL pocket time window every single snap they take. That's not normal.
Let me.
I get your point.
Can I
We
give
got a
his
tie
stats
ball
too? By
game,
the way,
28-28. Arizona just scored a touchdown. 8 minutes, 17 seconds left to go in the fourth quarter. A lot of football left to play. 28-28. Arizona and USC knotted up.
The
yeah.
reason why Shador is facing so much pressure is he's throwing 40, 50 throws a game. Like if we
That's not
know,
why.
but it is. If we know you're
Every
only going
opponent
to
he's
throw the
played is
ball.
throwing the football just as
AB,
much as
hold
him.
on right there. Hold on. Don't get on just yet, Pitbull, Nico. But AB, we have seen quarterbacks slaying that ball all over the field way more than
Way
Shador
more.
Sanders historically, correct? The Andre Wares of the world, the
Yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury
Other
of the
comedy
world, the
extremely
Ty
good.
Detmer, the
Right.
Corey Detmer.
We playing, man. Caleb
What I'm
Williams threw
saying is
40
that
passes when they played
Hold
Colorado.
on, Nico.
Why are we talking like this though?
Let AB breathe.
what I'm
We trying to
saying
get some
is
historical
once
context.
again, all I'm saying to you is that game in and game out, Shador is throwing the ball 40, 50 times. There are quarterbacks like the Caleb Williams in last game where you say, hey, he threw 50 times versus Colorado. And then you look at tonight and he's thrown 16 passes.
Because he got pressure and that nigga trash.
No, because the Colorado defense dictates I can throw the ball on y'all like it's nothing. That's
You said Caleb Williams trash?
So
the player I'm looking at right now with no time to pass is
Let AB
unimpressive
talk.
at best.
Bro,
Let him talk.
you are
Let him
too
talk.
emotionally
So that's
invested,
all I'm
bro.
saying. Yeah, the
No,
thing
I'm
is,
just looking at the game.
That's
But
crazy.
let him get his point off though.
but
No,
so
it's no point he got off. He say Caleb Williams trash. This is the
no,
question.
he talking about him.
All right,
I'm
go
saying
ahead.
I'm just saying that based on each one of these games, the Colorado offense is it's the same every game in and game out. They live and die with Shador Sanders, which makes sense because he is their best player on that whole team. You know, especially with Travis Hunter out right now.
I agree.
It makes sense to
I'm gonna pick this shit apart.
It makes sense to run the offense through him. All I'm saying though is in most schemes, if we know you're going to throw the ball and we know that your offensive line is a bit suspect, then we just going to send the house at you. We're going to just keep sending pressure and pressure and pressure and pressure. And that's just what you see. That's why they do that.
AB, you're complimenting Nico because you mentioned the offensive line.
But not even that, Dex, because this is baby work to me. Y'all gonna understand this football it's not emotional to me. I just know how to talk about it. When we're talking about the consistency and what Shador's doing week in and week out, that other quarterbacks are not doing, and they're picking apart Colorado. That's why they're throwing as much. Shador Sanders can do this against any defense. That's why it's happening any week. This quarterback cannot do it against any defense. I am watching Caleb Williams right now. The TV's in 4K. It's very bright. He is not performing well. This is every time it's a guy in his face, he does not know where to go with the football. That is not something you've ever seen from Shador Sanders. He's doing it every week and going somewhere with the foot. No, we haven't. He had 17.
That is fucking cap.
No, how when he's passing for 1,800 passing yards with 15 touchdowns and 2 interceptions.
What you're saying is it never happens.
It doesn't. That's why he's number 2 in the
consistency.
But he's talking about being under pressure, though. AB and
this is every game. Shador is doing this.
Yeah, I see it too.
This is consistency.
He's never
I'm looking at Colorado State
in the MEAC conference. I saw it happen against him the year before that. South Carolina State. I saw that happen against Shador Sanders, bro. Stop it, bro.
No, we are capping right now because we keep talking about what Shador ain't doing right, and we're not talking about what Caleb ain't doing right. No, we just oh my god with y'all because Caleb Williams is playing right now as we're talking, and he's trash.
And before Colorado,
no. I'm saying the performance I'm looking at. This is not impressive.
Has struggles, bro.
Okay, the struggles that he's dealing with tonight, Shador has every game.
And I love that fact that happened, but like you, it's false equivalency, bro.
It's not the same lens.
Yes,
the same critiques that you are talking anything negative about Shador with. You're not using for Caleb.
Talking about a returning Heisman fucking winner, bro. You talking about the incumbent trying to make his way in the Power 5? Bro,
this is biased though. Y'all got to bring the players the same type of way, but y'all can't be biased towards London.
Yeah, y'all are being biased. I ain't gonna cap.
I'm giving.
That doesn't make sense.
Y'all being a little biased.
I'm gonna defer to AB. AB, go ahead.
Here's what I say.
AB played Division I football. Go ahead, AB.
I will tell you this. It's not a bias. The biggest difference for me and why I can give you critiques on Shador Sanders more than I can give you on Caleb Williams is I've watched every game that Shador Sanders has played, and I've not watched every game that Caleb Williams has played. I watched this game that we're watching now, and I watched the one last week versus Colorado. So my estimations are based on those 2 games primarily, and then obviously the games he had last year, but I'm talking about from this season. I watched some highlights. I literally watched damn near every snap Shador Sanders has had since he been in Boulder, and so that's where my estimation comes from you. But what I said to you was not really a critique of he's not a great quarterback. My thing is that if he wants to be an elite and go to the next level, those are the things that I think he has to tweak and become flawless at in order to surpass it. I think he can.
Well, let me pick that apart, AB.
But that's what I'm saying. You don't have to pick it apart.
I have to. Because you say you watched every Shador game, right?
But hold on, let me
now you get a chance to watch Caleb right now, and he's going through what Shador goes through, and you get to see that it's
not the same way. What I've seen from Caleb Williams in this game is there are times in this game where first off, they run plays for him to run the ball. I watched him at times just take over and snap after snap, run the ball in a way that I never see Shador do. I watched this. And also what like we talked about earlier when we talked about the offensive coordinator and some of the coaches, I watched certain adjustments that have happened from this USC team that I don't see happen with Colorado. To your point, one of the biggest adjustments is Caleb Williams in this game has probably only thrown the ball 18 times. It's going to 6 minutes left in the game, and he has 18 pass attempts. So to me, that says that the play calling is much different than what you normally see from him, which is probably because the pressure is it's a lot of pressure happening. So in order to score,
you're exposing him.
But in order to score the 4 touchdowns, let's hand the ball off. Caleb, why don't you run it? Caleb, instead, and that's what's happened. That's what I'm saying is that
you prove my point.
Yeah, but I think that's what I'm saying.
That still doesn't mean he's a better process. That still doesn't mean he's a better process.
Thing.
Hold on, Mer.
But we're saying the same thing, but we have to word it in a different way. Only because of this, right? He's throwing the ball less because he cannot find any ability to move the ball with his passing game against this defense.
It don't, but it's smarter to do something else. You even said
It's smarter for
he
him.
threw
With
the
Shador,
ball,
he don't have to because he can get the ball
because
anywhere he
he
wants
can't.
to.
You have already said 100 times he don't have an offensive line. They don't have consistent running backs, and then Travis Hunter, their number one receiver, is out. So to
And
me,
he's
what
still
that says
performing,
is,
AB.
No,
but
they
what I'm
number
saying is
one
that
receivers
listen,
in AB.
I
That's
know. Well, I'm
Xavier
saying
Weaver.
Xavier Weaver has become the number one receiver. What I'm saying
But
to
he
you
was the
is that,
number one while Travis was there.
but what
I'm
I'm
not
saying
saying
to you
that.
is this. All I'm saying is that what you described is the circumstances which they can't do anything else. It's not that they won't do anything else, but you saying that they can't. You saying that the offensive line trash, the pressure is there. The only option we got is Shador Sanders, and we live and die with that. That's what Colorado has as a team. This USC team doesn't have the same circumstance, so their coaches are calling different plays. That's my point. I think when you hear the Shador critique, and then you make it seem like if Caleb struggles, then that's an indictment on him. Then you got to go back and look at some of these games where we've seen Shador struggle and have had the similar night to what Caleb is having tonight.
No,
But
AB.
he
No.
is
I think the issue that the conversation is having is that it's not we're not holding all things equal. Like we're not
but
looking
you
at
can't.
Not even close.
but that's the thing. You can't look at all things equal. But the thing is, we have to at least have some type of equivalency within the argument itself. So we can't sit here and say that Shador, when facing pressure, he's not moving around, he's not running. This guy, like I said, is facing pressure at an abnormal rate. So no, if
Yeah.
you're facing pressure from all directions at an abnormal rate, it's gonna look a lot worse than somebody that might face pressure 20% of the time and has a lot more room to make different mistakes, make different decisions. So we can't say when Caleb is having a night where he faces the same type of pressure, and he's having a way worse game, by the way. Caleb
But it's not.
Shador has
Thank
never
you.
had anywhere near this type of bad of a game.
Thank
Even
Okay,
you.
let
under
Murgot
Quinn.
breathe a little
This
bit. What
nigga
you think about
spitting.
that,
All
Murgot?
right.
I'm sorry,
Listen,
Murgot,
man.
by the way.
You good, man. Listen, man. Let me explain the Colorado offense real quick. The reason why Shador faces pressure, which is mainly up the middle, is because they do have a flaw at the left guard and right guard position. Let's just get that out the way. That's the two biggest flaws offensively on the offensive line. It's the right guard and the left guard. But you can also say the whole offensive line is bad. Also, too, as well, does Shador hold the ball long? Yes. But it's either two reasons why he holds the ball long. He's either because he's trying to wait for a receiver to come open, or more than likely the receiver ran the wrong route, which is basically has been the case that's been reported by Coach Prime in interviews that sometimes some receivers run the wrong route. So now let's get this out the way too. Also, Coach Lewis doesn't do Shador any favors when
Thank
it
you.
comes to offensively and getting the ball out his hands quicker. You know you have a bad hold. You don't allow him the opportunity to get the ball out faster in under 2 seconds so that he can move the chains and get the ball out faster. That way, he can keep the defensive line on their heels and they're not pinning their ears back and going after them. Or also sending the house out, because they do that when they have more men in the box coming at him that the offensive line has to account for. Number three, Sean Lewis has the ability not to use his personnel in the correct format that he should. For example, he has Dylan Edwards, who on a good day soaking wet is probably a buck 165, and has them running up the A gap. You don't do that when you got Hankerson, Savion Wilkerson, as well as Austin McCaskill on their team that can do that. But he has Dylan Edwards do that. So a lot of times it does come down to play call, which is why you also see some of Shador Sanders' frustration on the sideline with Sean Lewis. So a lot of those sacks is being manufactured. Some are on Shador, yes, but a lot of it is on the O-line and play calling from Sean Lewis. Sometimes he doesn't do a great job in game planning and making the adjustments. That's something you don't see for a USC who has a better play caller
and Lane Kiffin on that team. Also as well with USC, they do have a better O line. They do have better running backs, and I would say the wide receivers are a bit. I would say the wide receivers are, you could say, about evenly matched for both teams. But even still, in the trench play and in the running back room, it's better than Colorado right now. So the thing, and they have a better play caller. So right now, it's incomparable to compare both teams right now. Now, me personally, I think Caleb Williams is a better prospect at quarterback. However, so Caleb Williams is going to go number one. There's no argument against that. However, like the brother said earlier, if I'm a GM, because I don't think Shador's going to come out this year, but if my GM next year and I'm looking at a quarterback prospect, I'm looking at Shador Sanders because of how he's handled being the most sacked quarterback and most pressured quarterback due to the circumstances that he's in right now. So I don't get I get where some people are coming from. It's just some things that Shador has to work on. Yes, like holding the football too long. That's something that can be coached. That's something that can be worked on, and that's something that can be fixed. I'm not worried about that. The biggest thing that he doesn't do is turn the football over. Only 2 turnovers in his whole career at Colorado. I can live with that. So I don't get that standpoint right there. But to me, Shador Sanders is the elite quarterback prospect. I just feel like Sean Lewis does need to do a better job in calling plays. That's really what it boils down to. Is Sean Lewis doing a better job in calling plays? And Coach Prime called that out in the press conference. He didn't say his name specifically, but he called it out, and it falls on Sean Lewis. He has to do a better job in protecting his quarterback. And I think Coach Bill O'Boyle, who's the O-line coach at Colorado, needs to change things up. Jack Bailey, who's about 280, needs to be changed up. They got McCormick, who's a 6'6", 300 guy. Put him inside. They got Kareem Hunt dude that's on Kareem, whatever his name is, Kareem Harden, something like that. Put him in there. He's about 300 pounds. They need to switch some things up to protect Shador Sanders a lot better. But that falls on coaching. That has nothing to do with Shador. Shador is doing the best he can with what he has to work with, and he's been very successful at it. And I don't think he should be knocked for holding the football too long. Hell, half of us wouldn't even survive in that scenario. To be honest with you, how would Caleb Williams react in this scenario? Gladly, we don't have to see that, but how would he react? And we're seeing basically he's dealing with a little pressure right now, and basically he hasn't reacted the best to it. Now, this is not a knock against Caleb. I'm not going to hurt him against his draft status, but still, this is something to basically keep in mind when you're a bad team coming into a bad situation. Because look at the situation with Bryce Young right now. He didn't have to deal with pressure when he was at Alabama, goes to Carolina. He's getting folded like an origami right now, and he doesn't know how to handle it. So these scenarios do matter, but it's not going to knock Caleb Williams. He's still going to be the number one quarterback taken off the board, but it's not going to knock him. But these things do matter, and people do look at that stuff. It's the same thing with Trevor Lawrence. He got folded like cracker in a crumble packet his first year in Jacksonville. Granted, his head coach didn't do him any favors, but that's what happened. Because he didn't have a great O-line and didn't know how to deal with pressure because he wasn't dealing with that at Clemson. Clemson gets the top of the pick of O-linemen they can choose from. The same thing with Alabama, the same with Georgia. You see what I'm saying? So that stuff matters.
Murgot, are you suggesting that with Shador Sanders going through this season, dealing with the pressure, that will help him moving forward on the next level playing on Sunday?
Absolutely, because you got to think about it, Dex. If you're a team that's picking at the top of the draft, obviously you're bad.
Thank you.
So that means that you're going to possibly have O-line issues. So having a quarterback that knows how to deal with that is already basically a step in the right direction. So some quarterbacks take time to have to adjust to that. Some quarterbacks come out swinging. Look at C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is a prime example of somebody that we're talking bad about, saying, he had all these wide receivers, or he didn't know how to deal with pressure, or he basically didn't test well in the off season during the pre-draft process. So what happened? People also had questions about the O-line. Guess what he did? He stepped up, but also the offensive coordinator gives him the easy button. If you go watch film, he has the easy button, meaning he gets easy throws that get him in rhythm. Give him short routes, give him hot routes. If you start feeling pressure, let him hit that. Then when the defense stops pulling their ears back on him, now he has more time in the offensive line can hold up. He can take shots downfield. That's how you work in a young quarterback, and that's how you alleviate pressure, including running the football, which Colorado was a bit successful at when they ran it with Hankerson.
Well,
But they didn't do that. But they didn't do that successfully, so it does help on the NFL level when being able to do that, including having a quality offensive coordinator that can help you give you the easy button. So that does help.
Right. Murgot, thanks for being the voice of reasoning. But at the same time, they're not paying you millions of dollars to make these decisions. Now, how do you know this, but they don't? The ones who get paid millions of dollars to make these kind of decisions and adjustments throughout a course of a game.
Because for one thing, because the quarterback position is the hardest to be able to, I guess you wouldn't say evaluate, because a lot of times it's the roll of the dice. You just don't know. So a lot of times you have to go off the field. You have to go off of basically how this party does in certain particular situations, how he's dealt with pressure, etc. And that's just not talking about just on the field. It's talking about off the field as well. So it's the most difficult position to evaluate, but the film don't lie. If the man can play, he can play. So you want to give him the opportunity to see if they can adjust. The biggest thing is seeing how hard they work. That's like, for example, you got to also look at the character of and see how hard they work. For example, look at Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray is a prime example of somebody that has talent, but didn't translate well on the field because he don't study. That's something that Arizona should have looked at before drafting, but they didn't go through the proper steps of doing that. So what happens is when he gets on the field, he makes error mistakes because he doesn't know the full playbook. So you can't roll out the full playbook on him because he doesn't know it.
Can I ask you something, Murgot?
So that's the thing right there. So you have to properly go through the evaluation. So me looking at a Shedeur Sanders going to the draft not next year, but the following year, that's going to have me basically looking at, all right, I see that he's dealing with pressure. I see that he knows how to handle adversity. I see that he knows how to work the 2-minute clock and knows how to take big chunks to get big plays in big situations. I see he's very advantageous and knows how to read the defense and move the safety over and know how to basically pick the defense apart, as well as take advantage of errors on that defense. Because that's what happened in that last situation. It was an error. Shedeur Sanders immediately took advantage of it. Those are the things you look for. Those are the things you look for. You look for that supreme confidence in the quarterback because that's your supreme leader, and they have to rub off from everybody else. So those are the things you look for. Hopefully you find that and they stick true to that, and it progresses to where it becomes a franchise quarterback. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It's just a luck with the draw things. But go ahead, Nico.
I wanted to ask you if an NFL scout or an NFL team were to ask you, what is he like under pressure? And they check Shedeur's film. Do you think they would see an above average elite quarterback? Or would you see the kind of quarterback that they talk about needs to work on this, and that they've been trying to explain to us all night?
Of course, they're going to talk about things he needs to work on. But me personally, because here's the thing. If you watch well off maybe recent people maybe the pregame, these scouts have already talked to Shedeur or basically went through and said things about Shedeur. They already said that how he handles pressure is at an elite level. Some of them basically never seen a quarterback be able to deal with that on the college level because, like Buddy said earlier, it's unprecedented. You don't see it all the time, especially for elite prospect quarterback who are on a lot of these blue blood teams, they have quality offensive lines. You don't see them deal with adversity that often. Sometimes you do, because depending on matchup and who they go against, but a lot of times you don't see them deal with that because their offensive line actually holds up, especially up the middle. Especially up the middle.
Yes,
So
you seen that, AB? That's under pressure.
yeah, especially up the middle. So the issue a lot of times is the issue a lot of times is some people try to equate that or try to twist that, but the reality is that I think a lot of scouts are going to look at Shador and they'll be very honest with you. They're already salivating over him because of how he performs in crunch time, how he performs under pressure, which he actually leads. He actually leads the nation in points scored off of pressure, points and yardage, basically based on pressure, as well as points and yardage based off of fourth downs. I think it's either 5 for 5 or 6 for 6 on fourth downs throughout his career at Colorado, including the fact that he's the best quarterback when it comes to being in the fourth quarter, and he's the best quarterback when it comes to being down in a game. So when scouts look at that, they're salivating over. They're drooling over Shador and ready to get his hands on and get him in the NFL system because they see the potential in him. I mean, regardless of not, Shador says he's going to be a first round quarterback. It just depends on when he wants to come out, which he's going to come out the following year, which I think so, which is the right thing for him to do. Come out the following year because I don't want him to leave because he's not going to leave Travis Hunter behind. Absolutely not. They're going to come out the same year. So by doing so, they're going to come out the same year, and person Shador Sanders will be the first quarterback off the board.
Well, can I tell you what I've seen so far? Just real quick, I'm gonna let AB take over because we're watching the same game. So far, from what I've seen from Caleb Williams under pressure, is a deer in headlights. He can't complete a pass. Everything is wobbly, and USC is literally about to win this game because of the running game. That's my assessment so far.
Nico, you're gonna have bad days, Nico. You
don't have bad days when you're Shador Sanders.
But Nico, Shador Sanders did have a bad. He had a bad.
His worst day is better than this.
But Nico, stop, Nico. I have to stop you there.
We don't. I'm looking at it. They just blocked the field goal. They're going to overtime. Caleb Williams is about to lose.
Listen to the voice of reasoning.
Nico,
this ain't reason.
No, it's not. No, Nico, man.
Oregon's a way better team than Colorado. Arizona ain't way better than USC.
Nico, I understand, but Shador Sanders did have a bad game this Oregon. The Colorado team was not prepared, and they weren't as talented as Oregon. And I just being honest,
Okay.
Is
USC more talented than Arizona?
Hold on, let me finish. That doesn't
It's not
stop.
the same parameters.
But Nico, let me finish. It doesn't mean that Shador Sanders is still not a top elite quarterback, and it's not going to take anything away from Caleb Williams because he had a bad game against Arizona. That he's not still an elite quarterback. He's still an elite quarterback.
I know. That's what I said. They're going overtime and about to win.
Yeah, it's crazy.
My God!
Yeah, I mean,
all because Caleb Williams couldn't cut the mustard.
This fool missed a field goal, 25-yard field goal.
You know why I'm so passionate about this? Because we calling this nigga the best in college football. You understand that?
I mean,
he's not Nico.
Dex, the field goal wouldn't have mattered. Dex, guys, I'm watching the game. He only threw 2 passes the entire drive. Everything else was a run. Everything else was a run.
He put him in position to win, Nico.
He didn't put shit in position. The running backs did.
He threw 2 passes that got them down there, and then they handed it
No,
off
the second pass was incomplete. The first one was a 2-yard gain.
They were in field goal range, and then he just handed it off. Now, where he did mess up is he fumbled. They tried to run a zone, and he fumbled it and had to dive on it on third down or on second down, and then they had to take a spike on third down, and then they tried to kick it on fourth, and then got it blocked. So he did mess that up.
Can I just ask one question?
No, I need to figure out if AD know his guy. I don't know.
For people that actually watch Caleb Williams, when are we going to talk about his fumbling issue?
That's what I'm saying. He just fumbled.
No, I'm saying,
which
but
is why they in
Word on the street, he got small hands. Pause.
every other game, this man is every other game since I can remember, this man is fumbling a goddamn snap. That's becoming a consistent issue at this point.
Listen,
That
man. I'm gonna just clear.
He got to work on the
I'm
phone
gonna
hands.
just. I'm gonna just.
he
I'm
got
gonna
two
just clear
fumbles
the
this
air.
game.
I'm gonna
He
just
got
listen. I'm gonna just
two
clear the
fumbles
air
this
right
game. He
now,
lost one.
so everybody knows when it comes to college quarterback, Caleb Williams is the best college quarterback. Let's just be honest about that,
I
man.
can't say that.
why can't he win the game?
But hold on. That
Can he finish the
doesn't
game? He got to
mean
win today. Oh man.
he's going to be the best pro quarterback. That's all I'm saying. Shador Sanders could easily be a better pro quarterback than Caleb Williams.
That's a
Because
fact.
I.e.
that's still
Ryan
up in the
Leaf
air.
and Peyton Manning.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
So he can still do that. But you can't knock him not winning the Heisman. So people are going to still give him that advantage over everybody else. Whether it's Michael Penix having a balling out season, etc. He's still going to be the number one quarterback taken off the board.
Oh,
It's not
absolutely.
going to matter. It's not
For
going to
sure.
matter. But that doesn't mean that he's still going to be the best pro quarterback. Because as you see, because Caleb Williams does have flaws. A lot of times he does hold the football too long. Sometimes he does think he's too much like Patrick Mahomes and needs to play within the system and actually be a quarterback. Sometimes he gets too antsy and moves around in the pocket too much
Yep.
instead of sitting there a lot,
He runs
and
right
picking the
into
defense
pressure
apart.
sometimes.
Sometimes he runs right into pressure. Sometimes he fumbles the football in situations. And sometimes he does take sacks. So a lot of those things can be coached. Some of this thing can be worked out, but we'll see. So that's why I said, he is the best. He is the best college quarterback, because a lot of people give him that because of that Heisman. I don't think, me personally, I don't think he's been the best college quarterback this year. I think it's been Michael Penix. To be very
And
honest
number
with
two would be who?
Number two, I got
Michael
number
Penix
two.
Jr. Make sure you say Michael Penix Jr.
I got Penix. I got Michael Penix Jr. as my number one quarterback that's been playing well this season. I got Shador Sanders at number two.
I'm
All
gonna
right, you
say
sound like
this.
a smart man.
I'm gonna say this only because, and I'm gonna admit a little bit of bias here, but I think it's reasonable bias. Uh, I think the biggest separator for a quarterback, uh, I would say, is how you respond to staring down the barrel. I think making throws in a collapsing pocket, your pocket footwork, your pocket presence, your pocket awareness, making throws while you staring down the barrel, you got a defensive end or a defensive tackle right in your face. I think that's the biggest separator between quarterbacks, especially at the next level. When you look at Super Bowl play, playoff play, even for guys like Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, mobile quarterbacks, Jalen Hurts, a lot of times you'll see their rushing numbers go down. All they're going to do, a lot of times you'll see the defensive tackles, their sack numbers go up. You'll see the defensive end sack numbers go down. A lot of times that's because the defensive ends are going to say, you're going to have to step up in the pocket. You're going to have to show that you can make your read progressions from the pocket, and we're going to make you throw. We're not going to let you run all around the field and play backyard football with us. So a lot of times, the biggest like most, when you look at most NFL quarterbacks, most people like to say this person's trash or this person isn't as good. He's not on this level. Most NFL quarterbacks can make most throws. Like all of these guys are at least above average to good at making their read progressions. Their accuracy is literally, when you look at accuracy percentages on next gen stats, most of these guys' accuracy percentages are not far off from each other.
Oh,
Like
Caleb Williams.
when you look at like the top like
We wasn't
10
celebrating for
to
that. That nigga's a running back right there.
you look at the top 10 to 20 quarterbacks, most of them are
You
fairly
scored though.
accurate. Most of them make the right read progressions. They making the right throws. The biggest separator is what you do when pressure is in your face or when the pocket is collapsing. So for me personally, I'm taking Shador number one as the best quarterback in the league just because of the unprecedented volume that he has to
But you
face
already
pressure.
admitted that you biased, so that kind of tainted
But
your
I said,
take.
But he's still
I said
spitting
with
though.
bias. Bias doesn't always have to be illogical. Sometimes bias can be logical, and I'm
Oh, I like the way
explaining the
that
logic.
sounds.
You can
This
tell me if
brother's
the logic is
educated.
wrong. Maybe the logic is wrong, but I think the logic is reasonable, so therefore the bias is reasonable.
All right,
Now you
Deo, let
on
me ask you
point.
this.
I
You
feel,
Let
almost
me
didn't
ask you
even
this,
have to say he
Deo.
was biased. You was
I
on point with
mean,
all of
Hold,
it.
hold on one
I mean,
second. Let me ask Deo a
I feel
question.
you on that.
Deo, do you believe that Shador Sanders don't trust his line?
Um, I think Shador Sanders doesn't trust his offensive coordinator.
Oh, that's even deeper.
I said earlier, and I think the guy that had the H something in the H symbol in his profile picture. I forget his name. I apologize for that.
Hoop jargon.
Yeah, hoop jargon. When I
Arizona
said
scored
that,
already.
yeah, when I said that, he had hopped on me for
Boy, these
uh
spoilers.
yeah, hopped on me for trying to come at the
I'm
offensive
sorry, guys.
coordinator. I wasn't coming at the offensive coordinator. I was just saying I
I'm
wasn't
ready to
trying
see
to come
Caleb Williams get that ass whooped.
I wasn't trying to come at the offensive coordinator to say that he's bad in general. I was saying, as of right now, he's not making the
Too
proper
easy.
adjustments to his personnel that need to be made. Like Moore literally just said the same thing I said 2 hours ago about Hankerson is your best running back as far as production right now. You're running zone concepts with a big ass running back like Hankerson, well, big in comparison to what else they have. You're running
Yeah,
zone concepts with a guy that can literally go down the middle like you're trying to do with Edwards. Edwards, like he even said, he's a little ass running back. Why are you trying to go shotgun and run him up the middle every single time when Hankerson is doing it already in smaller sample sizes? Get Hankerson
right.
out there. Make the defense have to commit to the potential that Hankerson is going to run up the middle, up the A gap, up the B gap. That way you can actually get some play action going. First of all, you got Shador Sanders running a West Coast offense with no run game.
But hold on now, Deo. Historically, I'm speaking historically. Coach Walsh and his West Coast offense originator, right? And his
Right.
West Coast offense didn't have much of a running game in itself. Roger Craig was an anomaly because he was 1,000-yard rusher and 1,000-yard receiver. How
Right.
odd is that? So that was rare. But most of their offense, when it came to rushing the ball, they passed first, then ran the ball. It's like they pass set up the
Absolutely.
run, and opposite as if the run set up the pass in West Coast offense. So you don't have
Absolutely.
to have a run game, nor do you have to have a behemoth of a line. All you got to
No,
do is have players that's mobile and get in the way of other players just to create zones, right? So you
I,
can
I,
throw the
I,
ball in.
I would
And
say that you're definitely correct in a general sense, but when you break it down to the similarities, you have to look at the fact that you still have to be efficient with the run. You still have to make the right play calls within the script of the game. Like
And you still have to have the right personnel on
you
the
still
field
have
to
to
doing it.
cater to your personnel. Like
Mm-hmm.
you can't say, okay, when I watch the game, right? I would say 70% of their passes, 70 to 80% of their passes are screenplays. Why are you running screens on first and second down and the whole defense knows what you're doing? They in a cover two shell, man on man. They even moving up, they crowding the box. They coming up and they punching the shit out of them screens behind the line of scrimmage. They already know what you're doing. You're not even trying to stretch the field in any type of way. West Coast offense, 3-step drop back, hit a slant, hit an out route, hit a flat. You're running screens every play. You're hitting the flat every play. Eventually, you got to throw a slant in there. You got to
yeah, that
throw
doesn't make
different
sense.
looks at the defense
Yeah.
to actually make them react. The West Coast
Yeah, that don't
offense
make,
is a reaction-based offense. So if you're not causing a reaction, all they're gonna do is keep doing the exact same thing that they know you're about to do because the defense doesn't have to react to anything different. They're just doing the same thing over and over again. That's why every play we watch them go 3 and out, we're watching the same. I know what they're about to do, so I know damn sure that them defensive coordinators getting paid hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars know what they about to do. They throwing a fucking screen on first down. They do it every game. They
Dale,
don't have no run game.
Dale, have Colorado ever ran a sweep this year?
I seen them maybe run
All their
2 or
runs
3.
come out of the same formation.
I seen them run 2 or 3.
Sean Lewis has not been creative in the run game, including the fact that he has not put his players in advantageous situations all the time to take advantage of their skill set. You don't run Dylan Edwards up the freaking A gap, man. That is just stupid. You put him in a position to where he is on the outside in space making plays. You got Hankerson, Alton, and Savion to run up the A gap. You don't even use Alton, who's your best running back on the team anyway.
Oh, he's spitting right now.
So Dex, a lot of it, and the thing is too, is them running like look at last game with USC. In the first half, USC was pinning their ears back coming after Shedeur. But what happened? They started changing it up and using the run game with Hankerson up the middle. And they started getting some runs in, which basically allowed the defensive line to back off some, which allowed Shedeur to start making some throws. So, and I get it. They trying to use the screen game to help them out in the running game. But basically, if the defense already knows what you're doing and they're playing man with a cover 2 shell in the back, you got to be able to take advantage of it by running slants or something like that. Give a different look and run the football. Otherwise, basically, man, you're going to continue to have these slow starts which they've been having. And best of better leave. Coach Prime is tired of it. He said that in the press conference today, the post-game press conference. And he's going to get on Sean Lewis about that, which he should. Because to be honest with you, Sean Lewis is looking like cheeks. Coach Kelly, defensive coordinator, he's been making adjustments. They got caught out of. They got caught slipping a couple of times. But they've been making adjustments. But dang Sean Lewis, man, he been looking bad out there.
I just want to say something. If we going off of this game, I wouldn't even believe that the guy in the red was the guy they were saying was the best quarterback in the world. This Arizona quarterback is whooping ass, baby.
To me personally,
this nigga beating ass.
I'm not going to say that Caleb Williams isn't an elite college quarterback. All I'm saying is I look at quarterbacks in college and I say, what do they do that I usually see NFL quarterbacks do as far as like how they could potentially translate? Me personally, I don't see Caleb Williams operating in an NFL system too well, unless that offensive coordinator is, let's say
Bill Belichick,
right,
I'm just
or Ben Johnson, or somebody that completely just caters to Caleb Williams' strengths.
No, he needs the exact offense the Eagles run.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say the Eagles. I would say he kind of needs to be in an Andy Reid type of system. He has to be. He really is. His Patrick Mahomes comparison is pretty accurate in my opinion. I think that he does
He ain't
have
no
a
Patrick
ceiling of a
Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes.
This nigga Jalen Hurts to me, he a better running back.
I'm saying that his ceiling is similar.
Arizona 41, USC 35.
They got to go for 2 though.
I mean, y'all, what y'all think?
Arizona's winning right now. That's why I said you wouldn't be able to tell who's the best quarterback. Arizona quarterback ain't having no problems. Meanwhile, Caleb Williams has completed 1 pass in 12 minutes.
My thing is this. It's hard. I can't say that somebody that hasn't been through something is going to be good. That's an assumption. So for me, I haven't seen Caleb Williams handle pressure like Shedeur. I haven't seen anybody. Matter of fact, let's get off Shedeur. Drake May last year had a terrible fucking O-line. I said last year that I thought Drake May was better than Caleb even after Caleb won the Heisman. That's just my opinion because I do prefer quarterbacks that actually show things under every circumstance because I can say it with an informed opinion. I can't say this guy over here that has that's only faced pressure 20 times is better than the quarterback that faced pressure 100 times. It's an unfair comparison. Drake May last year was doing what he was doing behind a terrible O line. Caleb Williams he's able to throw. He's able to read through his progressions a lot longer. He's able to bail out. He's able to step up. He's able to sit back on 7 drop steps and still have another 5 seconds. He could be on a 3-step step back, a 3-step drop back, and literally bail out on the play. He doesn't like what he sees and still take another 4 to 5 seconds. That's not even realistic for what you're gonna see in the NFL. And if he's seeing that on 80% of his dropbacks, he's having anywhere from 4 to 10 seconds to throw. You can't just assume that he's going to be able to adjust to the 2.5 second pocket time in the NFL. That's a stark difference. Now with Shador, Drake May, Michael Penix, they've already dealing with, especially Drake May and Shador, they're already dealing with an NFL window, that 2.5 to 3 seconds to throw. So
Can I add something to you real quick?
I would take them.
Because I'm watching Caleb in the moment. I just counted 6 seconds to pass the ball, and then he sprints out the pocket.
That's what I'm saying. That's not realistic for the NFL. You're never gonna see that. You see that 1 or 2 times a game if you're lucky. You get 2 to 3 seconds to throw. 2.5 seconds is the pocket time for the NFL. Really bad teams, you get around 2.2 seconds. Really good teams, you get around 2.8 seconds.
And here's what
on USC.
Let me say,
Hold on. Time out. Before you go ahead, I do have to discredit you on that. That on a lot of bad teams, you don't even get 2 seconds. Sometimes you get like 1.7, 1.6. Like the Falcons O-line that's giving Ritter, they got a young quarterback. They only be giving Ritter 1.7 seconds in the time in the pocket.
You're absolutely right. I stand corrected on that.
Oh, sometimes
go ahead.
Let AB cook, because I know he's seeing what I'm saying.
All I'm gonna say is that if you in the NFL, like you said, the pocket times are much faster. You got to get the ball out quicker. And all I'm saying is that in that system, what the coaches was going to tell you is get it to your check down, step up in the pocket if you need to, and then get rid of the ball. So when I'm saying that if Shador Sanders is going to translate and be an elite quarterback, those are all of the things that he's going to have to get more consistent and more used to doing on the next level. That was my point. I wasn't saying that he wasn't great. I wasn't saying that he didn't have all of these other intangibles and was not going to be an elite, but he probably will go to a terrible team with a terrible line, and every coach is going to tell him, here's our line is trash. Here's what you need to do to be better or to make it work. And then you're going to have to develop it. The other thing I will say is you're 100% right. A lot of these college systems are not pro style systems. They're not quarterbacks. And that makes it really hard to judge college quarterbacks, is because they're not running. They're probably running some type of style that's more suited to them in college. So I agree with you. I think that y'all cooking, and I think we all are very close to saying the same thing. I think that I'm just adding I just was adding my opinion of what I felt like. Here's the issues that
touchdown USC game.
Here's the issues that you have in that Colorado, and here's
they have to make the 2-point conversion.
They got to get it.
No, they missed it. So all they gotta do is kick a field goal.
No, they can't kick a field goal.
No, ain't no field goal. You gotta go for 2.
You gotta go for 2. Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
No, I agree with you, AB. I wasn't agreeing on
Nico,
that. I definitely got your argument from the rip. Yeah. I was saying that me personally, I felt like Shador is already going through those things. That's just for me.
Hold on. I just want to say this. Nico, do not yell out, because I think you're a little ahead of everybody. So don't yell out it. Yeah.
Let us see if they get it or not. Exactly.
Exactly. Don't say nothing,
Well,
Nico.
you know
Don't say
Nico's
nothing.
quiet, so you already know what it is.
Yeah, exactly. If
No,
he
I'm
don't say
cheering.
that mean they doing good.
Oh man.
Agreed, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, Nico came out here like a pit bull today.
I will say, in
I
watching
heard
this
y'all
game,
capping, man.
to Nico's point, and I think that this is what I'm saying. I don't care about this Caleb Williams dude enough to not see flaws in his game. I will agree in the last, like, maybe, oh damn, he almost
He not him, unfortunately, huh?
I will say that he has not been able to complete a pass since the damn fourth quarter. You know what I'm saying? He has dominated his game with running the ball. And that's all I'm saying is that, to me, though, that is also a sign of a solid quarterback. I want you to be able to, if they're shutting one thing down, I want you to have something else. Oh, he just dropped that one. But that's all I'm saying. I want you to have more. I want you to have,
Hey, the Colts need a running back.
I feel you on that, but at the same time, it's like when we talk. Oh, okay. I look at it like this. Let's talk NFL. At the end of the day, all that running shit is cool, but let's talk about the only thing that matters in the NFL: playoffs. When it comes to the playoffs, what are they gonna do? No, every mobile cornerback, they running numbers go down in the playoffs. They're not going to let you run in the playoffs because now you're going to be able to play off script. If you're really good at playing off script, they're not going to allow you to play off script. Most mobile quarterbacks, they best strength, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, they best attribute is playing off script. So for a guy like Caleb, if you can't show me that you can sit in that pocket and deliver throws and at least get 60% completion percentage off of staring down the barrel, creating things within a chaotic pocket, which is what the NFL is, you're going to see a lot of in the NFL. That's on a regular basis, you're going to see a chaotic pocket. If you can't show me that you can do that without bailing out and feeling the need to run every time that your first and second read isn't there, I can't say that he's not going to be able to do it.
Oh,
to me, that sounds like a concern.
Are y'all watching this
You know,
game?
yes, it looks like a nice running back wearing number 13.
Well, how did they? I thought they just went for it and he didn't get it. It was a flag or something? What happened?
To be honest, I'm not understanding the college game right now. I seen what you seen, and I thought that was the only attempt.
I did too. Yeah, all right.
I don't know what the hell going on.
Yeah, from here on out, they just go 2-point conversions.
Yeah, but he threw one.
Yeah, they changed
the guy dropped
they changed
it.
the rule. Yeah, so hold on.
Oh, so they keep getting a chance from the 2-yard line or something like that.
So let me explain. Let me say in the first session of overtime, it's basically
got it.
That's
ball game.
But it's basically
Arizona ball.
That's ball game right there.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's weird. It's
no, it's Arizona ball now.
They get a 2-point attempt.
I thought the first person to score in fourth overtime wins on the 2-point conversion.
I think they it's almost like a make it take it right now. They get one chance each.
Boy, it's sudden death.
But
it's strange right here. I ain't
unfortunately, that running back got the job done.
Yeah.
Number 13.
Hey, Nico, don't say nothing.
Well, anytime Nico's quiet, you already know it's against his narrative.
No, I just said that running back got the job done.
Yeah. Well, that game is over. USC squeaks out another victory, 43-41. Arizona failed on their sudden death 2-point conversion. Despite USC winning this game, I think they will fall down in the rankings to around 11. From 9 to 11. Even though they're undefeated, because they're not a SEC team. If you're an SEC team, you can lose and not lose ground in the AP poll or coaching poll. Shout out to all the Night Riders.
Look, unfortunate part is we just watched Caleb Williams play one of the worst games you could as a passing quarterback. We're going to give him the same level of credit a running back would have in this situation. It's none of these stats go to his quarterbackery.
His quarterbackery.
Yes, this is all running. This is a running back in overtime right now.
He got 4 touchdowns.
All running. Stop playing.
You got 3 rushing, 1 passing.
He's Denard Robinson right now.
But Nico, you have to give him credit that he can
As a
switch his
runner.
game up and still be effective, and he's not just one trick pony.
But
Hey, so
I think anybody can run behind a good line. You seen Jarvis Green Ellis?
So listen to this. So listen. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So listen to this. This is according to PFF. I don't take PFF as the end all be all, but this is what they got to say. He says Shedeur Sanders up under pressure has thrown for 545 yards, which is first. He also thrown for 7 touchdowns, which is first. And his PFF grade is an 85 percentile, which is first. Just want to throw that out there.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, if we've been watching, we know that.
In the NFL, man, all that off script shit, and like when it comes to the playoffs, man, they shutting that shit down. That's just the reality of it. Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl, you're not gonna see him running too much. He'll get a big run here or there, but you're not gonna see him running 13 design quarterback runs in a fucking game.
Man,
Jalen Hurts. All I'm saying is that in every level of football that you play, and they will. The ideal is that you get better. The ideal is that there are things that you don't do well, and when you get to the NFL, we need to help you get on script and be able to run plays and go from the pocket.
For sure.
Shedeur Sanders, when you get to the NFL, they're gonna say, "Bro, here are some things that we need you to do better." That's all I'm saying is that all of these guys are evolving and growing as quarterbacks. So while I might say Shedeur might need to do X, Y, and Z, I'm not saying he bad. The same thing with Caleb Williams. I'm watching him here, and he did struggle to throw the ball here. And I would say he does need to work on being able to and it's hard to say based on what the plays and stuff they call and all that stuff. But he probably need to work on being able to maybe be more accurate, maybe make better decisions down the field with the ball. Because I will say one of those, and this is something that I feel like y'all been saying earlier, but one of the biggest struggles I feel like some of these guys have on these like really elite teams is you do have playmakers out there with you, and you could just throw the ball up to them at times or pitch it out to them, and they make like amazing plays. You go back to Tebow at Florida, and you look like an all-world quarterback, but realistically, you got Percy Harvin out there. And so he has to like figure out how to, and he can do it with his feet. But like just from watching this, I think he needs some more work on being able to take a game over with his arm if need be. The problem is in this game, he didn't have to because they couldn't stop his feet.
I agree with you 100%. My only thing I
Stop.
was saying
Hold on. Stop the presses. Stop the damn presses. We got a iconic YouTube landscape presence in none other than Uncle Vern. Uncle Vern, what's going on? Did you see what happened today? Can we get a spiel from you?
Yeah, Dex. I ain't think y'all was on this time of night. I'm sorry. Hey, yeah, Dex. All is well. You know what I'm saying? In the neighborhood, everything is good. I'm just saying. CU won today. It was a rough win. It was a tough win, but it was a win. You know, I don't want to get to the details about why it was thinking it like that, but hopefully everything gonna turn out. The football gods was on our side today, and I thank them. And what's going on, Pam?
Football gods.
What's up with you?
Hey, yeah, everything is good, Dex, and thank you for asking too, Dex. I appreciate that.
Oh, it was good.
What's going on? What's going on? All right, I'm seeing who all on Kapati. What's up, Kapati? How you be, man?
Yeah, I'm all right, man.
What's up, AB?
What's up,
Nico? All right, what up, Flight?
What's good,
Who else? What's up? All right, Deo. All right, we good. What's up, Burgard? Who's that? Burgard? Is that Burgard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What up, Joe? How y'all doing? Everything is good, man. Hey, I'm sorry for coming in late, man. I'm celebrating. I'm sorry.
Better late than never when it comes to you, Uncle Vern.
Oh yeah, well, hey Dex, I appreciate that, Dex. Yeah, I'm seeing y'all carrying on. Y'all been going for a minute too. Y'all had to be going for a minute. Cause I've been going for some minutes, boy. I know
Yeah,
y'all
we
been
up
going
with the
for a minute.
vampires, man, and the werewolves.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, I
That's
want to
good.
make this announcement while we all here.
Yeah.
Colorado versus Arizona. We better be here.
I think Colorado gonna sweep the shit out them niggas. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I just want to see how the quote unquote best quarterbacks perform against the same defense. You know.
I think Coach Prime gonna jump on his whole team ass. They're gonna look at film. They're gonna practice real good
Pause.
before the next game. And I
Pause
think they're
with the
gonna win.
game porn talk.
Yeah, you
Pause.
go. Go ahead, pause.
That's crazy. I ain't gonna
But
hold
you
you.
know, I don't think any quarterback can really learn from this film I just watched. Me as a spectator, what I did learn though, if you were a guy who played offensive line like me, if you give your quarterback enough time, he can do anything.
Pretty much.
Yeah. He
That's
scared me with holding that ball all the time, man. With doing holding that ball like that, man, that scares me, man. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you, hey Nico, I ain't really a football player like stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Basketball more my game. But when it comes down to football, if you're a quarterback, you ain't supposed to be holding that ball like that. And you ain't supposed to be taking those sacks like that. It's a problem somewhere.
Oh, y'all go ahead real quick. Give me a second.
Well, Uncle Vern, you have two choices in that manner. Either swallow the ball, accept the yardage loss, or throw it up for grabs and give it 50-50 for either a reception or interception.
Right.
Or throw it out of bounds. Or throw it out of bounds, depending on the situation. That's all.
But then they
Every
say
time you can't throw it out of bounds because then that's intentional grounding. You you lose yardage plus the down.
Right, and not only that, because Shador is right with his throwing percentage. So if he starts throwing the ball away like that, that lessens his throwing percentage.
Do anybody want to talk about Carmani?
Talking about Kamani. Yeah, Kamani
Carmani
fine.
McLean.
I
Anybody want to
feel
talk about him?
like AB
Yeah, what
would
about
love
it?
to talk about Carmani because he was a
We
cornerback.
didn't hear his name that much.
He got pulled out the
That's
game.
he got pulled out. He got beat. He got beat. He got allowed somebody to get behind him. He got beat. You know, and so that's when they put Stoudemire in. But Stoudemire didn't do no better because he got beat for a touchdown. So
Yeah, he sure did. Yep.
I mean,
Yeah, he's getting penalized.
listen. Deion Sanders just commended the young man, extolled him to the point that we thinking that Carmani will take the next step, and then one play that was disastrous, he got removed and never returned.
he returned.
Much.
He returned. He just ain't returned back on that series.
Right.
No,
You think
he
his
actually didn't
confidence
play
was
much for the
shaken?
rest of the game.
Was his confidence shaken?
I don't know. That's something we just got to find out on the next episode of Well Off Media and the rest of them.
I said,
But I
well
think
off
he'll be.
media. I remember when people was putting out false narrative that well off media wouldn't be able to have Colorado content. I mean, these guys just go so far to be hateful.
I mean, it could
they
seem
do it
that
all the
way
time.
until you realize Deion Sanders control everything over there.
Well, it ain't the fact he controlled it, they allowed him that he gave him that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he's that kind of power.
Right.
He wouldn't have went there if they wouldn't have allowed him to be able to film what he's doing. It's a part of his brand.
Yeah, I mean, that was the whole point. That was the whole point. That was the whole point why he didn't take the other job serious, like Auburn and all that, because they didn't give him full autonomy. Colorado gave him full autonomy, and Vince George trusted him, and he's made them look like winners, man.
Yeah.
So,
But let me ask y'all this though: do you think Coach Pat gonna be there once the sign goes to the NFL and still be coaching in Colorado?
I ain't gonna lie. I think contrary to popular belief, I actually think Prime gonna be there for at least 7 to 10 years.
I don't.
I think he gonna.
And
I think he gonna stay.
The reason why I don't really see it past 3 years to a certain extent, because look here, it's hard for him to get up and down that field like he's doing right now. And then if he keep on doing like that, his body ain't gonna be able to take that. Even if halftime he had to go to like on a chair or something just to sit down, he can't keep doing that for the next 3 or 4 years doing that. He can only do that long as his kid's there. Then after that, he either got to take a what's the name job up in the booth or take a AD job. Something like that. He can't keep, and then they talk about giving him a 10-year contract too. You crazy if you think he's gonna keep doing that. And his kids ain't there too.
Yep. And he gonna keep. And guess what, Vern? He gonna keep doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Hey.
Because it's Coach.
But see, one thing about it, Uncle Vern, it don't have to be his. Hold on 1 second, Kafani. One thing about it, Uncle Vern, it doesn't have to be his biological children, because Deion look at all of those young men that he have a close relationship as his own.
That are talented.
A prime example is Travis Hunter. That's not his son, but it's his son.
Right, understand that.
That nigga the number one player in the country.
But what I was saying, guys.
You know who Winston Watkins is? Winston Watkins is he's an alternate player. He played defense and offense. He coming in from IGM from in 2025. Look here, Coach Prime might not be there or being their coach.
Coach Prime is going to be there.
You talking about IMG? You talking about IMG?
Coach Prime is going to be there, Vern.
Okay, all right, bet. Okay,
So is it possible that the NFL gave Coach Prime a deal? Coach
Prime has already specified on so many occasions that he does not desire to coach in the NFL. If it happens, I would be shocked. He doesn't want to do it. He likes coaching in college, and he's going to stay at Colorado for a while, especially with them going to the Big Ten and getting basically so much money by going to the Big Ten. They got a 40. They got a
Big 10 or Big 12?
Big 12.
Excuse me,
Big 12.
They're going to the Big 12. They got a $40 million cut just to go there, and he's going to bring in all that money there. The commissioner for the Big 12 is salivating for to get Coach Prime. They're probably going to try to keep him there long term.
And I remember somebody earlier in the stream spoke about Prime presence for a duration of time so they can secure a TV deal for the conference.
Exactly my point. They're going to do that with Coach Prime because everyone's going to want to watch him on TV. So by you having him in the Big 12, that's going to bump TV ratings. That's going to bump the revenue that's coming into the conference, because everybody's going to want to watch that conference opposed to the SEC, the ACC, and the Big 10, because they're going to want to watch Coach Prime on TV, which is going to allow them to be able to do all that. They're not going to try to let Coach Prime go nowhere, and Colorado's going to have the money to pay him.
Okay, Murgod. Now, looking off into the future, you're rubbing your crystal ball. You're looking off into the future, right? And you got USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten. And the Big Ten already have powerhouses in Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio State, and to sometimes Wisconsin when they get their thing together. You think that nobody wants to watch those high caliber teams with historical references on their resume, and they will skip over and watch Big 12 football just because of Colorado?
Absolutely. They're doing it, Dex. They're doing it now. Colorado is leading the nation in views. They're beating everybody. I mean, and it's not even in Dex. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not even close. Colorado last week, Dex, Colorado is leading the nation with close to 50 million views. The closest team that has it is USC, and they got 12.
But now USC will be going up against Ohio State, right?
Yes.
Michigan.
But Dex, they're still not going to beat Colorado in views. That's not to say that no one's going to watch their game. They'll get a million views and stuff like that, but it'll be incomparable to what Colorado's going to get. People are going to want to watch Colorado because of Coach Prime. They're
I
going to want to
agree.
watch them.
You a
That's not.
Colorado
Colorado.
fan?
But it's not to say. But that's
Hold
not to
on,
say
Murdoch.
nobody's going to want to watch
Hold on.
USC.
You got an opportunity to prove your point. But Colorado is one unit, right?
Yes.
Whereas who else is in the Big 12 can carry some of the weight? Whereas the Big 10, you got 4 units. So Colorado is going to take over 4 high-power units in one conference when they don't have anybody else in their conference to balance it out.
Dex, it don't, Dex. I'm gonna be very transparent with you, Dex. It don't even matter because Colorado got more views than everybody than in their own conference. Colorado got more views than USC. Colorado got more views than Oregon and Washington, who better than Colorado. It's not gonna matter. They can call it USC can go play in the SEC, the ACC, the damn go WCC, the NAACP. It's not gonna matter. Colorado will get all the views and all the TV time because everybody's gonna want to see it. And next year they're gonna have even more TV time because people are gonna want to see them. They're must see TV because people want to see
remember
what
now, Murdoch, I'm speaking about a conference and you just speaking about a unit. I know they might have the most viewed team in all of college football as a team. But what about conference?
As a conference, the Big 12 in terms of football is probably the third best conference. Probably going to be the third best conference.
Yeah, because you still have Oklahoma and Texas, but they're going to be gone.
No, yeah, Oklahoma and Texas going to the SEC. So they're still going to have TCU, Houston. They're still going to have Baylor. They're still going to have Kansas. They're still going to have Oklahoma State. They're still going to have Iowa State. They're still going to have a few Cincinnati, UCF. So Iowa State. So they're still going to have those teams left. So like I said, I'll be the person. They're going to be the third best conference. I mean, the teams is going to bring in views. I mean, the Big 12 and viewership right now, from what I looked at, is all right. It's not better than US. It's not better than, of course, the SEC of the world or the Big 10. But I think by having Colorado, I think it's going to bring more viewership to the conference in general, and it's going to help them basically build the numbers up to where more teams and more players are going to have more recognition of them. I think Colorado itself is going to add a lot to the Big 12 in terms of viewership and helping them getting their views up. Do I think the conference as a whole is going to be, if you take Colorado out, are they going to do better than these other conferences? No. But adding Colorado in the mix helps them out greatly to where they bump their views up. I don't think, like I said, if you're talking about as a whole conference, they're not going to be better than the SEC and the Big 10. They're not. But adding Colorado in is going to help them being able to compete. They're just not going to be better as a conference.
Right. Would you say, Uncle Vern? You was about ready to say something.
But they're going to get a lot of money.
Here go.
They're probably going to make the most money out of everything.
When it comes to that, right? Because you keep saying Colorado, and the reality is not necessarily Colorado as it's Coach Prime, it's Deion Sanders, and so
that's what I mean. I mean, I'm just talking about Deion Sanders, because of Colorado. So.
For me, what I say that to say, I think that for guys like I said, I'm not in his mind, but I would imagine that what draws you away from a program is Colorado is nice. It's beautiful. They talk about how beautiful Boulder is. I've been out there before. I'm going back out there to a game in November. But the difference is Prime, as we know him, is Texas. He Florida. He a Southern bred dude. And I think that will pull him away from Colorado more than anything else, right? Getting back to down south into the country, if given the opportunity, I feel like that's where the bag at.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that, but I can only see that if a blue blood program becomes available,
And they
like
would
a
do that
Texas,
though. I don't know.
like a Texas, like for me personally, for me, you know, for Coach Prime to lead Colorado, it would have to be for a top blue blood program like a Georgia, a Alabama, a Texas, like that type of program. I can see him leave for. I don't see him leaving to go to somewhere else that's basically on the same playing field as a Colorado. I can see him leaving for a Texas job, but I don't think those type of jobs are going to be available.
I'm
I can
saying
see him
like
leave. I can see him leaving for
Texas.
Florida. I can see him leaving. I don't think Texas is going to be the only team I can see there's a blue blood that he can leave for that'll be available is probably like a Florida. Florida could be available because I don't think Billy Napier has done a great job there. So that can be available. I don't see too many SEC teams being available right now. Maybe a LSU, might be, but I don't think Chip Kelly is going to get that up no time soon. Maybe a Ole Miss, maybe maybe Mississippi State. Mississippi State may be a job for him to go after, but I don't know if I don't know if he may want to go there. But to me, I feel like if it's not a top blue blood, a blue blood program that's in the South in the SEC. In the SEC, I don't see him leaving.
I think the only thing keeping him there over the next maybe 3 seasons is his boys is there. After that, Colorado is cool. Yeah. That's it. Once they gone, I could see because and no shade on my man Coach Prime, but all they're gonna take is a calling from the man upstairs, and he gonna be out of there. TCU, they mess around and have some bad seasons, and he could go back to Dallas area and coach TCU. I think he'll take that job.
I don't see him take it. I don't see him take it. I don't see him taking it.
Somebody in the stream earlier brought up that Prime wanted to go to TCU, and that was one of the picks on his list, as well as Florida State.
Yeah, they turned him down for Sonny Dykes, as well as the offensive coordinator basically, treated Shador very poorly there. So I don't think TCU is really on his list of places to go to. Plus, they're going to be in it. But plus, they're going to be in the same conference. So I don't see him going there. But like I said, I don't see. Like I said, to me, if it's not Texas, Auburn, Alabama, Florida, maybe he might consider Florida State in the future. I'm not sure. If it's not something like that, I don't see him leaving.
I do. I don't see Colorado is cool. But everything that they got is off his back. If he, which I'm sure he does, he understands his value. And obviously the landscape out there is beautiful and it's a Power 5 school and all of that stuff. But they literally was 1-11 last year. And now they national attention and everybody is tapped in. So for him, it only takes opportunity to create similar situation. Like Colorado is a historical program for sure. They've been around for a while, but he could any team in the ACC mess around and slip up, and if he get Miami, they having a decent season now, but they start sliding. They get Coach Prime on the line. They get him an excuse to go ahead and bring Michael Irvin back and Warren Sapp back on the.
Warren Sapp is banned from Miami.
But that's what I'm saying. They go ahead and hire Coach Prime, and he'll be back on the list.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't know. Houston right now is in the Big 12.
Yeah, I don't see. I don't see him go. I don't see him go. I just, me personally, I don't see him sign. If he did sign to another team or go to another team, I don't see him doing it in the same conference.
Yeah, AB.
You
I think
know,
it's got to be offered that
I don't think.
he
I
can't be
don't think
sued. He
it's.
got
I
can't
don't
be
think.
sued.
Yeah. I don't think it'd be in the
You got
same
what?
conference. I think it'd be. If to me, if I see Coach Prime, because Coach Prime's the type of man where he'll get that calling, but he also likes a challenge. So if it's to me, if it's a team that he wants to go to, it's going to probably be in the SEC to where he really wants to compete with the big dogs.
Don't you think the challenge is in the NFL? If he was to
I don't
become
see. I
bored
don't.
with the college circuit,
I don't see him going to the NFL because I don't think basically he resonates with the NFL players and leading them. I think he resonates more, with the college game. And I could be wrong. Maybe he gives that a look in the future. I'm not sure. But as far as me looking at Coach Prime right now, I think he's very satisfied with being in college right now. And I think he stays at Colorado for a little bit. That don't mean that he's gonna stay there, 15 years. He might stay there 8, might stay there 10, something like that.
I give
But
him
like
another 4
I
or
don't
5 years. I give him
but
4 or 5 years, in my opinion.
yeah, I mean, but I just don't see him, me personally, if he leaves, I just see him going into a blue blood program that's in the SEC. That's where I see him going.
Yeah.
Well, Prime also said himself that he has no desire whatsoever to coach in the NFL.
NFL, yeah.
I mean,
Right.
he said that
everybody
several
has
times.
the right to have a change of heart, right?
I mean, but
Exactly.
his reasoning for it doesn't sound like he's ever gonna go to the NFL, because his reasoning for it is what Merger said, which was that he doesn't resonate with NFL players because they have big egos and they're playing for
Spoiled.
something. Yeah, they spoiled. And for him, he coaches hard. He's an old school coach. He's not gonna be able to connect with this new brand of NFL players that's getting. You got role players and bench warmers making $2-3 million, which back in the day when he was playing, that might have been your fourth best player's contract. And you got the 53rd man making the same amount of money now. Like, it's a different NFL. And for
Okay,
him, from what he was
Dale.
saying, he's not going to be able to resonate with all that.
Right, we understand that. What? Hold on one second, Dale. Do you think if a team in the NFL had a strong regimen, do you think Prime will be apt to pursue that job?
Um, I'll say this. I think if a team had a strong front office with a clear direction, a GM with a clear
Strong
direction,
regimen, yeah.
yeah, they like you saying, strong foundation and all that. If he like the owner too, if he like the owner, they got a direction for him, they got a plan, and if it was a young team, I think it would have to be a lot of factors. They would have to be young. The players would have to be young overall, and the front office and the owner would have to have a clear direction of where they want to go with their future. It would have to be a lot of factors that's you probably never really gonna find in the NFL, honestly.
The only factor he would need is my son Shador is the quarterback. That's it.
That's it. That's all it
That's
takes.
it.
He
That's
don't care
all it
what.
takes.
He don't care if the team's in
You
shambles,
got a
huh?
point
He
there,
don't
AB.
care.
Yeah.
He doesn't care. It could be whatever squad it is. He could be in Cleveland.
They don't even need running water, right?
Shit,
You're right,
that's
man.
funny.
I
That's
Howard's gonna
funny.
be the
think
safety.
Shador in the NFL. I couldn't see that.
That's it.
He said
That's funny.
Shador is the only coach he knew. I mean, he said Shador is. I mean, excuse me. I'm saying that wrong. He said Shador only knows him as his coach since he's been born and playing sports.
Yeah.
It's the same. Think about this, right? And this, I'm telling you, this is how the conversation gonna go. When Prime made the decision to go to Jackson State, I think at the time Shador was gonna go to like FAU or something.
Yeah,
And
he's
he
gonna go
said,
to FAU.
he said, "Shit, if you going there, I'm going too." And he gonna be like, "Yo, Shador gonna be in the league. They're gonna be having some shambles. They gonna need a new coach." And he gonna be like, "Dad, like when you needed me, I came through, right? I was D1 and I went down to Jackson State HBCU, got our car stole together, we did all that. And bro, could you come I need you to bring what you bring to our squad." And then he gonna have to do it. And he gonna say, only way I'm gonna do it, baby. Yeah, I got you. We're gonna
That's
need
funny.
Shiloh too.
Hey,
And then next thing you know, Shiloh
And
gonna
then
be
well
there.
off media's on his way.
And then well off media there. Exactly.
taking over the
Reach the people
NFL.
and everybody else. Yeah.
I could see that happening for sure. I still think it would. I don't know. I just think it would take more than that. I don't think his heart is in it. And Prime strike me as the type of guy. If his heart not in it, he not gonna try to fake it. Like I just don't see him being the type to be like, oh well, I'm a fake it till I
His
make it
own
type
son.
guy.
Yeah, that's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying.
that's a big motivator. But like he said, his heart is not in coaching the NFL. He does not because you got to think. Yeah, you would be helping your son out. You would be your intention would be to help your son out, but at the same time, it's still 52 other dudes on that roster, and an
But
NFL
there's other
team.
coaching and that's the staff to deal with that. Prime going to just probably want to deal with the offense, and he'll have somebody qualified to deal with the defense and special teams, and he would just put his focal point on the offense with Shador. Now Shiloh, that's a different situation, I think, because I don't know if he can control the Shiloh situation, right? Because he's not going to be in the top 10 in the draft. He'd probably be a high end second round pick. What y'all think, or a low end first round pick?
I think to the first point, I think actually in the NFL, it's just my opinion. I don't know shit, but I think in the NFL, Prime would focus more on defense and special teams actually.
Yeah.
And I think he would hire a great offensive coordinator for Shiloh, like a Ben Johnson, maybe even like a Byron Leftwich, like a young, innovative offensive coordinator. That's just that would be my prediction if he was to go to the NFL. But for
That's who.
Shiloh, you 100%
That's who I
right.
wanted to coach. That's who I wanted to coach the Falcons.
My fault. What you said, bro?
I said that's who I wanted to coach the Falcons next year. Ben Johnson.
Yeah. Hey, I need Ben Johnson on my Raiders, man. My Raiders, Josh McDaniels got to get the fuck out of there, man.
Hey,
Oh my
I ain't
God,
even
you
gonna,
a
listen,
Raider fan and
listen,
as
we
intelligent as
ain't
you
gonna talk
sound?
about that, bro.
listen,
I'm about to have a heart
listen,
attack. We
brother,
ain't gonna talk about
Oh
that.
brother,
my God, that's
brother, brother. Listen, I love
paradox.
you.
I'm gonna throw my
Listen, my
fucking
brother.
phone out the window if we got to talk about Josh McDaniels right now.
That's
Listen,
a
my brother.
paradox. I
My
never
brother.
ran across an
Dex,
intelligent Raider
Dex,
fan.
Yeah,
I
me
need,
neither.
I need to say this. Dex, listen, my brother. I love your points. You dropping that science. I love it. But listen, brother, we might have to tussle back and forth for Ben Johnson because I need him on the Falcons. He got my Arthur Swift got my team looking horrible right now on this, bro. I need Ben Johnson.
Bro, I'm at the point with Josh
We got
McDaniels,
records.
bro.
We got records, man. We got records. We got picks, and Arthur Smith don't know how to use them,
Bro, we have
man, bro.
Devontae Adams and Josh Jacobs. We got arguably the number one wide receiver in the league and last year's rushing leader. And this nigga can't put up more than 17 points a game. I'm
Man,
not even trying to hear it.
how you think I feel? We got Bijan Robinson in the last two games. Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Cordell Patterson, right? And we can only put up 7 points in the past two games.
But y'all still putting up more than 17 points a game, no?
We're not. We're not. We only put up three
How did we
points
get
in the
here?
3 points
Yeah.
2 games ago and 7 points the last two
Atlanta
games.
and the
Yo,
Raiders actually having a conversation like it's
I
Yeah, this a
know.
bad joint, man.
productive.
Yeah.
I'm
And
about to start
I
crying
got a
soon,
question
bro.
for
I don't even
y'all.
want to talk about this
What
stupid ass team, bro.
Y'all done ran
Two
everybody
questions.
off
I
the
got a
street with
question.
that
Oh
shit.
man.
We done we've
To
talked
Deck's
about.
point, though, I definitely think Shiloh is second to third round.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, I think Shiloh's like a third rounders. I mean, safety.
I mean, safeties usually don't get drafted that high. You got to be like a freak athlete to get drafted that high. You gotta be like a Kyle Hamilton,
Or like
somebody
a
never seen
Brian
before.
Branch or something.
Yeah, yeah. And even Brian Branch didn't go in the first round. So because didn't test the best. But you
Hey,
see him on the field, the dude is unstoppable, man.
was
Yeah.
y'all
Let me tell
satisfied
y'all
with
this.
Shiloh's performance today?
He was all right. He made some. He
Yeah.
was all right. He
Shiloh
made
got his
some
ass
mistakes.
ran over today.
Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Jack.
He sure damn did. He sure damn did.
Let me tell y'all this.
He
I
sure damn did. I
He
can't.
was
I
an
can't
okay
cover.
safety to me.
Listen,
I ain't
I
gonna
can't
lie.
cover,
I like
bruh.
Shiloh's mentality a lot. And I this is my thing that goes back to Shador in a way. It's like the one thing you really can't coach is mentality. So if they got the mentality and they got the physical tools, you can teach a lot of the fundamentals. So what I like with Shiloh, he's not afraid to get in the box. He'll
Sure
get in the
not.
box. He not afraid to knock
Headache
somebody
game.
head off.
Headache game.
He not afraid to play up a little bit when he gotta go press man. He'll try to jam up the tight end at the line, jam up the slot at the line. He might get beat, but he not afraid to get beat.
Right,
Like
right.
he has no fear inside his body. So
Oh, he's
when
going
it
to take
comes to
his
them,
risk.
those
I'm gonna be honest.
intangibles you can't teach.
I don't like his game.
I don't
Shiloh
either
will take
personally.
a
I just
risk,
can't
right?
watch.
I don't like his game. He don't wrap up enough for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
for
do
sure.
all of that stuff you're saying, but every time I see him come down and tackle, he throwing that shoulder, and
Yeah.
and I think he's good. I think he's good. I think he's better than the Woods dude who they have at safety
Trevor
sometimes.
Woods.
Trevor
Yeah.
Woods.
He's a
I don't like
strong
his
safety,
game
I
for
think,
sure.
right? Isn't he strong safety?
I don't know which way they playing him,
Nah,
but
they alternate. So Shiloh is actually the strong safety. Woods is actually the free safety, but they
Okay.
alternate. They
Okay.
alternate
Got
back
but
and forth.
I think I don't know if Trevor Woods played a ton today. I felt
He
like I
did. He
saw
did.
I
He
saw
didn't play. He
29
didn't
play.
play. He didn't play at all because Trevor Woods was in a boot. So Trevor Woods hurt his ankle, and
Okay.
what's his name? I forgot his name. Uh, Robert Ward. That's his name. 29.
Yeah,
Robert Ward was playing.
29 played. Yeah,
Yeah, 29 play. Yeah, Robert Ward.
but I don't know. I'm
But
waiting to
Keith,
see. To me, Shiloh is. He seemed like he's too small to play the type of safety that he plays.
yeah, he might need to switch to that free safety because I know
Mhm.
But he might
he
not be
plays a
fast enough to play free safety.
Yeah.
you don't always got to be fast though. I mean, you can look at guys like what's his name, Xavier McKinney. He was
So
decent at
it's
free
not.
safety
So the thing with free safety is this: if you have the speed, it's beneficial. But
for sure.
look at a Charles Woodson or Rod Woodson who later in their careers played free safety. It's
Well,
more
Charles
about
Woodson had the
hold
speed.
on.
Rod
Uh-uh.
Woodson
Charles Wood
didn't.
Charles Woodson didn't have the speed late in his career. He had it early on. That's what allowed him to play corner. The back in his career, when he played for the Green Bay and started playing for the Raiders again, he was mainly a free safety. So a lot of times it's more about instinct than it is about speed. Because if you got the instinct, you can combat speed because instinct always has you a step ahead. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Another thing I want to say with safeties, this conversation is really hard because at the end of the day, I think safeties and linebackers develop the latest in the NFL. Like somebody you could have a safety or a linebacker that's completely ass for 4 to 5 years, and then in one system they just blossom and they turn into a great linebacker, great safety, great slot guy out of nowhere. Like
You have
look at
anybody in mind?
like Devondre Campbell, for example. He was like an average at best linebacker for most of his career. And then he turned into one of the best linebackers in the game in year 6.
Okay, okay.
I don't know. I think all them defensive back positions are kind of similar to that, where some of it's system. You get on the right, most of it's system, right? You get the right player and the right system. They, you know what I mean? They tend to thrive at times. And so even with Charles Woodson, like I think later on in his career, I wouldn't even say he played free safety. He played safety, but he played like more like nickel safety. You know what I'm
He was
saying?
more
Where
nickel slot.
yeah. They
He
had him
played. I think
in the
he
box a
played.
bit. Yeah.
He played a bit of both. So he'll play in the box. He'll play free. It's just that. It's just that he didn't have that same speed later in his career. I mean, nobody does. I mean, he's pushing 36, 36, 37. He's not going to have the same speed when he was 23, you know? So to be able to fly around like that. But he still has that same instinct. But as a matter of fact, his instincts are better. So he's able to watch film, being able to know the play, to be able to be a step ahead. Because as long as you're a step ahead, you're always faster.
Yeah, I just think he was a really hell of a safety coming out of college. So he was given the benefit of the doubt big time throughout his career. Now, what do you think about the safety growth and development in Troy Polamalu? Y'all remember him?
Yeah, of course I remember him. Troy Polamalu was good, man. Hall of Famer.
Yeah, so do Colorado have anything similar to that? Like, just a good hitter and somebody that's aware, not too big, not too fast, but he would just his IQ.
Player like Troy on that team? No, Troy was a bona fide first rounder. I don't see nobody on the team. For one thing, I don't see nobody at safety right now with Troy Polamalu's athleticism, with Troy Polamalu's instincts, and also basically with Troy Polamalu's will. Troy Polamalu had will beyond nature. He will will that defense, just like he will USC defense when he played there. So I don't see nobody at safety. So nobody there. Plus, Troy Polamalu was All-American 2 years in a row. I don't see nobody at Colorado at safety right now. That could be an All-American. No. The only safety in the country I see that compares to Troy Polamalu is that safety from Alabama. He's a problem. But other than that, no.
Now, what about Brentley? How you feel about Brentley?
You said Brentley or Bentley?
Is it Bentley?
It's Bentley. He's the linebacker.
It's Bentley. The linebacker. Yeah, the linebacker. Yeah.
He's all right. He's all right. He's number 20.
All right.
Yeah, he's all right. I think my biggest issue with him is he missed tackles a lot.
Yeah,
and sometimes
that's the whole team.
Sometimes basically, his instincts ain't all the way there when he reads the wrong holes. But I mean, he had a good game. He had a much better game today. But the thing I don't like this game is, for one, they had a mismatch because that running back from Arizona State, number 4, he's very good. He reminds me of the fullback that plays for the 49ers, to where he can line up all over the field. He can line up in the slot. He can line up in the X. He can line up in the Y. So, I mean, he can line up just about anywhere on that team. He can play the H-back, all that kind of stuff and everything. So, it's very difficult to guard him. And they try to have a linebacker on him. They try to have Bentley on him. It just wasn't the best idea. And then what they would do is they would run a pick play and almost have Bentley outside on a wide receiver. So I didn't like that game plan with Charles Kelly, but I mean, Bentley did the best he could do in that situation.
Hey, Murgard, look here. Did you notice who didn't touch the field at all today?
Who was that?
Juju Mitchell.
I think Juju hurt.
He ain't hurt.
I thought he was hurt.
He didn't have no yellow shirt on the other day.
I mean, he probably got hurt in the game, though.
He didn't play in the game. He didn't touch the field.
Hey, man, we'll know.
Teams on nothing. Touch the field.
We'll know on Monday what happened. because he could have got hurt. Something may happen because Juju's actually the best linebacker. Unless
you remember seeing him in the game?
he might have got burned. He might have got hurt. I don't know. I don't know the facts. I won't know until Monday, bro. You feel me? Like I won't know until Monday. He could have lost the starting spot. He could have been hurt. Something could have gone wrong with coaching. I don't know. I won't know until Monday.
Okay. No, he didn't touch the field, so I don't know what it was, but I know he didn't touch the field. That's all I know.
Yeah. I mean,
he touched the field at least for a tackle.
But because I saw that too. But like I said, I don't know because the report came out that Bingley is starting, so we don't know what happened to Mitchell.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well,
so I don't know. Y'all don't mind me. I'm drinking some tea right now.
Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, they won the game. That's what counts.
Exactly. Win and move on, right?
Well,
yeah, they play Stanford next week. They play Stanford next week on a short week. They play on Friday.
Yeah. Another so-called easy win. That's what I heard.
Shit, I ain't gonna win no easy win. They better take all
Shout out to Deion for the $10 super chat. He asked a question: what 3 sleeper teams that have a chance to make real noise in the playoff this year? Now, are you talking football, like in NFL, or are you talking FBS? Because you didn't stipulate that. I assume you're talking college since that's the title. So anybody want to scamper that one? Oh, he talking NFL. Oh, he want to talk that Raider talk. See what you started?
Man, Raiders ain't making. Sorry, dog.
I think it's Buffalo's definitely going to be there when the dust settles, and I think the Dallas Cowboys going to be there when
Dallas gonna make it, but Dallas gonna fall short like they always do.
And my third team, I'm going to say Kansas City for sure.
Hey, don't count Dallas. Don't count Dallas out.
You know
Don't count Dallas out.
You know
Though. The reason I say that. The
you
only
know who
reason
my
I say
sleeper
that.
team is? You know who my sleeper team is? My sleeper team is that can win it all is the Baltimore Ravens.
I don't think so.
Because nobody's talking about them.
I got Philly, man. I got Philly. They 4-0 right now.
The Ravens right now.
I don't think Philly's going to do anything when it comes to the playoffs. I think they're going to show their true self.
Don't forget they went to the Super Bowl last year against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, that was a fluke because of Dallas. The Dallas screwed that up. If they would have beat San Francisco like they're supposed to with Brock Purdy, Philly wouldn't have beat Dallas because Dallas had their number.
You remember Dallas running back got hurt. That's what messed them up. To do them off, the rhythm off.
Tony Pollard, Because Ezekiel is 1 yard left, 1 yard right, 1 yard up the middle, and a plume of smoke. And then Dallas have to punt.
Well, we got to see. Hey, Dallas
that's all Ezekiel Elliott was doing last season.
It's up for grabs, man. So Philly is the only team that's still undefeated right now. I think 4-0. Maybe somebody else, but I'm not forget who that was. But
it's only Philly. It's only Philly.
Yeah, it's only Philly. Okay, so Philly got something to prove this year. They want to get back to that to the Super Bowl. They felt they should have won. They only lost by a touchdown last year, but they lost.
I just don't see it in Philly this year. I know they're starting off pretty well. I just feel that's going to fizzle out, and Jalen Hurts will come back down to earth because he hasn't been playing that well.
He's going to be like
showing up.
So basically, he's going to be like the Russell Wilson.
It's just man, listen, man.
He's going to be like Russell Wilson used to be.
It's just that D line, man. We're dealing. It's just that D line, man. That D line is so deep, man. Jalen Carter, Crutcher, You got Fletcher, you got
Talking about
Hassan, you
Fletcher
got
Cox.
yeah, Fletcher Cox, you got Hassan Riddick, you got Josh Sweat, like that. You got some of the young boys rotating in with Jordan Davis and all them.
No,
That
I
team,
respect their defense. They're not talking about their defense. They only talking about
yeah,
the Cowboys and the 49ers defense. But Philly got a pretty solid defense as well.
yeah, man, that defense is so good, man. And that D line, man, Jalen Carter, a rookie, is the best D tackle in the game right now. He playing like he playing angry. He playing angry like he should have been a number one overall pick. Oh my goodness,
Yeah, yeah. How Philly got him is just crazy.
man. These Chicago Bears stupidity. That's how Philly got him. Chicago Bears stupidity. They
Yep,
should have took him.
yep.
I don't even know who the Chicago Bears even picked in the draft.
But yeah,
I
that's
don't
what
know,
my
man.
three teams is going to be when the plume settles and the path is clear and you can see through the end of the tunnel. Those three teams, I believe, is going to. Matter of fact, it should be four teams, right? Two
Oh, well, you
in
gonna
the
pick an LA
AFC,
team? You gonna pick an
two in
LA
the
team?
NFC.
No, man.
Heck no! What you talking about? The Chargers and the Rams? Oh my God!
He said, "Hell no." Hey, they're in LA, man. You can support one of your teams.
I have more faith in the Chargers than I do the Rams.
Yeah, that's true.
And if the Chargers was to make it, it would be a playoff, and they would lose that playoff. I mean, it's wild card. Excuse me. It would be
So
a wild
Dex,
card, and they would
so
lose that
Dex,
wild
do
card game.
do the Chargers and the Rams play in the same stadium or they playing two different stadiums?
No, no, they play different stadiums.
Oh, all right.
Chargers play in the stadium over there by USC, and the Rams play in the new stadium they just built. What's that damn stadium called? They just had the Super Bowl in there. What is that thing called, man? What's that new stadium? SoFi Stadium. I think Chargers play where the LA Galaxy play, unless they switched it. But the last I remember, the Chargers was playing over there, and the Rams was playing in SoFi Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see them going too far. Just like I got a lot of friends that are Raider fans, and they are super delusional, and they try to muscle you into believing what they think they see.
No,
That's
Raiders
why
are.
I told Deo that you are an anomaly because you're an intelligent person, but yet you're a Raiders fan, so that's a paradox.
Oh boy, I tell you one thing though. Those who bet the over for Colorado making bank right
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, most people that did that were the alumni, so they got all their money already. Vegas done paid them their money. Because not too many people outside of the Colorado silo actually put money on Colorado because they didn't really know what to expect. So I think the people that's inside that Colorado circle, they believe. So they damn sure put Colorado over the three game total or whatever they gave them. 3 game or 2.5 games, something like that. So Vegas already lost that. It's 6 games in and they already down. So I just think that was a real good win tonight, and it's a confidence booster because it's not a real easy task going down there in Tempe, especially a young team that has been aggregated. This is their inaugural season, and a lot of them didn't really
So
know what to
Dex,
expect.
I know you love stats, so listen to this. Shador Sanders with 2,020 passing yards through the first half of the season. It's just the 20th 2,000 passing yard game in Colorado's football history. But you may continue.
Okay, repeat those stats again.
All right, hold on.
And while you doing that, shout out to all the night riders that's riding with Flight Sports TV tonight.
It says,
go ahead. No, go
it
ahead.
says Shedeur Sanders with 2,020 passing yards through the first half of the season. It's just the 20th 2,000 passing yard season in Colorado history, meaning he's the 20th person to do it.
And it's only half the season.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's close to Ty Detmer mark, but that is a astonishing feat for an inaugural season in a Power 5 conference, especially coming from what they considered low-end competition down at the HBCU. So right now, Shedeur Sanders has defied all those who want to poo-poo on HBCU talent. We wanted to see Travis Hunter also do it, but unfortunately he's been out. So I guess he'll be part of the second half of the season, and we'll close out the season with the Colorado Buffaloes. But these two young men coming from HBCU circuit, dominating the Power 5 conferences the way they are thus far, I think that is phenomenal and remarkable at that. It's, because those pundits think that HBCU competition is subpar. Which I really feel is ridiculous, because football is football. If you got the size, you got the height, you have the speed, you have the agility, it doesn't matter. The rest of what that player might need might be between the ears. And if you can get the right voice to have you become an apparatus of winning, it doesn't matter what level that you play it on. Football is football. 180 pounds running down the sideline at immaculate speed doesn't matter if it's at if it's at an HBCU, if it's at a Division II or Division I football field. It's still football, and the physicality is being represented at an elite level. This is why players get drafted from some of these lower level, not competition, but lower level divisions, because most of that is based on attendance that determines the size or division that you play in. And those attendance is based on how much money is appropriated to your school via government, county, or state. So I don't really trip on that aspect of it, because if you're good, you're good. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%.
And we know they always want to make a difference, right? They always want to differentiate levels because it's all about supremacy. And if they can make it supreme to play in their system, then they're going to do that. But what they're not going to really tell you is that it's all about the attention, and the attention is what gets you the money. Because if you can put eyes on your sport, eyes on your conference, eyes on your particular team, then that's where the sponsors are coming, right? Because that's how this system is set up. The more eyes on it, the more sponsors you can attract, because the sponsors want where the eyes are so they can push their product and hopefully convince you to buy that product and be a lifetime customer of that product. So if they can convince the masses that that over there is not really cool, it's really like uncouth, but this up here is superior, it's the best, it's smooth, it's where you want to be, then that's what they're going to do. So with the advent of Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, bringing those young men from that so-called uncouth circuit up to the PWI Power 5 region, then that will defy everything they said or even believe to some degree out the window. Because here you got young men from HBCU circuit playing in Power 5 conference and putting up comparable stats. How can you say what's down there is not good enough? We don't want to see it. It's not real. The competition is not up to par, so whatever it looks like down there, it's really not that. The same thing they projected on the Negro League. And a lot of people don't know, they had a black football league as well. They had a black baseball league, black basketball league. But they always try to delineate and put what the Negro League was all about underneath the standard of what professional sport should be. And that right there is what they continue to do. But with Deion Sanders being present as Coach Prime, have his roots in HBCU. And then he brings young men from HBCUs, integrate them in PWIs, and eventually Power 5 conferences, Pac-12 to be specific. He defies some of that narrative that was sprawled at HBCUs gratuitously and falsely. Because how can HBCUs, when it was, semi-segregation going on, can produce Hall of Fame talent? But then all of a sudden can't produce Hall of Fame talent when the people are the same. You see the game in that? And the reason why, because they don't want eyes down there, because more eyes, more sponsors. And if you can get sponsors, that means you're going to get more money. Even though the sponsors can pay for sponsorship at an HBCU and then the same sponsor will pay sponsorship for a PWI and will give the PWI more money in the same sport, football to football, basketball to basketball, which is definitely unfair and have a racial undertone attached to it. So with Deion Sanders' celebrity and attention defies the false narrative that has been sprawled at HBCU talent. And this is important to me and should be important to those who wants HBCUs viewed athletically. We're not even talking about academics. We're just talking athletics. Viewed athletically on par with PWI. And it's a travesty that when HBCUs do play PWIs or Power Five, not necessarily Power Five conference. PWI is predominantly white, of course, right? That's what it stands for, predominantly white institution. But all PWIs are not Power Five conferences. So we need to get that straight. So this is why I say PWI, and I will also say Power Five conference, because the Power Five conference supposed to be the elite of athleticism, the best of the best, the cream of the crop, cream de la cream. So if they can convince the masses that HBCU talent is poo-poo, and it's a waste of time to look that way, is because they want to keep eyeballs off of HBCUs and put the eyeballs on the PWIs and especially the Power Five conference, because that's where most of the money is being directed. And with Coach Prime having a diligent presence at a PWI and a Power Five conference university, helps bring forth a new and improved narrative of talent and the talent pool in the HBCU circuit, not circus. And this is what I'm leaning to. And this is what propels me to cheer and celebrate the success of these young men, especially those who came out of the HBCU circuit. And a lot of people want to poo-poo on Prime. And if you poo-pooing on Prime, you poo-pooing on those young men that's in the black and gold uniforms. And that don't sit well with me, because they want to use the untethered relationship that currently pervades the HBCU, Deion Sanders, and PWI chain. There's no attachment anymore, per se. And they want to use that as a crutch for criticism that Coach Prime sold out HBCU and moved on to the PWI because the sugar's sweeter. The ice is colder. And the water tastes different. And any of black people that follows that narrative, they are pimps and panderers who use that narrative pervasively in order to trap the minds that has been distraught and distressed over the departure of Coach Prime. And they not using it to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. They want to keep Humpty Dumpty cracked and fragile so they can manipulate the mindsets of those cracked and fragile Humpty Dumptys that they're not even trying to put together again. Hell, they're not even qualified to put them back together again. They're not psychologically equipped to doctor that situation appropriately. And most of them is not even trying to. They want them to be fragmented to the point where they can manipulate the situation and feel big in a small pond. Shame on them. Shame on them. And it's only when those minds of those masses spark and have a epiphany and be like, wait a minute, man, this ain't right. This is too much negativity. Why would I want to surround myself with all this negativity? I need a different opinion. I don't want to just be circumvented with one-sided opinions and narratives. Let me kind of, traverse this situation a little more mentally, and let me get out of my emotions, because if you sit in your emotions, you can never rise. If you sit in your emotions, you can never rise. So let me get out of my emotions and start thinking on a higher plane. And when you do that, and you are able to compare the frequencies that permeates the content, you start to realize, wait a minute, that's overly negative. It has an overtone of negativity constantly. And it is operating in a space continuum that is false. So I need to get some kind of balance, some kind of equilibrium on this situation with Coach Prime, HBCU, and PWIs, and see it from a prism that is not filtered, unfiltered prism. And let me weigh it. And let me put a clean glass next to the dirty glass. And I won't be coaxed to drink out of either glass. I would show my own personal discernment, and hopefully they choose a clean glass. But if you're being bombarded with negativity, it can bog you down to the point where you just be like, whatever. This whatever. I don't have to fight no more in me. And that's what a lot of these devils claiming to be content creators try to push on you. They try to burden you some with negativity that extracts energy from you, cause you to be a little depressive, and then they absorb the energy so they can keep going. It's like soul snatching. So there could be no way a man could be this vile as they claim Deion Sanders is. There could be no way a man could be this vile that they claim Deion Sanders is, yet they don't step foot on a HBCU to try to mend the minds that has been fractured by the departure of Coach Prime. They're not in HBCU circuit trying to mend that. They're not saying, you know what, forget Coach Prime. Don't worry about him. Let him go. Let him do his thing. But I'm here now. Let's get this thing back on the right track, because we know we can do it because we've seen it. Just like human beings in the 1940s didn't believe that a 4-minute mile could be ran. And there was one man, I believe his name is Bannister, who ran a mile under 4 minutes for the first time ever, the first human to run a mile under 4 minutes. And so the demonstration of Bannister running that mile under 4 minutes allowed everyone to see that a mile could be ran by a human under a 4-minute time. The next year, it was over 30 miles ran under 4 minutes. And in the next 3 years, it was 300 runners. It was 300 runners. And we all know the rest is history. But it took one to do it. And when he did it, others seen it and mimicked that. And then once 30 done it, it became habitual amongst runners to run under a mile. Excuse me, to run a mile under 4 minutes. It was habitual. But it only took one, Bannister, the first one to do it, to let people know it could be done. So when they're saying that whatever come out of the HBCU circuit is not good enough to be able to spread his faculties to the point that it inspires the young men under his leadership and able to be successful on that level. This is what has permeated the false narrative spiraling over can't say amateur athletics no more because they're getting paid big money, but collegiate athletics. So now we have an opportunity to see one of ours that departed from an HBCU circuit going into a Power 5 conference in PWI succeed. What is wrong with that? So you said, okay, I want to be an extremist. Nah, keep the separation going. They got their thing, we got our thing. Okay. Memo, that's not your thing. That was built and financed by the colonizers, slave masters, or whatever you want to call them, separatists, because they didn't want you on their campus. So they came together and built something for you so you can stay separate on the other side of the tracks. And they didn't want you commingling with their children, getting the same education of their children, because if you get the same education of their children can't rule you because you got the same education. So let's build a circuit for them that they can stay on that side of the tracks and get educated differently from the power structure of the United States. And so we can always stay 3-4 steps ahead and maintain a pedestal so we can look over across at our counterparts and deem them inferior because they don't know what we know. They are not educated like we're educated, so that makes them more intelligent, and they feel the more intelligent has the right to rule the lesser intelligent. So this is far reaching than a lot of us think when it comes to Coach Prime. Coach Prime foundation of coaching wise and high level competition comes from HBCU circuit. We know he coached before, but I'm talking about high level competition. Right there in the medium between high school and professional athleticism. It was his stop at HBCU that propelled him to qualify to coach in a PWI top 5 conference. It'll be different if you were to coach at a smaller PWI. Maybe too many people wouldn't have nothing to say. But he leaped to the upper echelon of coaching. There's no higher coaching than that collegiately. The next step would be professional, the NFL or Canadian League or European League or whatever. But by him springboarding from HBCU circuit into Power 5 purview, he was hired at the PWI Power 5 conference that was the worst team in college football. So he had to start at the bottom like Drake. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Started from the bottom, now we're here. And people are still upset at him. It's not like he went and got a grand job at Clemson, at UCLA, Vanderbilt, or even the University of Kentucky, for that matter. We're not even going to speak about the LSUs, the Georgias, the Alabamas of the world, the Texas, or the USCs, Ohio States, Michigans. We're not going to even talk about those elite schools in education and athleticism. We're only talking about Colorado Buffaloes. Who cared about the Colorado Buffaloes? Who cared about what was going on in Boulder until Coach Prime arrives? Even myself, who was once a NCAA football enthusiast, didn't care about Colorado. In recent years, that is. Not the old years. Not the Darren Hagens and Cordell Stewarts, Eric Bieniemys and Rashawn Salam, Ty Detmer, Joe Clack. I'm not talking about that era of Colorado. I'm talking about in recent years, within the last 5-6 year era of Colorado. Who cared what was happening in Colorado? I was delighted that Colorado came to the Pac-12. Well, not came to Pac-12. I take that back. I was delighted when Colorado came to the Pac-10 and eventually turned to the Pac-12 because I saw it as a win for my team that I cheer for. I said, oh, shit, that's a win we can count. That's how I saw Colorado. Never seen them as a threat. Now, Coach Prime is up in Boulder. A lot of people have balled their panties in a bunch and called him everything but the child of God. Just talk real bad about the man and say he left those kids down there in Jackson State high and dry and to pursue a superficial feeling of success because now he's at a PWI. And you know how we say, nigga, we made it. But what perturbs me the most as a visitor of multiple occasions to Jackson, Mississippi, that the improvement that Prime effect had on the city of Jackson, Mississippi, one of the poorest cities in America, especially a city that has over, I believe, 200,000 people. According to the Almanac, it's one of the poorest cities in America. At one point, it was the poorest city in America. That in Gulfport, before all of the casinos was put up in Gulfport, Mississippi. I'm quite sure y'all are old enough, y'all can remember how poor that was down there in that bayou. Before all them beautiful casinos got put up in Gulfport, Mississippi. So this is the dichotomy of black people. You got some strong for it and some strong against it. It's very rare, far and few in between, that there is a middle ground or a shade of gray area where those who can come in agreement based on a common denominator move forward. It's always those for against those against, the pros and the cons. And it's always that one, no, I'll take that back, not one, but it's always a voice that represents a contrast to the facts and to real data. Speak out and harm against the positive, like there was no positive, like there was no good in Coach Prime's presence during his tenure at Jackson State. They won't speak out against the so-called leadership at Jackson State, where every time you look up, there's a new representative posing as a president and espousing new and creative, innovative methods to help and improve the situation at Jackson State. We done seen this. We done seen this. I mean, this is pervasive throughout the fibers of HBCUs since there was HBCUs. It's almost like there's a cap on what they can teach to forward these young, inspiring, and ambitious students moving forward in a service-oriented society. Like it's some type of cap. You can't learn this. Not here. If you want to learn this, you got to learn it at a PWI, and it's going to be hard to qualify to make yourself eligible to be considered. Not get in, but just to be considered. Because there's another process after that. Because we can't let too many of you Negroes up in here. Because this ain't the way the system was set up. That should be the pursuit of those who really say they care about the students at the HBCUs. Because these are the new minds that will enter into society to make it better. So why would you stifle those black minds that are coming out with a new wave of intervention and integrate that innovative thinking into a dead society that's really going nowhere fast. Because when they want to alter the society that we live in, then they conjure up a war or a fear tactic so they can start manipulating stuff. But you can alleviate most of that by allowing these young new minds to come in with new and fresh ideas that could curb some of the woes of society that's only benefiting a few. And these minds, young minds, can come up and partake in society in a way where they can push society further and further and further productively. But no, they want to cry about a man who made a decision in his life. They want to create this messianic figure in Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, that he is the end to all woes if he follows what they want him to follow. But if he was to detour and detach himself from what they considered the proper narrative, then he's a villain. Then he's the creator of the woes. He's a continuation of the woes. You see how they project on someone else's ambition, but yet they're not living out their ambition, or if they might be ambitionless. I don't know. But you know the tree by the fruit it bears. If everything you say is negative, then that means you're drawing power from negative sources. If everything you do is complain and not compliment, then you drawing from negative sources. And my question is, how negative do you want to be? How psychologically low down and ratchet that you want to be? And how can you look in the mirror and see the reflection of a good person if those are your activities daily? It's impossible to look into the mirror and see a good person. So these are some of the things that irritates our society. When you have people like what I just described, and their voices are loud but substanceless. Symbols without substance. Because there's no equilibrium there. The seesaw is imbalanced. So how can you equate overwhelming negativity to a positive outcome? It's virtually impossible. It is virtually impossible. And this is what is disturbing to me to watch over the YouTube landscape or social media or mainstream media, the castigation of Coach Prime. And they try to paint a narrative that Coach Prime is this bodacious, selfish egomaniac with a paintbrush stroke of megalomania. This is what they try to paint him as. a freaking funky pariah, which is so far from the truth. Like he's some magician, some warlock or something. That he just making spells over these young men to perpetuate his whims. That could be far from the truth. It's not like he taking these young men and put them into some kind of conclave and not allowing them the ability to be spoken to or speak out on behalf of themselves. That is not the situation. These young men are liberalized to speak in the manner that is conducive to the program. And when I mean program, I don't mean mind control. This ain't MK Ultra. I'm speaking about the program for the totality of what represents best for the university and that football team. And there's nothing wrong with that. Because you're giving young men direction. You're trying to keep them in one accord. But not in a way where there are inmates. See, a lot of people went to jail, read a few books, and they come out thinking they know everything. That they are gurus, wisdom gurus. But at the same time, everything they touch and put their hands on, they want to encapsulate them as if they were prisoners. Don't go over there. Don't go this. Don't do that. Make up your mind. You either here or you there. And if you're there, you no more associated with here. That's cult behavior. Yeah, YouTube have cults. You don't think there's cults in YouTube? Where all the eyes, and like I spoke about earlier, where the eyes are at? Where all the eyes and busybodies and people have turned on to YouTube and it's a medium in where you can spread your voice, hopefully captivate with charisma, and then you start casting spells. YouTube can do that, and people are doing that. You know, YouTube is a neutral medium. See, YouTube is not bad. YouTube is not good. It's a neutral medium, and you make it good or bad depending on your frequency, depending on your content, depending on your behavior you give to this medium. And there's bad behavior in this medium, and there's good behavior. And we here at Flight Sports TV, we want to represent the good behavior because we represent a meritocracy. This ain't no dictation. It's not one person just dictating. We have a panel, a slew of guests that surprise a symposium. Every time we live stream, that's why we tell you to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience. So we want to present a sports symposium through the collection of content creators espousing their takes, their discussions, their debates, their dialogues, and culminated into a unison of variety. It's really not a who's wrong, who's right. We don't delineate like that. You have your perspective, I have my perspective, and then we let the data decides who's right, who's wrong. That's it. And then the people out there in the chat, they feel it and they ride with who they ride with. And that's it. As long as it's not too disrespectful and harmful, we let it ride in the chat. Whether you agree or disagree, it doesn't matter. We don't care about that. We just care about allowing us as brothers and sisters to purge whatever affliction that might contribute to our traumatic experience. And so sometimes drama pursues and we engage it as brothers and sisters. We engage it because we all have our moments where we can erupt with an episode that is unbecoming to our character. We're human. We're fallible. And this is not no prescripted event. That's why Flight Sports TV is the machine, the voice of the voiceless. And when you can be the voice of the voiceless, that makes you the people's champ. Because we give you an avenue, a platform to speak. Don't hold it in, speak. Isn't that how all this started? In the beginning was a what? Word. Somebody spoke something into existence. So what are you going to speak into existence if given a platform, an avenue, a medium to express yourself? What are you going to speak into existence? Or are you going to spew something egregious and cause harm? The choice is yours. Is that what Black Sheep said? The hip hop group? The choice is yours. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that. You can get with this or you can get with that. You feel me? And this is the opportunity that we afford everyone. And this is why we ask you to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you won't miss one iota of an exuberant experience, and share the video if you like it. And engage with us on the panel or in the chat. Join the channel. You know, if you feel a little giphy, you can show your generosity by having a financial input, being a brick in the wall, by putting skin in the game here at Flight Sports TV, and help to contribute to that exuberant experience. It's all there for us. It's not like it's hidden agendas here, you know, because you see right here at Flight Sports TV, we have open dialogue with a multitude of various voices. And we roll, and we definitely appreciate all the night riders that rides out with us until the end of the stream. Because there's many things you can do. There's many places you can be. But you chose to be here at Flight Sports TV, lending us your time and your space as we also lend you our time and our space. And we congeal it as brothers and sisters and we have our discussions. And this consortium of content creators and chatters, sometimes the banter is beautiful, sometimes the banter is brashing. But the liberalness of Flight Sports TV is what makes it an exuberant experience. So we here at Flight Sports TV just want to continue to provide you with a form of entertainment, and we want to provide you an opportunity to be amongst and a part of said entertainment. And no hard feelings. Yes, we have our trauma episodes, but we try not to have hard feelings. Sometimes we get at each other's neck, peel each other's cap, and then we come back the next day and we become brothers and sisters again. We try not to allow you to leave with anger on your heart. That is not our mission. I'm not saying you won't get angry, but we're trying to reconcile our differences before we ship out. Because some people leave out and don't reconcile until the next day. Some people reconcile hours later, minutes later. But that's the goal. Go ahead and purge, but recognize your brothers and sisters prior before you leave. And you want to leave in one piece by leaving in peace. That's the mantra of Flight Sports TV. Come in peace, leave in peace. Say your piece. We don't want nobody to fester hatred, animosity, and gross dislike. We don't want that to fester in your heart when you lay down and go to sleep. When you lay down and go to sleep, we want you to sleep with a smile. You're laughing like, oh man, that was a crazy experience, man. That was a cool thing they had going on up there. I'm going to come back. That's the experience we want you to have. We're not going to, not intentionally, we're not going to feed your negativity. I know there's people out here searching for negative stimulation. That is something that we don't want to feed. I'm not saying you won't get it, but it's not intentional to feed you that. We're not that stream. We ain't raising devils. If we have the power and the say so, we want to raise gods, children of the Most High God. Because the gods are the one who's going to prevail in the end, not the devils. The devils are set to be destroyed. That's why we don't want to fester hate. We don't want to feed you negativity. We don't want you to direct you to hate any man. Because let me share this with you. We don't want the chickens coming home to roost. You know, hate would hate produce. We don't want that. We want to rise above our emotions into the thinking of God. That's the aim and purpose. And through sports, there's an avenue we can do this. This is why we love the data. We love the analytics. We love how individuals on this panel break things down. Because that's what God done. He broke down the atom and created Adam. Yes, he did. Broke down the atom and created Adam. So we love how things get broke down. We love when people come with their high science and even their high strangeness. Doesn't matter. But when you bring all this difference and then we try to come out with a commonality. That's what it's all about. Come in different, leave out with some commonality. Well, we do not have to leave out the same. Black folks ain't the same all around globally. We not a monolithic people. We multi. We gods. We multi on multiple levels. We the only people as a collective. I'm talking about FBAs and Africans and Polynesians, Australians, Aborigines, that is. We Indians, I'm talking about those over in India, Pakistan, and those areas over there. We are the only people with dark shades and fully packed with melanin that can make something out of nothing. We ain't got to go steal. We ain't got to go pillage a country. We ain't got to do that because we was made and designed or created and designed to bring light out of darkness. It sounds magical, but that's what we're created to do. And it's not by mistaking that when the Atlantic slave trade was in full effect, that those that went to seek out the best form of human beings to help build a nation, not a culture, not a colony. Don't believe that crap. Please don't believe that crap, that colony crap. I know that's where colonizer come from, but don't believe that crap. These people had in their mind they want to build a new world. And there was only one type of people that can build this world. Come over into the Americas where was not much of anything and make it into a heaven on earth to some people. They knew exactly what they was doing. It wasn't by mistake that they discovered and took us hostage and brought us 9,000 miles on a westerly course. Buried us in the north. That wasn't by mistake. Don't believe that crap. It was by design. Because they seen what we built on the continent of Africa, in Asia, and they wanted that for themselves, but Europe didn't want all these dark-skinned people because they had came out of an age in the 7th century where dark-skinned people was ruling various Levants of Europe. They didn't want that. It was like, well, if you're going to do that somewhere else. You got to find some other land to do that. We don't want that no more. Because the last time them darkies came over here, they had us under subjection for 1,000 years. And they promised themselves, never again. But there's one thing about those darkies. They have culture. They have technology. They have ingenuity. They were innovative and ambitious. But we have to find a way to trick them and get them over there. And one thing they used to trick us was our own greed. They turned our own greed against us. That's something they don't tell you in the history book. They just make it seem like we're just savages. That's not true. How in the hell are you gonna kidnap a savage? Who in their right mind that want to build something, go get a savage, and then try to train the savage to be civilized? You know how much time that wastes? They didn't have time to waste like that. They was trying to build a nation so they could compete with the Asians and the Africans. Come on now. But they tried to do it. Well, they didn't try. They actually succeeded in the Western world. You think all those people came on boats and got into Central America, South America, when South America just right there at the tip of Northern Africa? Come on now. You think they brought them all 9,000 miles and settled them in the Caribbeans, in the Americas, and North America to be Pacific since we're here? No, a lot of us was already here. And adapted to the terrain and made the most of it and lived their lives. How you gonna be savage when you land on somebody's country and they teaching you how to plant corn to feed yourself forever? They teaching you how to build houses from the material that was native to that area. How is that savagery? I'm trying to figure that out. Of course it wasn't. Anybody with a quarter of a brain know that that's not to be the case. What happened was they labeled us that to justify the brutal and heinous treatment of the humans that parked on the land as natives. I ain't talking no white natives. That's a bunch of malarkey too. I'm not talking white natives. I'm talking about real natives. I'm talking about the natives they speak about.
Sure.
Salute, Flight. All right, salute, Flight.
We appreciate y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all pull up tomorrow. We do these lives just about every single night. I want to thank y'all for tuning in with us. We got a lot more Coach Prime material. Make this your one-stop shop for all things sports. We got a lot of news updates and more coming. We got a big-time NFL updates tomorrow, so make sure you guys tune in for that. You subscribe. You get here all access. We're going to be back with us. Shout out Califani. Thank all of the legendary people that's tuned in with us and graced the panel. The Colorado Buffaloes win tonight. You know, this was a definite celebration here. I want to thank y'all for tuning in to Flight Sports TV. Peace and love. Make sure y'all tune in tomorrow as well. We got a lot of things coming.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.